Okay, we should be live, kurva. I need to add like another fucking audio source, but I'm not too familiar with like, okay, audio output capture. So I'm not the most familiar with Streamlabs because I use Stream Elements for my normal stuff. Sonar Media should do it. It doesn't. It might be Orcs then. There we go. Okay, cooking. But then we do need one for media anyway, so. Let me just test something. Let me pause this. I'll just put this fucking video on. Okay, so desktop audio. We're going to properties. Change it to media. That should then like
and confesses that they
yes sir, we're cooking. Okay. Let me send the link out. Let me make sure I'm actually live first. Fuck me. Well, we can't see anything on the Cinderblockboys. Where is this going? Connecting. Ooh, no, we are finally live for like over a minute. Okay. I don't need this shit. What I need is the fucking like link to be able to go on it. Oh, dude, Cyrax stuff. Should I do Cyrax stuff one day instead of like the Perry shit? That'd be fun. Holy shit, what am I doing? Okay. Copy stream link. So if I just do Cyrax stuff. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right. Okay, we're good. I tried my absolute fucking damnedest as well to just get the keyboard sounds out of the fucking stream. I can't. I'm no audio expert, but I just can't do it. Like, I'm using a Blue Yeti. I've put every fucking compressor under the sun on, and it just like doesn't want to do it. One sec. There we go. We sent the link out. We're about to get some fucking nasty detractors in here. It tells me to sign into chat, and then I sign in, and it's right here. Okay, yeah, it's coming through. I just can't type on Streamlabs, which is fine. Like, I'm not fussed. Yeah, there we go. Cooked. Bones, Jack Tripper with the bones. There are no bones in this stream. Clickety clack on that keyboard. Yeah, call me Tom Brennan, the audio expert. Oh my god, look at the chat window as well. Like, chat window just does not look the nicest. If I compress it down a little bit and then I need to shift click it. Because I was trying to get the chat window to go all the way up the side, but it just kind of like looks like shit if I do that. Let me try it now. I suppose it doesn't really like... Well, my messages aren't even coming fucking through on the chat. Ah, there it is. There it is. Look at the bricks. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that'll sort of like have to do. Unless someone types out a fucking essay. In which case, like, it's just going to look awful on the screen. What did I even want to do this stream? That's a fucking good question I've asked myself. I want to fucking... Because I'm behind on clips. I'm really behind on clips. So I wanted to get some editing done. Just because, like, I'm doing fuck all else. So I wanted to get a bit of editing done before the DSP's like gonna reveal his third Smart Guys host tonight, and God, he's got me. He's got me under the pignosis because I want to see who that third Smart Guys host is. I don't care. I just want to see who it is. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be anyone fucking interesting, to be quite honest with you. I think it's just gonna be some fucking dent. I'm hoping it's Mersh. I don't think it will be him. So my thoughts were, at first I thought it was gonna be PWR, but then I went on PWR's show and asked him, and he said it's not him. And in like 2 weeks, PWR has gone from being like a DSP fan to just fully denouncing him on his live stream. So it's definitely not PWR. I'm bricked up. Me too. Me fucking too. I'm bricked up. What's up, cheek people? Cheek people. That's me. I can hear you fine. Good. I can't tell if that's sarcastic or not, but I hope that's not sarcastic. I really hope that isn't sarcastic. We'll look in main, see if there's anything going on in main chat a minute. But yeah, like I was saying, so he said the co-host was like unpredictable and stuff like that, and like Keem's dog died recently, so it could just be Keemstar. He could just have Keemstar on the fucking thing. But the detractor theory at the minute is, I was thinking Aaron Imholte, but I can't see Phil messing with him. Who is Tom B in Discord? I meant cheeky. To be honest, I don't know if Tom B dirties his hands with the Discord stuff. This is the perfect song to come on to talk about this. I don't think Tom B dirties his hands with the Discord stuff. I think he leaves it to his moderators. The Testicle Tiger. Can you take the accent filter off? What fucking accent filter? Accent filter. Yeah, let me just get rid of that. Sorry, guys. Crazy comment. But yeah, I to be honest, I'd quite like to see them join the live and try and take this one down as well. They won't be able to because, like, well, surely has his lackeys in the good Discord. I think he's got his lackeys everywhere. Like, Testicle Tiger said at one point, and I don't have screenshots for this off the top of my head. I would have to find them. So you're just going to have to take my word for this for now. But she said that she feels she owes Tom Brennan to go into any detractor Discord servers and look around and like spy on any LARPers or anything like that. Which is just like, you're spending your last years on Earth doing that. It's quite depressing. Keem was talking to some girl and got recorded. I don't know a lot about the Keemstar stuff, to be fair. I don't know fucking, because I don't follow Local Live. Lots of Tom Ball washers out there, true. We had Dio Brando in the server last night. I'm sorry, yeah. I've got to turn this down again. Dio Brando took my fucking bait. He took my bait so well. Because, like, I was already sort of looking into him as it is. Like, I was already, like, sort of perusing the stuff that he was doing. And, Soviet Goat comes in and was like, look what fucking Dio has said. Like, what a fucking loser. I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy really is a fucking loser. But then, like, it said to me that, like, he can see everything that goes on in this Discord. Dio is Goatee Mail, yeah. So, what I did is, I started going through his socials. I wasn't even fucking searching through them, really, because I didn't care that much. Like, his Twitter doesn't have much. It's just, like, Nintendo stuff and then the odd Chris-chan bit here and there. So, I started sending it in the chat, knowing that Dio was going to see it. And then he privated his Twitter, which is what I was hoping he would do. Like, I was hoping he'd private his Twitter or something like that, or just block my account. He did. He got played for a little fiddle there. It was producer Dio Brando. Well, his art is here. His art is here. The Shred the Hooters shirts. That is Dio Brando art that he gave me permission to put on the stream. So, yeah, Dio Brando, the co-producer of Cinderblockboys Live, is here with us right now. But yeah, he took the fucking bait, like hook, line, and sinker, because what he did, like, he privated his Twitter, and then I put a message in chat. I was like, he could have just DM'd me if it was really that much of a problem. And then he joins the server. He's like Phil, like he'll just sit there and take any fucking bait you throw at him. He hasn't posted. No, he hasn't. Because he's really, I don't know why, but he's really scared of like these Discords. But like, when you act like that, it makes people think you've got something to hide. Does Dio have something to hide? I fucking honestly doubt it. Yeah, I fucking seriously doubt it. But I need to actually start like editing videos. The worst part of this stream, by the fucking way, and I don't think anyone's prepared for this, it's gonna be like, because I'm gonna put it at 1.5 speed, but it's gonna be sitting through after hours at 1.5 speed, because this is my little like plan that I was gonna keep I was gonna keep it under wraps until I decided that, like, you know, I might as well just stream it. Acting like a pawn. Yeah, and so I think Dio's thing is that, like, and because he's either watching this stream right now or there's someone that's gonna say something to him. But I think a lot of Dio's thing is, like, he's got a lot of attention that he probably doesn't have in his personal life. Like through his AI art. And I think a lot of that is like, because of that, he doesn't want to lose it. Like, he doesn't want to lose PCL or anything like that. It's why if you said to him, like, because he sits there and goes, yeah, I've got a mind of my own, this, that, and the other. But it's the same reason why he won't do any AI art of Tom or anything like that. And it's because Tom's told him not to. Like, Mr. Thickskin, that wants to be the co-host of the stream, has told him not to. And, like, personally, I think it's fair enough if you don't want AI art made of yourself. But you can't not want the repercussions of being in Perry's position and then want to be in Perry's position at the same time. Because that's what he wants. He wants to run the stream, and it's so clear to tell over the years. And I think the after hours we'll go through is going to show a lot of that. He's using AI to be someone cool. Yeah, it's something like that. I think he genuinely enjoys the AI stuff and like 3D modeling and stuff like that. And I think this is the first time that anyone has actually seen this, like his AI stuff, outside of like the 3 people on his Twitter. So I think that sort of notoriety in that sense is definitely what's like keeping him going. So who's Tom's Tom? Who's his wrangler? Very good question. I don't think he's got a wrangler at the minute. But this is what I mean. Like, he wants the whole co-host position, but doesn't want to deal with any of like the blowback that Perry faces. So he wants to be able to sit there on stream. Tom's Tom will be Teddy in 10 years if karma exists. That is crazy. Tom's Tom should be me. I'll wrangle him. I'll make sure he doesn't I'll make sure he goes to the door to get all those cinder blocks. I'll make sure he goes to get the anchovies and dough and the dead fish. If we go on Perry Caravello now, I think. Oh no, they haven't privated it. I was gonna say I think they've privated it. There's a clip I want out of this stream. It's where the screenshot come from. It was so fucking funny. For anyone that hasn't seen it last night, it was perfect. Like in every way. I can't spell. It was perfect because Tom sees the delivery at the door, and he says to Perry, you've got a delivery at the door. Can you just go and get it? So Perry looks at it, just like drags the bag a little bit. You can hear the bricks clink. And he's like going, oh, what the fuck is this? Because I think, this is my personal theory. I think what happened was Perry was expecting it to just be like a couple of small food items or something like that. Because he wasn't told it was bricks. And then he went to just like pull it with like that amount of force. And it took him back a little bit because obviously bricks are denser than fucking food. They're heavier. Like 2 bricks is going to be heavier than like a Big Mac, for example. So I think that's why he sort of dragged it at first. But then you can see him in his apartment walking around, lifting it like pretty fucking easily. The blue bag saved that delivery. Well, that's why I put it in the bag. That's why I asked the driver to put it in the bag. Because I wanted bricks to be snuck into the apartment. But they've like really done themselves in because they're claiming harassment, yet Tom's going and telling Perry to bring bricks into the house. Like, it's a bright blue Lowe's bag and the Lowe's logo was very visible on camera. So, you know, like, they couldn't have thought it was any form of food at all. But because it starts with a B and ends with a K, it's really set them off. But I think the muted stream segment was brilliant. I think it was so funny as well because for the first like 30 minutes of the Cooking with Perry stream, he cooked, and by cooked I mean microwaved. And this was when Pissman was restreaming it. And then as soon as Pissman's stream got taken down, the fucking bricks in the bag arrived at the door. So he gets the bricks in the bag, they mute the stream. If you were in another country, you follow those rules, not ours. I mean, that's true. I think where I'm from, I've looked it up, like, none of any of this is considered a harassment or anything like that. But even still, I can't really see them fucking extraditing me halfway across the world because I sent 2 bricks in a bag to an old man who lifted them pretty easily, and it seemed like a minor inconvenience to his day, if anything at all. Yeah, it was really quick. Pissman, I was watching the stream. I don't know why I can't speak. I was watching the stream and fucking he had Perry Caravello Live, the Twitch account, in his chat for a good while before they dropped the hammer on him. But they're going to struggle to drop the hammer on a stream like this unless I just sit here in silence for like 30 fucking minutes while an after hours plays. But I don't think you can DMCA take down something that isn't monetized. And like neither this stream nor his after hours is monetized. Because, and big shout out by the way, the Cinderblockboys are pulling in more fucking views on 4 videos, 5 videos if you count the shorts, than Tom Brennan is pulling on his fucking after hours to begin with. Elder abuse outweighs harassment by delivery. Very true. But PCL would have you believe that Tony putting Perry through his chair is not elder abuse and it's just a staged bit. They are, I can tell you for free, they are very, very, very fucking lucky. On a serious note, they are extremely lucky that Perry did not break and snap like a fucking twig. They really did dodge a bullet with that one. They're gonna have to never let fucking what's his face Tony back in again. Bricked up. It's funny because Tony did make a return sort of last night. Let me see if I can find the picture. Tony did sort of make a return last night, and it was in spirit. I think everyone in the Cinderblock Discord did the piss cord. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Was it piss cord? There was one dasher. There was one fucking dasher. I can't find the picture off the top of my head. I can't be asked really like searching for it. but there was one Dasher that looked like Tony, and her name was Karen, and it was so fucking funny. Like, my first comment was, "It looks like Tony." Perry has certainly been commanded to not acknowledge deliveries that haven't been cleared. I don't think he has, because that delivery hadn't been cleared. I think the reason they were so, like, antsy about the deliveries last night is because of the bricks. Not to take, like, fucking credit or anything like that, but I think when Tom cut off the deliveries and genuinely forced Perry not to answer that fucking door when the deliveries were just piling up, I think that was because of the bricks. Because usually Tom's a lot more lenient and says, yeah, just go and get that delivery, go and get these last couple of deliveries, and then if anything else comes in, don't answer the door. But there was just nothing after that point, because he got punked with the bricks. And then I'm pretty sure he tripped over the bricks later on. I really think I'm going to find it. Because he got another delivery about half an hour after that, and he...
you can check your mic.
It looks like he tripped over the fucking bricks. I'm going to put the volume on really, really quiet. If I stick it in theatre mode... Oh, that's perfect. Tom muted Perry when he brought the bricks in. Yeah, because he was pretty... In fairness to Tom, he was pretty fucking quick on that. Because I think it was about half an hour into the stream. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, no, it was a bit more than that then. Because it was after the cooking segment. Okay, this isn't edited, as far as I can tell. It might be, though. They might have edited it. Okay, what I'm going to do, because I've got the video downloaded anyway. I have it downloaded before they could edit anything. Let me find it. I think it's so funny. Like, it needs to be put on stream. I need to show this right now. Okay. If I change the window capture source to... I can't because it's not popping up for some reason. We'll just add a new fucking source then. Okay. Wait, does this even have sound? Yeah, okay, yes it does. Yes it does. You could read Perry's lips so clearly. You could. Like, I put a message in asking if someone could lip read, and then I was like, actually, I don't need any fucking help with this. I saw it, I was like... No, like, you can read his lips fine. Okay, we'll do that. And then... I guess we could shrink it so it's like... Nah, I'm just gonna make it bigger here. So yeah, before they DMCA take down this is a video on my computer. I will be... I am looking through it. This is not a restream. Here it is. So it's about 54 minutes in. Let me go back to YouTube. You won't be able to see this. It was about 54 minutes. Yeah, I think they fully cut it out.
I think you're overreacting.
Unless I'm tripping, I think they fully cut it out. Was this it? Yeah, no, this was it. This was it. Okay, so it's 56 minutes. 56 minutes in.
To herbs and worked with Nature Sunshine 57. For a long time. And my mom and I got involved with Nature Sunshine herbal products.
I'm so stupid, by the way. I could literally just cross-reference how long each video is. 3 hours 47, 3 hours 39. Yeah, they cut out over 10 minutes. Some, like, I didn't even know they could do that, by the way. Like, I thought it would have to re-upload as a separate video, but apparently they can. What are you looking for? No, I was looking for the, I wanted to see if they had the brick in the bag delivery. I wanted to see if they had that on the stream still. They don't, but I have it on here. So, I don't think I ever clipped it. We can do that in a minute, and I'll sort of show everyone my fucking... I'll show everyone my editing process. Here it is. So, this is the magic delivery. This is the one that, like... Oh, it's so good. Oh, more food! The bright blue Lowe's bag. Yeah, it looks like food, doesn't it? Turn on sound. What the fuck is this? You can hear it clicking about. Like, you can hear the clack of the bricks. He looks in the bag at this point, and then, because he starts bringing it over, Tom moves the camera around. No, it's not bricks. You can live edit now, and it'll edit in post. I genuinely had no idea. But yeah, this is where they leave the camera, like, off for about a minute or so. Just literally because he must put the bricks down here. I'm glad you can see my mouse. Because he must put the bricks down here. Because, God, I don't have the clip for this, but it must have been about an hour or so later. He went to get another food delivery, and he walked out this way instead of, like, going around the fucking sofa. And it looked like he tripped up over the bricks because of where he put them. And it made me chuckle when I saw it. But there was, like, multiple occasions where he was sort of, like, looking at the bricks on the floor. And you could see his eyes, like, move to the bricks. I'll see if I can just pan to a random frame and have it be there. Garrett's probably gone through it with a fine... No, he's not dedicated enough to do that. He's probably gone through it with a fine-tooth comb to snip out any mention of Perry even looking at bricks. But I think it's so funny. They just cut out, like, 10, 15 minutes every fucking stream. So, like, any members that are paying for this are paying to just lose content. Which is really crazy if you think about it. Why have I come onto my channel? Oh, yeah, I wanted to see the live thing. Looking at bricks. Here we go. I just want to see participants, because apparently there's 15 people in here. 16 viewers, according to... well, YouTube and fucking Streamlabs. Let's edit some content. I think we should actually start editing something now, because I want to make an intro today at the very least. This is Premiere Pro, is it not? Yes, it is. Okay. We'll put Premiere Pro here, and then this can come down here. So, my sort of goal for today is to make an intro. I also wanted to make a couple of Dio bits, because I think the Dio stuff is really fucking funny. Like, there's no real Dio stuff, but I want to, I just want to use a bit of his AI. Schedule, apparently, as well. Friday stream is 9 AM PST to 12 PM EST. But if it's a Friday night stream, it's 5 PM PST to 8 PM EST. And this Friday, tomorrow, today, if you're in the UK, is a morning stream. And then they've got a members only on Saturday. So if anyone's a member wants to let me see the stream, let me know. And I'll send some bricks. I will send some bricks personally. Dude, no way. No way. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? Is this the real Justin K, guys? Is this the real Justin K? When this was always in good fun, I'm confused as to where this got to the point where Tom was banning people. So from what I understand, like the history of this sort of pans quite a while like back. This has happened before. Like these ban waves have happened like quite a while. Because it happened way back during like the Cumgate leaks and stuff like that. Which I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't know too much detail. But like, naughty photos of Tom and his love for cum got leaked, and Mr. Thick Skin couldn't handle it. So that's when the ban wave started. The ban waves are happening now because people are sending bricks. And Tom is taking the moral high ground, going, well, you're sending bricks to a 61-year-old, which, fair enough, like, it's a solid point. It is a solid point. At the end of the day, that is what is happening. Bricks are being sent to a 61-year-old man. But on the one hand, Perry's entire streaming career has been made and is made off of receiving unwanted deliveries and his reaction to those deliveries. Hence why moderators have encouraged it. Moderators have said they're all accepted. Tom has said they're all accepted. And it's why on the official PCL website, if you go on there right now, it will tell you to send more dead fish, more firewood, and live bugs to Perry's house. So on the one hand, yes, obviously bricks being sent to Perry is not the greatest thing. But on the other hand, they're actively promoting it. But because it's a thing like not vetted by Tom, because Tom doesn't have control over that. That's wherein the problem lies. Not at the fact that it's people sending bricks to a 61-year-old man. Because if Tom cared about the morality of PCL, he wouldn't keep inviting Tony Hawk over to 102 to incite a fight. I wish I could tell you I'm the real Justin K, but it's sad to say it's a mistake of identity. It technically says send those things to his P.O. box. Even still, it's dead fish and stuff like that. But yeah, it says send them to his P.O. box, but then they also say that all deliveries are allowed, and they've been saying it like they've not disavowed the deliveries is the thing. They've not like just outright said you cannot send cinder blocks to Perry anymore. And I think they know sort of if it's not cinder blocks, people are going to send the next thing, which is fair enough. But like you can't just sort of expect to take the whole gag away from the stream and have people not rebel against it, if that makes sense. But like I was saying, yeah, Tom's this like, he wants to preach the moral high ground, but then at the same time is inviting Tony over to, well, literally just egging on fights, basically. He's putting Perry in a situation where he could be harmed physically. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that, like, you know, I'm morally right. There is no morally right in this situation. I think both are morally wrong. I don't think there's any morally right on PCL to begin with. But I don't think you can take the moral high ground when you're like that. Where has the name come from? Is it an insult or is there actually something gay he did? Okay, I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can find the fucking screenshots. It's my Twitter bio. It was like, I've never had an aversion to cock. That is a quote from Tom Brennan. But Come Be, as far as I'm aware, according to the guy who made it, like started off as like just an off the cuff nickname, and then these leaks came out, and it was like, oh, actually, it sort of has a very good ring to it. Let me see, because these screenshots have been sent, so I should be able to find them like relatively easily. Fucking hell, there's no dead air on this stream. No dead air. Oh, I found the fucking picture of Karen. Holy shit. Hang on. If I open this link. Oh my god. Yep. Let me, what is it? If I do this. There it is. Doesn't she look like Tony Hawk? Tell me I'm fucking wrong. I apologize for my comment on your video last night. I spoke before I knew the full story. I'm taking your side with this. Bro, you don't need to apologize for anything. Like, that's... I mean, I wouldn't expect everyone to just sort of automatically... Yeah, don't delete the comment. It is quite funny. I wouldn't sort of just like... The thing is, I wouldn't expect there to be, like, no sides. Obviously, people are going to fucking have one side and another side and all this. I'm probably saying it really fucking badly. But, yeah, I think Tony with a filter. It genuinely is. Genuinely is. Bless her. But she was sending messages going, am I being punked? Am I being punked? Like, no, not really. There's just a few signs saying there's no heavy deliveries, but she wasn't delivering anything heavy anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter. I was going through the rest of the screenshots. Yeah, again, like, I don't think... I've said this before in the Discord, but for me personally, I don't think there's any animosity towards PCL itself and Perry as a person. I think, funnily enough, like, over the years, it really has proven that, like, not only is Perry the smartest one, but he's also the most sane one of the bunch. But for years, it's always been, oh, Tom Brennan After Hours is so much better than Perry. Like, Tom has inserted himself as not just the wrangler, but more of the straight man. So, and like, everybody sort of looks to the comments, like, everybody goes to chat and says, like, shout out to Tom Brennan, or big up to Tom Brennan, or fuck Perry. That's usually how it is. Like, it's usually a fuck Perry, praise Tom sort of thing. And I think over the years, the more that he's been seeing that come in, the more it's gotten to his head. We have fun in Discord. No, we don't. Not while Testicle Tiger, the Toothless Tiger, and the minions are all looking about. They're all lurking. Yeah, God. I didn't realize I'd have to scroll quite a way to the pictures. I actually want to see Perry level up. He could, like I say, he could run a stream by himself. Oh, yeah, it might just be these fucking screenshots. This is him talking to Testicle Tiger. If they want to sit here and say, like, there's doxing occurring because Charnuts is Testicle Tiger, like, everyone knows this. She goes and tells people this herself. But doxing someone's Discord name is not the same as, like, lighting up someone's name and what you think is their area code on stream to over 1,000 people. I find it tragically ironic that a group of poser comedians happen to have the thinnest skin. I disagree with you, because Perry is the only one that has thick skin. And I say this because obviously he's fucking snapped his fuse. Like, Perry does not have, like, the thickest skin in the world, but he has pretty thick skin for what it's worth. Because obviously his whole bit is to just get angry. And I think in the early days, Tom was probably telling him to get more angry. But Perry, you gotta think about it. Perry has sat here and taken 5 years of constant deliveries, constant fucking, like, abusive tip comments and shit like that. You know, and he's sort of not batted an eye at it. Like, obviously there have been times where fucking Soviet Goat has sent in a tip comment and he's gone, I want you fucking dead! I want you dead! And there's like there's other ones where he's like, I'm turning off this fucking stupid stream. Obviously, there are times where it catches him, but like, if you put Tom Brennan in that situation, he wouldn't be streaming. Like, and this is why I say he wants what Perry has, like the limelight that Perry has, but he wants none of the effort it took. Like, he doesn't want to put in any of the effort it took to get there. And I mean that from Perry's perspective, in the sense that, like, he's had to take all of these fucking tip comments and this, that, and the other. There's footage of Cumby coaching Perry to overreact. You'd have to send that to me, but, like, I'm not surprised. I haven't seen it, but, again, I'm not surprised. Because he knew that, literally feeding lines to Perry to mimic. Ah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like, it's no secret that he's been speaking to Perry, and Perry probably does need a little bit of direction in that regard. But it's become now a lot more like there's no sort of like it's not directing Perry, it's trying to be the host with Perry, or trying to overshadow Perry, should I say. But yeah, I think I do think Perry's orbiters, like his staff team, have considerably thinner skin than Perry. And I think anyone that, like, walks around the internet, especially, proclaiming to have thick skin, especially in an email, a legal email that you're sending to someone, you probably don't have the thickest skin in the world. Like, he sort of brought, when I saw the comment of him saying he had thick skin, he sort of brought it up out of nowhere. He goes, yeah, I don't really care about this being said because I have thick skin. Do you know who else says that? DSP. He sits there and goes, yeah, I don't care about this Kino Casino stuff. I don't care about the hairbrush meme being sent in chat, but I am going to ban all mention of the Kino Casino. But I don't care. You're going to have to believe that I don't care. But I'm banning everyone that talks about it. Tom's threatened you multiple times. Yeah, again, it wouldn't fucking surprise me. He has called your fucking job. That's crazy. I think if I mean, he could give it a go, but I think he'd just be laughed out of the fucking room with most of the jobs. Like most businesses on the planet, like I think if they saw a man like this, like they'd just laugh it out of the fucking room. Unless you're doing some, like, customer-facing thing and all of that, and they think, oh, this might impact, you know, fucking how you are with customers. Where is that comment? I've just seen it come through, but I can't see it on my stream I've seen. Oh, okay, it was a message redacted, that's why. He said he'd contact my wife and show her things I've said on stream and how much I've spent to cause turmoil in my relationship. That's fucking crazy, but genuinely, this is why I wouldn't give, like, someone like him any form of personal information, because you know he's going to go on a power trip and use it straight away. It's the same reason why Pissman's stream got DMCA'd within the first, like, 20 minutes. This one's been going live for, like, 45 minutes, though. But, like, I haven't actually done anything yet, really. I haven't fucking... I've got Premiere Pro open, but I've just not fucking... I've not even put a fucking video into there. I keep saying the word fucking. I'd love to help. What can I do? I mean, there's not really, like... It's not really, like, any big cause. Like, it's not really, like, a fucking rebellion and all of that. Like, well, we need forces or anything like that. It's more so just... Well, I have fun, like, editing videos and stuff like that. So I have fun doing what I'm doing at the minute. And if I get to point and laugh at a lol cow while I do that, like, the most I would say, if anybody wants to help, like, just fucking watch. That's all you've really got to do. Like, if you find it funny enough, just sit there and watch. Because, like, eventually, they are going to just dig their own graves, and that's what they're doing at the minute. It's really, really bad when Testicle Tiger can go in chat and say Soviet Goat, why can't I speak? Soviet Goat, John Jimin, and Dustin Hedberg are all going around doxing people and then not provide any proof of it. Like, it's really bad when they do that, and then the dents in the chat don't believe it and say that they don't believe it. And then Testicle Tiger's response is, well, we're not here to make you believe it. So why fucking say it? If you're not there to, like, convince anyone, why even bother fucking talking about it? Like, if you've got proof, if she had proof, she would have sent it then and there. But she didn't. That's why she searched through the Discord. She probably typed the word dox in the top right corner, probably filtered it by, you know, the person she's looking for, to get a fucking proof, as we say. But, like, it's not really fucking proof to begin with, because her proof is, like, someone saying that they're going to dox someone or something like that. Her proof isn't actually just, like, all of the personal information being linked. It would have looked a hell of a lot more credible for Testicle Tiger if she just sent a message from Soviet Goat with the word doxing and then scribbled out the rest of the text down at the bottom, because then it would look like Soviet Goat has just sent someone's personal information, but she's had to blur it for their own privacy. But she was too stupid to fucking do that. So then you've just got a message from Soviet Goat saying, I don't dox people and don't condone doxing, but, like, here's this fucking thing or something like that. I can't remember how that message ended. I don't understand what all this stems from. Why ban people who pay PCL? Because they're thin-skinned. I think that's what it boils down to. They've been wanting to get rid of, like, Soviet Goat for fucking ages. But they've spun this narrative that Soviet Goat is running this, like, massive cult. And because they wanted to get rid of, like, huge numbers, I say huge numbers, most of the people in Discord, of which there was about 10 at the time, I suppose they just sort of sat there and was like, oh, they're going around doxing people. Which is like, all right, fair enough. But, like, no one's doxing anyone. So they've made up this lie, which has then got more people to speak out and be like, well, no, you're not telling the truth here. Like, I don't think Soviet Goat would do that, or I don't think Dustin would do that, or John Jimin, I don't think they would do that. And then it creates more discussion, wherein Testicle Tiger will then turn around and ban someone for speaking out about it. That's sort of the way it's gone, as far as I can tell. And it will just continue to snowball. Chances are I would have kept spending my money, but now I'm out. Inherently speaking, like, I know there's a few people that will, like, LARP on someone for putting money into the stream, but I don't have a problem with it, with Perry anyway. Like, with DSP, for example, you get nothing out of it. You get literally fuck all out of giving DSP money, because as soon as you give DSP enough money to make his tips goal, he then asks to make another tips goal in that same stream. So it is never ending with Phil. He will always just keep asking for money. But with Perry, like, at least you get some form of reaction out of him. With Perry, I feel like you're not really necessarily paying to just send a tip comment and hear his thoughts on something. You're paying more to send a tip comment that you know is going to get under his skin and make him scream. And that's sort of the beauty with PCL. And that's gone away a lot. It's gone away the more that they've tried to shoehorn stupid fucking AI clips of, like, Randy and all of that. Like, they're so clearly sent in by the mods. And this whole fake cookie narrative and stuff like that. I miss the times where you could get Perry to tell a story about his, like, childhood stuff. Or, like, growing up. And then people would hear something that he said in that story, latch onto it, and then start sending tip comments. Like, there was one time when Perry was, like, a teenager, and he told this story on stream, and I'm pretty sure it was for free. But he told it in response to something, and he said about how he hit a dog over the head with a skateboard, which is very, very fucking bad. But then you got people in his chat coming in going, oh, why did you hit the dog over the head with a skateboard? And then it went into, why did you kill this dog? Because obviously the dog's going to be dead now. It was fucking years ago. So it was all of that. Like, it was that made PCL really fucking good. But Perry doesn't really talk about himself that much anymore unless it's 1992, which everyone's heard 1,000 fucking times anyway. And everyone's sort of bored of it, I feel. Like, I think most of the people in the PCL chat now only laugh at the stuff that has been vetted that they can laugh at. Like Tony fucking slamming Perry into a chair. They'll sit there and laugh at that. But these are the same people that will then say that a Cinderblock being sent to his doorstep is elder abuse. And it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it as well. What I'm actually genuinely curious about is, does Tom think that the Wild Western movie is actually going to bring in money? Well, he has to release it first for it to bring in any form of money. And given how badly he's sitting on it, he's probably aware of how much of a fucking failure it's going to be. Unless it is like a Windy City Heat movie set in the Wild West. But then it's written by like a bunch of fucking creatively, comedically bankrupt, obsessed retards. So it's like, is it really going to be any fucking good? And to answer that, I sort of doubt it. Like, I wouldn't trust Tom Brennan to direct a fucking Windy City Heat type thing. Because, like, if it ever comes out, I will do a drinking game on stream. Well, I probably wouldn't be able to do a drinking game on stream, actually, because it'd get DMCA'd straight away if I fucking tried to restream the movie. But I would probably do a fucking drinking game of some kind where every time 1992 is mentioned in this Wild Western movie, if it's anything like that, I would take a shot. Unless it's supposed to be some actual movie and not like a fucking... not a fucking, like, an actual movie. I can't remember what I've just said. Fucking, I'm all over the place. But unless it's like some sort of actual fucking movie and not just like a parody. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Then it's probably just going to be really, really shit. I think like the best sort of movie to put Perry in is like one of them parody movies like Windy City Heat. But I don't think they would have done that because they're all creatively bankrupt. Like they've got nothing. He's going to be fucking dreading it. Garrett going to do the worst clips of it. I can't wait. Yep. I can't wait for fucking Garrett to sit there and clip the worst parts of it. And then at the end, plug the movie and say you've got to buy it. Say you can only buy it through Patreon. So you can only get the DVD through Patreon, where you have to pay $10 to get the credenza tier to begin with. Or better still, they do it through the fucking Discord stuff. They'd say, yeah, you've got to become a Discord member, and then you've got to pay $10 a month to be able to have access to, like, pay for the fucking movie. The staff want all the laughs and glory. I think... I can't speak about Jim and Garrett, really, because I'm not sure, but I think it's mostly just Tom. Testicle Tiger, I genuinely think Testicle Tiger is going to die moderating for PCL. As harsh as it is to say, I don't actually think she has anything left. I don't think she has anything in this world except for Perry Caravello Live. But she acts like she really cares for Perry and this, that, and the other. Well, if that's the case, why doesn't she grow a fucking backbone and speak out about all of this, like the fucking elder abuse stuff? We can only hope it's soon. To be honest, I mean, if Testicle Tiger did die, we'd lose out on all of this content, like the screenshot I'm showing here. Most guys are afraid of other cocks. Not me. Ha. I've never had two dicks at once. I'm not fucking surprised. I'm not surprised. Genuinely, like, this is going to be a horrible thing that I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. you would have to be fucked up on every drug under the sun to even look at Testicle Tiger that way. Like, she genuinely repulses me to such an extreme that I can't fucking fathom it. That's so stupid. I love cock. You need to have at least 2. I love that. At least 2. I've never had an aversion to cock. This is pretty bad. Even during sleepovers when I was a teenager, my friends and I used to whip out our cocks and jerk off to porn. Yeah, I used to play Soggy Biscuit with my friends in high school. Okay. I think that's more common than most men would like to admit. We were just crazy fucking horny, and we would even jerk each other off. It wasn't that big a deal. I assume that word's jerk there. I mean, what else could it be? She looks like trailer trash. I could not have said it better. But Jim actually lives in a fucking trailer. So who's the real trailer trash? Garrett almost cried on stream because we were complaining about the clipper rules in Discord. I should have clipped it before my Patreon ban. Yeah, Garrett is probably, I just really want to see like PCL come up here. They probably are watching because I think participants only come up when you start actually speaking in chat. And apparently we've got 25 fucking viewers here. So I refuse to believe that PCL doesn't know about the existence of this stream. Because Pissman had about 10. And they were fucking straight on it. Anyway, give me 2 seconds. That literally was 2 seconds. She looks like a woman that all of us have been yelling at a cashier. I've seen yelling at a cashier because she's been charged for extra gravy she didn't receive. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, the textbook definition of a Karen. Well, someone has to be here. Yeah, I kind of hope it's Testicle Tiger. Because if she wants to get on the air right now, like, if she wants to get on right now, because she fucking could. If she sent me a DM right now, I would 100% ring her up and she'd be on stream. Like, 100%. I would do it with any of the fucking mods because I think it'd be really funny. You're not restreaming their content yet. Well, true. But I don't think, like, because even if I do restream any of their streams, I'm going to be talking all over it. And you've all heard, like, how much of a fucking waffle artist I am. Let's clear the air, Testicle. True. Let's clear the air with Testicle Tiger. She very well could. Should we try and call into PWR? I'm on streamer mode, but he might answer. And I probably shouldn't. PWR, he fucking loves me. PWR, I've been on his show so many times. I actually quite like PWR. At 10 PM, TT and her boyfriend Brutal Pains moderate replayables. Do they? Well, they're gonna have to moderate this fucking chat. Actually, now that I think about it, how do you mod someone on here? I'm gonna have to look this up. How to mod on YouTube. Next to a chat message, click the menu and select add as managing moderator or add a so you can't just like add normal people. Like they have to be in the chat. Yes, by the looks of it, they have to be in the chat. Tell PWR to shout. I fucking should do actually. Brutal Pain's gonna tombstone the Cinderblockboys. Let me get a wrench. Do you know what? I'm gonna give Soviet Goat a wrench. I'll be your mod. I mean mod. One sec. We'll give a couple of mods out. Mod Scott. That's his first act as moderator, by the way, telling me to mod someone else. This is the point where Soviet Go and his minions are going to take over this stream. This is me keeping a very good eye on Soviet Goat, by the way, Testicle Tiger, if you're watching. I'm keeping a very, very strong eye on him by having him as moderator in this server. So if you could please tell Tom Brennan that all along I've been gay-opping and I'm really on the side of PCL. That would be great, thank you, if you could do that. We need enough bricks to form a wall around the Corolla. I think he's moved that Corolla. But Perry's like a creature of habit, so if there was ever an opportunity for him to put the Corolla back in the spot where it was, it would 100% be there. But I do think it'd be really fucking funny if Perry walked out to his Corolla one day and saw a brick there. Because I think he would genuinely lose his fucking mind. I can't believe they banned Soviet Goat. He was a legend. It was just too funny and creative. Yeah, I think that's a lot of the problem with the PCL fans. They're all too creative. And Tom doesn't like that. Unless the bit has been vetted by him, it can't be a bit in his stream. And it's not his stream, is the worst part. It's like PCL was always for the fans. PCL was never just like just a Tom and Perry thing. It was always a fan type of thing. We are gonna go to 54. It was like 56 or something, wasn't it? It was here. It was right here. I'm going to snip that off a little bit. Brutal Pain said he's a pro wrestler or was or something. Yet during high school, I worked with Donovan Danhausen, who is a legit wrestler for AEW, and he's never heard of Brutal Pain. Well, we have heard of Brutal Pain, so who's really in the right? It's like DSP when he said there were fucking women hanging off of his biceps in high school. I'm in charge now. Join my cult or I'll ban you. True. You don't want to try Soviet Goat. He's a man with nothing left to lose because he's been banned from PCL. He's got absolutely nothing left to lose. I'm a free agent. I support your right to lead a cult. Banned. Send bricks and mushrooms. I don't think mushrooms would even get a reaction out of him. But I think if the dead fish stuff was to start coming back, I think he would lose his fucking shit. The days of hiding fish in the credenza are sadly past us, but they were so good. Okay, yeah, this is where he goes and gets it. And then there's just a period of silence. And then it goes... Why did Tom mute the stream? Like, he's playing confused here. But, like, he fucking knows what it was. He knows why Perry's not brought the bag on. Because otherwise he wouldn't have muted the stream. There we go. That's where we'll end it. So we've got the start and finish point. This is sort of like how I do things. This is pretty much the only fucking clip I wanted from this video anyway. I don't know if there's anything else better, but we need to start sifting through after hours at some point, and it's going to be really, 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 really fucking unfun. How long until they steal his Windy City Heat trophy from him? Next Tom B week, he's gonna come round and steal the fucking trophy from him and say, you don't deserve this, Perry. I deserve it because I pretty much directed you through Windy City Heat. We need emotes on here. I think you need some form of like monetization for that. And I doubt the Cinderblockboys are ever going to get monetization. Bricks and Fish. Big Sal was a lot fatter than Brutal Pain. Tom B makes everything the Cinderblockboys does so much better. It's fucking true. Because this is the thing, yeah. If they didn't edit half of this shit out and if they just leaned into it, there would be no restream. There would be less Cinderblocks being sent. Like, they wouldn't fucking... People wouldn't bother. Like, I think if they drew light to the Cinderblocks, it would be less of the Cinderblock boys actually sending the bricks and more of the PCL supporters, the devout PCL supporters. That's what it would be. One can only hope as well that Dio Brando is in fact watching right now. I would at his alt, but I don't think he uses it. Well, to be fair, he's not, by the looks of it, he's just not even on Discord. Is he? No, he is on Discord. He's just on his main account at the minute. I don't know why he had to make an alt to get in here, like as if there was any other information that could be extracted from his Discord. Tom and Mark using the money, cashing on, and actually improve Perry's life. So, a lot of the only valid criticism I've really seen is that no matter what you say to Perry, he's going to vehemently refuse to move out, which would be valid if Tom B was not his wrangler and able to convince him to do loads of things. Like, Tom B has been able to convince him to shoot Skittles out of his shop vac through the patio. So I think Tom, if he wasn't swindling Perry, could very easily convince him to move out. I just think that the money's going somewhere else. Obviously, I've not got any proof of it because, you know, there's like, we would never have any proof of it unless someone did a fucking bank leaks thing like what happened with DSP, which is very, very illegal, and nobody would do that. Nobody should do that. So, like, you're never going to see fucking proof of where the money's going. But I do think Perry is just getting swindled. Like, I want a wrench now. I want to be cool. Okay. You can have a wrench. You can have a fucking a detractor wrench. Perry should have been evicted long ago. There's enough evidence on the stream. Yeah, but I think because that area's like so shitty, I think he's one of those ones that are like, he pays his stuff on time, so it's like, who the hell cares? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's sort of how they approach it. Like, sure, Perry might be annoying for like 3 days of the week, but he pays his stuff on time. He doesn't cause any trouble. Like, aside from the constant deliveries and screaming that he gets, he's probably quite a good tenant. Here's a tip: do not ever give me a wrench. He's nuked the stream. He's got my stream key and taken it down. Other people stealing cars on Reseda Boulevard love the blocks because they can put them under the axles when they steal tires. True, we're artificially boosting the Reseda crime ring. Like, I genuinely think, by the way, that there's like group chats that these DoorDashers have where they talk about the mystery of apartment 102. Like, every time someone gets in the fucking, every time someone gets 102 on DoorDash, they drop a message in the group chat saying, I've just got 102 today, and then you get someone replying like, what's the order? And then the guy follows up with fucking, yeah, 10 dead fish and a box of live cockroaches. And that's how it goes. They must just have a group chat. I would, at this point, I would contact the other dashers in the Reseda area and just be like if I was one of them, and just be like, look, we could make some serious money off of 102. Because all they would have to do is like do something a little bit crazy with the stuff. Like if I ordered a fucking cinder block and just asked for it to be put in the bag, they could make an extra $20 off of that. Ban Rito. Saying please like and subscribe. Let's get him out of here. Let's get him out of here. Let's get Rito Blue out of here. Official PCL ban. It's the first monetized ban. It's not monetized. I don't want to do this after hours shit. I really don't want to do this after hours because it's so boring. The view to like ratio is garbage. I won't stop saying this like a twat until the likes are 15. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Who's not liked and who's not subscribed? Like and subscribe. What the fuck? Banned on all platforms. Yep, the Cinderblockboys are not allowed anywhere. Anywhere at all. If you're a Cinderblock boy, you're gone. You're outlawed. Matter of fact, let me see if PWR is taking calls right now, because if he is...
Go see his parents.
He is taking calls. Okay, I'm going to get him live on air and get him to shout out the Cinderblockboys. You might hear this. He might not join as well, because I did call in earlier. But I really want to get him on here to shout out the Cinderblockboys. Let me move Stream Elements over. Stream Labs. I'm not going to tell him I'm streaming, though, because if I do, he might block me. He might get really angry. Can bots even hit the like button? You know good and well PCL is botted. Deadass chats. You can bot likes, as far as I know. But I don't know if you can bot like... I don't know if bots can like the stream. I do think they're botting though, because unless all of their viewers are banned chatters, I do think that fucking, you know, they're up to some shady business. Make sure to shout out 772 to apartment 102. I will try. I want PWR to answer. That's like the sort of the main thing. Just get him to answer. Because he might, if he sets his Discord status to idle, we'll know he's gone back to the game, and that would not be fun. I will, but I really want him to answer. But he might genuinely just not, because of because I've rang him before, and he likes to get a lot of people. Tom buys 500 viewers per stream for YouTube, but it doesn't make sense that like all of the other platforms have collectively 100 viewers between them at a push, but YouTube just has like 800. Especially when Perry was known for streaming on Twitch. Like obviously they moved because they got suspended on Twitch one time, but you never, ever, ever, ever see 100% viewer migration. And that's almost what it's implying. Like 100% of Twitch viewers would not move over to YouTube. You'd be lucky to get 50%. I wish Morrissey would have ended up like Leonard Skylands or the Big Boppers playing garbage band. The Home Depot corporate is really confused why they have a sales boom on bricks and cinder blocks in Reseda. Ah, he's gone offline. Bastard. He stopped taking calls. That's fine. We'll have to do it later. We'll have to get him on later. I don't think he's ended his stream. I can pull it up on my phone. I just can't really be asked. Have a look. Yeah, I don't think he's yeah, he's not ended his stream. Podcast starting soon. What the fuck is he doing? Now that I think about it as well, though, we are getting pretty close to DSP Smart Guys, which I did want to have a look at. I just wanted to see who his co-host was. Final Mystery Co-host and WrestleMania 41. Oh shit. Cinderblockboys are not subscribed to DSP Reacts. Let's get ahead of that before the stream begins. Then we can really get some talking going. Maybe DSP will shout out the Cinderblockboys. Who knows? Why is my Streamlabs doing this shit? I've broken it. I have actually fucking fully broken it. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I can see it fine now. What is the chat saying? Come bees tears. He also gets super pissed if you talk about Titanic conspiracy theories. Who has a PCL Discord alt? PCL Discord is fucking dead right now. Like, there's nothing going on. It's the same, like, 3 people talking. Cookie begged Perry for some disability money to buy him some new eyeballs. Great comment, happy days. Really funny. Cinderblock Boys Tiki Bar AI art incoming. If you like, if I sent anything like that in the PCL main chat, bro, I'd be gone straight away. What announcements have they made? Oh, this is really funny. So I did comment on one of the. They've probably banned me from commenting now, but I did comment on their latest short. It's probably been deleted. No, it hasn't. I said, shout out to the Tony Hawk PCL comment that definitely isn't just a previous Soviet Goat comment. Verbatim. Big ups. I thought that was really fucking funny. Yeah, new law, by the way. They're artificially reusing Soviet Goat comments, which is fucking hilarious. Like, it's really funny. How can you be that creatively bankrupt that you're reusing tip comments from a banned viewer? So, watch. Dio Brando is going to get into his own scuffle with the PCL crew because they're going to take his AI art one day and they're not going to give him any fucking credit for it at all. They're going to push it as their own art. They're going to use it for like a thumbnail in stream or something like that. And Dio's going to get upset that they've not credited him. And then it's going to be a whole like ordeal where they just fucking ban him. Like, they will just get rid of him. And I guarantee you, that's how it will go. You can see it coming a mile off. That's how it's going to be. And like, Dio's going to be really fucking upset over it. He said almost low, it's out of spite, but then you delete the message. Was that almost like it's out of spite? Yeah, no, that's what you were trying to say. It probably fucking is. It probably is. Like, what even triggered Dio? The farms weren't talking about him. Did he get himself scared playing Spy Master in hater channels? Yeah, so he says that someone else was sending him screenshots, and I think Time Objective was like talking about him, and talking about using the AI Tom voice that they had, that he made, and using it for detractor purposes, and then Dio ran to Soviet Goat. Yeah, I'll put a link for the Discord in now. Dio ran to Soviet Goat and was like, look, can you like protect me? Can you like fucking, help me out here and all of that? And I think Soviet Goat basically turned around and told him to just grow a set of bollocks, which is perfectly fucking valid because, you know, you can't disavow someone and then sit there and ask that same person to defend you. Like, what response are you expecting to get? But yeah. So that, like, I think Dio sort of got himself spooked, like looking at the Discords. I assume because he thought people were trying to like mobilize to attack him, but I don't think nobody cares about him that much. And then the rest of it was just sort of me baiting him. So I wanted to see if he was like genuinely silly enough to like private his Twitter and then join the server, and he was silly enough to do all that. And not that there's any repercussion, but he just got baited. Like, it's as simple as like he literally just got baited over the internet, which is really funny. I think it's time to put on some After Hours. I'm gonna put on his most recent one, and I don't mean that by upload date. By the way, shout out to Nutsack. He typed After Hours Tom B. This is the first thing that comes up. I'm gonna put this on. It's such a good video.
So, all right.
This is AI voice.
Good night, everybody. Have a good night. Thanks. Bye.
I'll read chat in a sec, by the way.
Eyes off.
This is such a good video.
These eyes off. Good night, everybody. See you next week. Oh, Friday. What am I talking about next week? Yeah, Friday.
I just wanted to highlight that in case in terms of DMCA stream based on a Nutsack video. See, he false DMCA'd this one before, but this is AI and it's really fucking good. So I'm just gonna do a shout out.
Hey, it's Tom Brennan from PCL here. You might have heard some stuff about some trolls lately, some deviant, homo-erotic, and frankly, some rather sexual stuff that I can't go into, as I had to use some of Perry's funds to turn this into a legal matter at some expense, might I add. But the reason I bring this up is because we need you guys
It's
to
really accurate to
fund
him.
more stunts due to how much this is costing me. I mean, Perry. And I don't want anyone to get angry at Charlotte for this, but this is really all her fault, as she is a sick sex freak. But hey, we don't kink shame here on PCL. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. So Joey's going to be getting in touch with you all, and I hope you can all give at least a $20 tip, because you hate to have to ban anyone from chat.
The ending part is brilliant. I'd hate to have to ban anyone from chat, so give a $20 tip. That's how it's going to be, like, from now on. It's genuinely just going to be DSP. They're going more and more in the DSP direction, sort of, like, every single fucking day. I wanted to take a look at the most recent After Hours. We're going to put it in 2x speed. That's sort of the only way I can get through these. The 21-minute video that I did earlier, I was watching it with Nutsack, and I had to warm myself up for it. It was in 2x speed. It's such a fucking slog to sit through. He's so boring.
Yeah, I just want to say again, amazing turnout tonight. Really,
I'm
really
gonna
gratifying,
put
because
captions on as
coming
well.
up with, or thinking about doing not after hours.
Funnily enough, I could just sit here and mute him,
A lot last year. Keep in mind, myself,
because like, what are they gonna do?
we don't have
The
very good
MCA
jobs, so
fucking
it's a
ending
chore to
screen.
stream every night, and my schedule isn't what it used to be. I used to be able to do.
God, he's so boring.
After hours all the
Like,
time. It's funny, I go back to these old
it
streams
is just
when we were
DS.
doing
It's
this
just
podcast, like,
DSP's
after
pre-stream
hours.
podcast.
Like, how many freaking after hours?
This
is
is level 1
I think I'm gonna talk
podcast.
about it now. But it's
That's a fucking light bulb idea. Because I want to start doing like After Hours. I'm gonna title it the Level 1 Podcast with Tom Brennan. That's so good. That's so good. Oh my god, that's fucking good. One in chat if that's a good idea. Level 1 Podcast with Tom Brennan. That's fucking brilliant. Begging for PayPals to get the same tired crowdsource done. Dude, yesterday, well, it was this morning for me. I was on a call with Nutsack, and I wanted to show the amount of times that fucking Jim would message me and ask for money for a crowdsource. Like, these are the end of the DMs, and this is just like where I thought it was just super fucking boring. I'm just gonna add it as an image. One's in chat. Yes, sir. I'll be doing that. I'll probably, because I can't seem to focus while I'm on the stream. But I'll probably do that like as soon as I turn it off. Where the fuck have I just saved this to? Probably just downloads, huh? Yeah. This is like my more recent conversations with Jim. So after this, like, I stopped messaging him. I didn't message him. He stopped messaging me at some point. But his job on stream is literally just to grift. And it's like, who remembers when the fucking crowdsources used to be like $100? So Perry must wear the pickle costume he received from Mailbag or Friday. That would be a $100 thing. But what they've started doing now, and it's like it's the same thing that DSP does, by the way. They won't tell you how much the crowdsource is, and they won't tell you how close they are to the crowdsource goal. Because, like, let's say they're $20 off the crowdsource goal, and you think it's quite a funny crowdsource, and you think, oh, I'll just put like $20 in. Then you've covered the cost of it, but they don't tell you that anymore. So people just like, what happens is they basically just drum up enough money. Like, they must easily be getting more than $100, because you think about this. At this time, I didn't speak in main chat. I wasn't active at all. Most of these times where he sent these messages, I was sat at work. You can see he messaged me at 2 a.m, 3 a.m. Like, all of these times I was at work. And obviously I'm not watching the stream, so it doesn't benefit me at all. And even if it did benefit me, like, it's not fucking funny, and Perry wouldn't be able to understand most of this. I have a little bit more to say, but like, I really need to go for a piss, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I hope Pissman is very happy with the cute and funny gift of warm, lovable piss he's just received. Anyway, yeah, so like I was saying about like Jim, most of these offers not only like aren't that funny, but most of them, do you fucking expect Perry to be able to take his boogie board, stand by his sliding glass door, do a run and jump onto the couch to show us his boogie boarding skills, and do this 3 times and then shout phrases like hang 10, which implies different phrases as well with each jump? Do you think that A, Perry is not going to fucking break his sofa to begin with? B, he's going to even accept that offer to begin with because it's going to be like fucking, no, I'm going to break my back. Which, to be fair, as a 61-year-old man, he fucking might. But then, do you also think he's going to be creative enough? Perry, as a 61-year-old man, do you think he's going to be creative enough to sit there and, like, come up with other surfer dude phrases other than hang 10? Like, he's just going to jump into his chair, if he did this, I don't know if he did this, every time, and just go, hang 10, hang 10, hang 10. Like, he's not going to make up different phrases. The pickle costume is fine, like, but like, again, it used to be like 100 max for a costume. But like, this is when they started getting real grifty with it. I mentioned the Rhea's diaper one to Nutsack. I was like, this was the last one that Jim sent me, and I read it, and I was like, this is so convoluted that even I'm struggling to follow on with it a little bit. How the fuck is Perry supposed to be able to follow along with it? Like, you can't have Perry improv. He can barely remember a single phrase at a time. Exactly my fucking point. So, like, how do you think he's going to sit here and remember paragraphs worth of crowdsource offers? Perry cooked the brains on his Foreman grill and take a few bites. If a guest would like to try, that's cool too. Hit me up. That's all it was. Like, this went on for months, by the way. It was just Jim grifting. He did send a funny one though, and that was peel the bananas and fire them out the shop vac at a target on the patio. Any interest, hit me up. Like, any funny ones, like really funny ones like that one I was watching. I think it was only the one. I did leave a tenner. I was like, but yeah, that's quite fucking fun. But even if I did leave that 10, even if I didn't leave that 10, the crowdsource would have still happened because enough people would have given money. Apparently as well, Dio Brando is getting really discounted prices on AI. But apparently it only happened for one stream because they really need like AI people. Ha! Garrett has uploaded a new video, the land scam. Let's oh no, that's not a new video. No, it is, and it premieres in 18 minutes. So we've got a choice. We either watch the land scam or we find out who the new Smart Guys host is. And I'll be watching the Smart Guys video. So, but like Garrett, I'm convinced he just somehow manages to find like the worst clips of Perry and thinks, "Fuck it, let's do it." I cannot wait for him to find his hidden CDs. It's gonna be so exciting. Exactly, the CD that he hid in the credenza and then didn't even hide it like well. Who remembers when he was putting fucking fish in like boots and shit like that? That was good. He would put the fish in the fucking boots and like forget about them, and they'd sit there for like weeks and just get moldy, and then you get a Patreon call and you go, "Tom, I've just found a fucking fish in my shoes. I'm not doing this fucking stream anymore." That's how it'd go. I kind of wish I downloaded some of the Patreon stuff while I was there. Hidden CDs, hidden pizza, hidden fish, comedy gold. It was funny until like it was. I think it's funny when it's fish, and like when it's food items. it, like, again, it's not morally right. Of course it's not. Like, hiding fucking food around it, like, a amnesiac fucking, I don't know the word, what's, dementia riddled, there we go. Fucking 61-year-old's house. Like, of course he's not going to remember where they are, and they're just going to start rotting. But according to, I can't remember where I saw this. It might have been, what's it called? Kiwi Farms. But apparently Villa La Paloma recently have, like, actually had a fucking roach problem. Apparently, like, aside from Perry trolls, what's this? This surely can't be 102. It's not 102, obviously. I've lived here for a little over a year. Paula is an amazing manager. Anytime there's been an issue, my biggest issue and the lack of 5 stars has been the quality of living on the 3rd floor. The apartment also has cockroaches coming from outside the residence that has made its way into my residence. This photo of the apartment with cockroaches is attached. This neighbour never takes their dogs outside of their residence, allowing them to alleviate their bathroom needs inside the residence, which also contributes to their dogs yelping for attention and care. I do not recommend living on the 3rd floor of this apartment complex, as it's been a horrible experience. Dio is going to be upset when they throw him away like all the other legends. Yeah, he will, because he's like Testicle Tiger in the sense that they genuinely don't have anything else to live for. But like Dio seems to just find something new. Oh, here we go. Nice pool and very clean environment at Lobby Plaza. Very noisy. I go to visit my boyfriend in the 100 building every week. But it seems there was always some strange noises and smells coming from apartment 102. I saw the tenant living there the other day too. He's really greasy and he's not even Italian. Yeah, so a lot of these are just like, a lot of them are like Perry troll reviews. And I think the owner knows that. But yeah, apparently the roach problem is quite a real thing. A lot of shady people coming and going throughout the building. Oh, brilliant. Well, I guess I've just doxed Villa La Paloma. Numbers right there. Dio will find out it was all wasted effort. Yeah, and then he's gonna want a place in the detractor communities, and the detractor communities aren't going to accept him. It's gonna be like a whole fucking I think this is why Testicle Tiger is still sort of clinging on to Perry, because, like, fair enough if she's got some genuine sort of like care for Perry, but I don't think she has any care for like the rest of the stream. But I think, like, if she ever gets banned, she genuinely is going to have nothing left to live for. Because you've got to think, these are like the last years of her life and she's spending it moderating PCL. Dio made his bed. Well, exactly, yeah. Like, I wouldn't even say, like, oh, I fucking hate these people. Like, I don't really... Outside of looking at them and laughing at them, I don't really give much of a shit. And I think that's sort of the best way to stay. But, like, just Dio is so funny. You've got a good streaming voice, says Dustin. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is an interesting bit of Cinderblockboys lore, I guess. Because I can't, like... Well, I mean, I can, I just really don't like it. Listening to my own stream, I don't really like hearing the sound of my own voice that much. Which is funny, because everyone else seems to say the exact opposite. Hey, look, a new fan. Well, I guess everyone's a new fan at the minute. Everyone's a new fan of the Cinderblockboys. So the new fan comments are permitted, and they're not banned comments. I don't like the British filter, right? Well, I don't like that fucking blue wrench next to your name, and you know who's got the power to take it off? Me, so you're banned. A new fan. Well, I guess everyone's in... Ooh. But mine's in 2 times. Huh. You're banned, bro. You're gone. Cinderblockboys. New fan at the minute. Where's this after hours video? Let me go back to it, because I tried really hard to care about Perry and everyone involved until I couldn't. I think a lot of people probably do still care about Perry. Like, it's crazy how Perry's always painted as like the bad guy, but he actually like isn't. Perry's just sort of trying to make his money. He's a bit of a fucking, like, he is a bit of a fuckwit sometimes, but that's sort of the beauty of Perry. Him being a fuckwit. Like, at least that's how I see it. Give me 1 second as well. I need to check. I'm not going to bother mute my mic. You'll be able to hear me. Because I start work earlier tonight. But yeah, I guess it's tonight. But I've booked holiday, so I need to see what days the holiday days are. And they give you a sheet for it, so I'm just going to check live on stream when I've got holiday. Because I think it's soon. I think it's really soon. I can't remember what days I booked off specifically, but I'm pretty sure it's really soon. But once I get through these 3 days, like, there's sort of, you know, fuck all. Yeah, once I do these 3, I've got 2 more, and then so what days did I book off? 28 and 29. Holy shit. Sex have a 420 band fan. What's going on here? I'm trying to watch After Hours, but because Tom's so boring and like I'm just having fun talking in the chat, that's kind of what I'm doing. So it's like I'm trying to start editing stuff, but I can't do it, dude. Okay, so yeah, 28th and 29th. Huh. Not long now then. Holy shit. Yeah, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna try and put this on for 10 minutes.
It's very gratifying to know that people showed up, because I was like, all right, well, we're gonna do. I was looking at Tuesday, Thursday, and
Please,
Tuesday
it's
not a
so
normal stream
hard
day.
to
I don't want to mess
watch.
with a normal stream day, because then people be on record. I'm not gonna say, oh, Meteor's all of a sudden on Rumble. I'm not gonna do that. Well, I'm gonna do that right now.
And the worst part is I need to slow it down a little bit.
You can't really complain too much. We don't normally stream on Tuesdays anyway. So, and Tuesdays also
Time Travel Tuesday. Who remembers that?
It's the hardest day for all of us, because Monday, by far, Monday Night PCL is the busiest stream of the week. It's bigger than Friday. There's more numbers on Friday. It's busier than Friday. It's the busiest one of the week. That's the main event. Monday Night PCL is the main event. So Tuesday.
Appreciate you right back.
Especially last night wasn't so bad because we ended at a reasonable
Subscribed.
time. It was only 5 hours.
Subscribe to the Cinderblockboys. You weren't subscribed before. Crazy.
So bad, but normally, anyway,
Thank you, Fat Shaddy Daddy, for subscribing to the Cinderblockboys.
Transition to this.
I need to sort
so
like
that's why I was thinking
animations and stuff like that, but I thought I'd just fucking leave it for now because nothing would go off anyway.
But it just leaves me with almost no turnover.
I was wrong.
Work to like life to like eating dinner.
Old school. This is from the 25th of March.
And that's why
year.
I don't want to go crazy. I think we were over like maybe 4 hours and 20 minutes tonight or something.
It was
like that, right?
about a month ago,
hours, which is fine. We're right about right. It's about where I want them to be. Some people ask me all the time, what's my ideal length for a PCL stream? Honestly, it'd be 3 to 4 hours. I know we're never going to get to 2 hours.
3 to 4 hours is the
just
ideal
the way
length for a
Perry
PCL stream, by the way.
Between deliveries and Perry's slow movements and everything, there's just no way. And I was saying last night on the stream, I mean,
you could just ban deliveries. That is as simple as that. He could just ban deliveries. This stream, by the way, has nearly got more likes than like this After Hours that's been up for a while. Relax, grab a cocktail and your smoking jacket. It's time for PCL After Hours. Oh, is this the fucking Rumble stream?
It doesn't mean it doesn't work. That's another lie.
Is this the stream that they did just on Rumble? Ban Reto. He wants a sitcom. Right, Reto, you're banned. You're banned. You're banned. You're banned, dude. Perry's another $25. Perry facts, 100% true and verified by Perry's own words on stream, Twitter, and his former Instagram account. Proof can be provided on request. 1. Perry's briefcase of secrets holds his legal papers and resume. Soviet goat has just proven that he can't count. He goes straight from 1 to 3. Straight from 1 to 3, Soviet goat. Come on. Come on. I'm disappointed. But this proves that the briefcase of secrets is what it was always called. And it was not the briefcase of lies. How many viewers does After Hours normally get? It ranges anywhere between.
It's very.
Here we go. I've got a fucking. It ranges anywhere between like 100 views to like 1,000. So not many. Right? Can I get back on this fucking?
But we make sure that Perry pays attention to each one. That's the engagement. That's the.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, sort of. That's a Tom B troll. He'd get confused. Yeah. What are you talking about? Question mark. Who's a Tom B troll? Have I got a Tom B troll in my chat as a mod? Everyone's a Tom B troll, dude. If you don't agree with Tom B's policies, you're a troll. If you don't think Cookie's crimes is funny, you're a fucking troll. I've suffered maybe 3 After Hours. I used to watch like After Hours way back in the day. Like never fucking 1 to 3 in the Tom's tip. Oh, I get you. That's fucking funny. That's like the DSP stuff that's just been discovered. Look, we're going back to DSP again. The DSP stuff that's just been discovered recently. If you spell a word, but you miss a letter out, he can't read that word. Like, he genuinely can't. Someone said liquor and missed off the R, and Phil spent 5 minutes trying to decipher what that word was until someone in chat told him what it was. And then he proceeded to call the guy who gave him money a fucking idiot because he couldn't spell the word liquor. But, like, DSP spent 5 minutes trying to figure out what the fucking word was. And the best part is, he's playing a game at the minute, Blueprints, wherein it requires him to have some form of knowledge to be able to, like, decipher codes and shit like that. And he's not got a fucking clue what's going on. His chat have to handhold him. It's so funny. But yeah, I can really see that. Just because of how similar Tom is to DSP, I can really see that just fucking ruining him. Like, he's thinking, 3? Huh? Where's the 2? Where's the 2? Soviet goat, you missed off a 2. So we're going to have to play it as it is. But, there's no 2, so if you want to send in the 2, go ahead. Or something along the lines of that.
Because there's nobody like Perry. And I know, like, other people who stream and various topics, various things, they always have ebbs and flows. Like, oh, they're not doing so great now. Their numbers are down. People,
Huh. I'm gonna timestamp this. We'll say it started at, like, fucking 3 minutes and 38. Let me just timestamp this real quick. because what I want to do is I want to make like an intro segment. After hours 3. We'll say 3:40. I want to make like an intro segment for the Cinderblockboys with Tom saying silly shit like this. Like how Memology does it. I really like the way Memology does it. Like DSP's phantom money quote is one that makes me laugh every time. Like the video starts and he goes, "Oh, this money, this phantom money that I just didn't have, got charged to my credit cards." And like this is why I really want to find the clip of Tom saying about how you should like max out your parents' debt or something like that. But this one's quite good.
People are always going to be here. People don't give a shit about me. People don't give a shit about any one of us except Perry. Perry's fascinating. There's nobody like Perry. So there's always going to be an audience for Perry. They want to get, whether you want to talk to him about 92 for the millionth time.
Well, we'll sort of end it at like fucking 4:15, we'll say. But I'm not going to use a 45-second clip in an intro.
Where you want to do this or that, and I want to add other elements where I'm working a lot on these AI voices for the super tip system.
Yeah, we know, and the shit. Like the voices themselves aren't like horrible. Like I think they can be done right, but I just think like sending in a fucking AI Randy voice to talk about Cookie's crimes is just shit. It's just shit. Like, it's just really fucking bad. It's not funny. But, as well, I will say this, like, Tom loves to jump straight to legal action, but I'm pretty sure there is something criminal in using voices of people like that and not asking for their permission, especially if you're making money off of it.
They're super slow to implement, and some of them don't come out right. Like I had an Andrew Dice Clay, and it didn't sound anything like him when they came back with it. So I'm a OCD perfectionist with that stuff. Like George,
I wonder what would
George
happen
Foreman,
if Randy
when
was to
he
complain.
Was put into
I've been
the
asking
system,
for a Dizak
it just
voice
didn't have
for
his
years.
cadence. It didn't sound right.
Yeah, I
was like,
would quite like a
and I think
Dizak voice.
The guy that does it maybe got annoyed with me. Like this, I don't want to do that. So I work on the clip. I got to go in like on the internet, YouTube mainly, and find instances of him talking for the AI to pick up on his cadence. And I don't want it to be an interview because he's flat. I wanted it to be like infomercial. Mainly it was from infomercial George Foreman when he's doing the grill. So I'd have to edit his segments only, and then
you could do this with Tom Brennan. They owe Randy so much money. 100% true.
That sample nailed it.
100% true. You think the amount of times 92 has been mentioned? Randy has been mentioned.
That's I don't know where
PCL
it is,
just went live with a stupid mate. Yeah, I've seen that.
To pull her clips,
Garrett put it in the main. I'm going to wait a few minutes though, because I want to watch the DSP thing. I want to see a Smart Guys co-host.
Where she's just
but fucking DSP takes like 20 minutes to start his stream up anyway. Like, he'll just sit there with his slideshow. Tom didn't do anything with the AI voices other than send them a list, and they found the real voices and cloned them with AI. He's always working so hard. It sounds like he's working really hard. Land Scam Premiere, yeah. Okay. Well, I was trying to like pull it up on my other fucking monitor. I thought there was ad block on it, but apparently not. And that's the first thing I get. Kenny is a Cinderblock boy. That's also kind of what I wanted to do with the Cinderblockboys. Just start like claiming fucking big characters like that. Because like, let's be so real with it. Nobody's making any money off of Cinderblockboys. So you might as fucking well. There's a Kenny AI voice coming in. Tom claims to have pulled the sample they used to generate the AI, but that's not like difficult.
For a lot, and so Casey Anthony, hopefully coming soon, who's obsessed with Perry, and
like if you search fucking George Foreman, you'll find George Foreman talking.
I want to do Gilbert Godfrey because again, if Perry doesn't know they're dead, they're alive. As far as we're concerned, I actually wrote down a note tonight because he mentioned Robert Blake. He doesn't know, so if he doesn't know Robert Blake's dead, I'm putting
86K worth of Cinderblock.
So coming soon, Robert Blake. I think O.J. Simpson
Jesus,
is
this
fair
is so
game because I
boring.
don't think he knows that O.J.'s passed away. I think that's fair game. Yeah, the dumb.
Yeah, but what's the point? Like, what's the point? Perry's not going to sit there and go, "Oh my fucking god, O.J. Simpson's just asked me about the '92 story. Fuck you, O.J. Fuck you." Wilford Brimley is a Cinderblock boy. True, he is a Cinderblock boy through and through.
I know that's a little edgy. Let's see. And Wilford Brimley, and I was inspired last night because somebody sent in.
Yeah, there we go. He's mentioned.
Somebody sent in a Wilford Brimley tip. I was like, I would love, and I got to write out what they say in the intros too. So I
Wilford Brimley, he supports the Cinderblock boys. Tom Brennan supports the Cinderblock boys. He's just confirmed that. He has just confirmed that much. He's lazy, and the only ones who may have helped with is Randy and Amy, if that even sounds like it. Well, this is also like, when I first heard the Amy tip comment, I was like, I thought to myself, I was like, is that even fucking Amy? Like, they could just use any fucking AI voice. Well, I've got hiccups. They could use any AI voice and pass it off as her. And, like, I don't think anyone would be any the wiser. Maybe Dio would. No, I'm taking the piss.
I put Wilford Brimley as, this is Wilford Brimley, and I'd like to talk to Perry about diabetes. Now
They're not going to do Wilford Brimley anymore because we've said he's a Cinderblock
luckily, I was able
boy.
to find his diabetes commercials. So this is kind of what the sample sounds like.
When you first find out from your doctor you got diabetes and you're handed a fistful of prescriptions, it can be mind-boggling. And you'll ask yourself, how in the world am I going to...
Amy's is the worst. Yeah, probably because it's not her.
This is Fran. These are just this is the raw sample that the AI has to interpret. And, so this is Fran.
So, like, with Tom's AI then, like, with the AI software he's using, all you would really need to do is stick one of these after hours in there and you would have a full fucking Tom Brennan AI video. Like, you would have a Tom Brennan AI voice, which... God, I need to find out how to do that.
Honey, are you?
The content I could make with a Tom Brennan voice where I could have it say whatever I wanted it to say would be fucking beautiful. I could make my own Perry Caravello streams.
Oh, gorgeous. You look just like a virgin. Here, I brought you some crackers for your morning sickness.
No more John diapers or
you know
Soviet
me.
goats or
It was
Nazis.
excruciating going through Fran because you have to cut out the
True,
laugh
yeah.
track, you have to cut out the other person's dialogue.
There's just
so I spent
Randy's
a lot of
coming
time
in.
on
There's
it.
no
I hope Fran
Soviet
works
goats.
out. So anyway, that's a little what goes on.
This
there,
looks
and I
like it
still wanna
was
add
the
some other
Rumble
people.
stream, by the way.
And I'm always open to suggestions. I'm always writing down little notes. You can't stand her voice, Blade Runner. Well, that's kind of the point, right?
He's always open to suggestions until those suggestions turn up at Apartment 102's front door in a blue Lowe's bag.
She's got a very distinctive voice, and Perry doesn't like, and that's the thing with the
No
guys
fan
that do
characters,
the
only
super
Tom
tip
and his
system,
characters.
they-
Exactly.
They really fought
Only
me
Cookies,
on
Crimes, and
allowing to do
1992
voices
will be
and
talked
having
about.
the person's name on the comic.
Tony can tell you exactly how to do it and where you can do it for
You
free.
hear Gordon Ramsay, it
Yes,
says Gordon Ramsay. Otherwise,
I would love to know
normally
that.
the system would had it where it would say Tony
that's about the AI
Pantalone,
stuff, I'd love
and
to
then
know.
Gordon would be talking, but that breaks the reality. And they were like, yeah, we can't do that, because we don't want people. And I was like, well, then I'm not using your system. And then all of a sudden they did an about face because they know the kind of engagement we get. Okay, we'll do it for you. And then they did it. Now it's great. So
smart guys.
but just an example of people just don't understand Perry.
I'm gonna mute it.
I might do a fake Perry like me. I actually recorded myself as a fake Perry, like saying I might have that as an option for something. I really wanted to click in where.
Yeah, I'd love to hear Tom Brennan do a fake 30 detractors during a PCL premiere. It's brilliant. I'd love to hear Tom Brennan though do a fake AI voice of Perry. That would be great. Tom loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, what he wants people to pay, by the sounds of it, he wants people to pay to send in a tip comment of him saying something in like a fake Perry voice. And, credit to Tom, when he used to do the Tom's tips, he used to read them out like very well. Like if Soviet Goat would tell him like at the start to just say like fucking the police are at your door or something like that, Perry would start scrambling and then there would be something like fucking pause for like a minute or so while Perry scrambles, and then it would be like, "This was just Soviet goat, you stupid fuck," or something like that. Like, obviously, Soviet goats never said that. It was just the first thing that come to my head. But the way that those tip comments were constructed were actually quite good, and I will give him credit for that. I think he was doing that like the best, because it perfectly got a reaction out of Perry like that. If you're funnier than PCL, you get kicked, but if you teach them to be funny, you get kicked. Yeah, you're sort of fucked either way. Like, they want to encourage the creativity of the fans until the creativity of the fans is better than what they've got going on. Inherently, I don't think like sending bricks is the most funny thing in the world, but I think it's funnier than like the cookies crime shit going on at the minute. And I also think it's really funny that they've started using the term derail the stream, because that's the same term that Phil Burnell uses. Like, the parallels between Tom Brennan and DSP are just like so fucking, they're so blatant at the minute. Tom must end the stream in his dark, lonely, empty room and daydream about being the star that he's not, while he pats himself on the back and tries, he can't reach past his shoulder. So Tom's room wouldn't be dark because his girlfriend would be sat on the other side of the room, recording an OnlyFans video with a PCL fan.
Voice can read the super chats. And
by
stuff.
the way, because I've seen Tom's girlfriend, like, I have to ask, why would you want to do anything with Testicle Tiger? Like, God, his girlfriend's not like unattractive by any means. I don't know if they're still together, but like, they were together at the time. Cat cucks Tom B on OnlyFans. True. But like, why would you want to do anything with Testicle Tiger? Do you have a pic of her? Yes, she was really on OnlyFans. I don't really feel too good about fucking sharing it, because then it does lend credence to the whole, oh, these guys are going around doxing people type thing. And I sort of want to give them like as little ammo as they can get. It's probably all on the Kiwi farms, or it might be in the Discord. I don't know. It might be in the Discord. But yeah, I don't want to give them any fucking ammo. Like, I don't want them to sit there and like screenshot the stream and say that I was doxing people and all that, because I wasn't. Barry was on OnlyFans. Yeah, he was. He wasn't getting off with PCL fans though on OnlyFans. I'm sure he would if it were up to him, but she's just some lady. Yeah, true, but we know what fucking Tom Brennan. That pic is just a fat chick, glasses, fat tongue. That's one of the ones that I've seen. That was the PCL fan who was fucking on the stream with like Tom's girlfriend. That's the guy. That's the guy. I don't think she's got glasses, but she's a big girl.
Like that, rather than the TTS voice on occasion. I would love that.
But yeah, you could probably find it all on
Amy's
the farms.
Voice is just a generic. Amy, I had a real hard time with Amy because obviously I have no idea what Amy sounds like.
Well, there we go. He's just confirmed it. We were talking about it literally like 10 fucking minutes. This is DSP, bro. This is DSP. Like, with DSP, you can talk about something and 10 minutes later it'll give you the answer you wanted to hear. And Tom Brennan has just done the same fucking thing. Like, we've just sat here. We sat here and said about the Amy voice not being Amy's real voice, and he's just said it. Who is this creature?
hosted a show called 5 Pounds of Gunt.
Whoa. Does anyone know who this is?
Only 5 pounds. It was supposed to be 10 pounds of Gunt, like the 10 pounds of gold NWA title, right? But
is this some Ethan Ralph
I actually am
or something
retarded
like that?
A little bit stupid, frankly. What can you do? And I got the math wrong. I said 5, but it was 5 pounds of Gunt.
Maybe a note from me, Phil. Bring on Ralph.
Ran for about a year.
Rapper.
You know, we had a good time. It was fun. It was actually
not bad.
2020. We had a good year run of it. Like we went to, you know, that year's WrestleMania. We didn't
Jim
go.
PCL
we covered that year's
as
WrestleMania. You know, we covered some stuff afterwards. Eventually, though, like all great things, all great internet shows, ended up in a blow up of drama. Where we just, it was live on air. The final episode of 5 Pounds of Gunt, which is on my channel right now.
Does anyone actually know who this is? Hang on, Phil will say at the start.
Pre-show hype. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here tonight broadcasting live.
No, he's so fucking fat. He's so big that the wolf's got a gunt.
On YouTube and on Kick. And with me tonight is my third and final... Where is my third and final co-host? Hello?
Yeah.
What the hell?
My laugh does not sound like DSP is just so incapable of having any social interaction with anyone. Like, the guy's just pretended to, like, burst out of the fucking wall and do, like, this comedic little bit for smart guys, and DSP's just sat there going, Like, how are you 43 years old and you can't have a conversation with another human being and just, like, encourage the bit or something?
Oh!
Hello, Phil.
Hello, it's someone on the internet who you might know, or you might not, whose name is Gahul. And ladies and gentlemen, my third co-host here on Smart Guys, now for the WrestleMania build-up show, is actually the Shockmaster in the flesh. But no, that was the Shockmaster gag. Very well done, by the way. Nice, you pulled that one off. Looked really good.
Nothing like a dated wrestling reference. Soulless.
I hope it went well. I mean, I didn't fall, did I? I didn't trip.
It looks like his nose is running as well. Yeah. Who? This is what I mean. Who the fuck is it? Phil doesn't link their accounts either. Like, so, like, none of these guys are getting any promotion out of it.
So, Snacks, this was a real person who went online by Snacks. This wasn't a catfish. This was actually a real person who existed.
A real woman. Man. A real woman who wanted to have e-sex with TPP, which is great for him.
Oh! What? Is no fucking way, no way is this like some Kino detractor or something like that? Holy fucking shit.
So this whole blow up shit happened. We stopped doing the show because I got mad at this guy for hanging out with this girl named Snacks. And if you want more in-depth details, I made like a 2-hour documentary about this on my channel as well. It's called Conspiracy Theory. Great video, my magnum opus, really. But
so Snacks, this was a real person who went online by Snacks. This wasn't a catfish. This was actually a real person who existed.
A real woman who wanted to have e-sex with TPP, which is great for him. Yeah, if he more power to him. Frankly, I understand that.
So, conspiracy theory, he said. And you can't find it. Awesome. It's just, yeah.
Really, not
back
very
into
fun
the drama.
Stuff. And, you know, they would send him, like, they would draw, take photos where he had them put their heads in the toilet. You know, he would send them foot pics and, you know. Well, he was eating this one girl. Snacks.
No, because the casino are just going to ruin Phil. They're just going to desecrate him. He's such a fucking idiot. This is literally Tom Brennan in a nutshell. Because instead of ignoring everything, they're drawing more attention to it. And like instead of Phil just like ignoring the casino, moving on, not talking about them, he can't help himself but talk about them. And this is what he's doing right fucking now.
E-girl, who, by the way, he cheated on a previous previous Irish e-girl who I don't know that person's name, but he had a
How do you
previous
cheat?
e-girl-
Wait. How do you cheat on an e-girl? It's not a real relationship. How could you be cheating? I don't even. What?
I know. Well, he
Let me
was
have a look
dating
at
this one.
Gahul. That's his name apparently, but maybe it's spelt wrong. Oh no, here's his YouTube channel. 2.9k subscribers. Okay, so if we search the word Gunt, I'm looking for his documentary. By the sounds of it, he's just some fucking like Kino detractor, and that's why they're having this like drama right now. DSP is a classic case of someone fully incapable of reading the room. It's basically a superpower to him. Fucking exactly. But Tom can't read the room either. Huh. He is the third smart guy's host.
I mean, here's the deal. At the end of the day, what was going on, if he wants to do this with his e-girlfriend, it's whatever. But at the time, and then maybe I was a little bit overzealous with this, I was a very much heavy no e-girl kind of guy. I'm like, e-girls are a really bad influence on you. I felt bad for my friends. Like, listen, man, I could tell. And we had some arguments back and forth. He chat-talked me with his friend Godwinson. They talked shit about my family,
189
right?
people watching, by the way.
You know,
like,
in that sector
dead.
of the world, it was fair game. But I got a little bit heated. I got mad. And I said, you know what? You want to talk shit about me? Well, I got some crazy shit about you, man. So I'm going to make a video about you. About this e-girl. I said, I'm not going to make a video about PvP. I'm going to make a video about this e-girl. And he knew about this, and he was like, you know, we knew this before this stream. We knew about this. I told him like months ago that I was going to do this. And then on this 5 Pounds a Gun, he starts confronting me like, oh, you're gonna try and burn me with this stuff. It's like, well, listen, man, you're associating with this e-girl. And
so, okay, I heard PPP allude to like he knew who it might be. Maybe he actually fucking did. I wouldn't have guessed this guy because I don't fucking know him. Send DSP Cinderblocks. Honestly, you probably could, but like his first port of call is just, I'm calling the cops, dude. They're threatening my life. That's how it would go. But I'm not gonna watch the rest of this. I'm just gonna keep it 100 right now. Like, if anything interesting happens, I will know about it. Yeah, if anything interesting happens, I'll find out. John Jimin, is that your Kenny picture? Ha! No fucking way. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. I'm showing this off on stream. No fucking way. This has just been sent to me by the goat, by the way. Fuck right off. I mean, it's AI art, but it's really, really funny that they're just taking it from people that have been banned. I would give anything to get his gate code. What, DSPs? DSP orders so much DoorDash, it'd probably be a fucking Perry situation where, like, if they see a DoorDash driver, all they've got to do is say they're from DoorDash, and it would be delivered. Perry could use a brick fireplace before next winter. It could be a treacherous winter. True. Yeah, it could. But he's gonna be up in the snow. He's gonna be snowboarding in the fucking snow, dude.
Stuff with this guy named Chagat, who was one of Baked Alaska's
organic drama. Sounds like a bunch of gorgeous.
One thing I want to call out here, because you're dropping
Look
names.
At the buns.
Isn't it
when
funny?
Smart
It
guys
seems like
on.
everyone who this guy associates with, he has a big falling out with, and ends up basically trying to dump on at a later date. I mean, you just named Ethan
This
Ralph.
is Phil,
You named
by the
Dick
way.
Masterson.
The guy who,
you
like,
obviously, me, everyone who he does stuff
isn't
with.
getting into drama.
There's some drama, and the next thing you know, he just takes it upon himself later on to like turn on this guy or whoever it is. I mean, it just seems like a running pattern.
Yes, it is absolutely.
Kingstar's gonna scout this
Well,
guy
I mean,
for
the key
Lolcow
one
Live.
is his friend Surfer.
Yeah, because
who's not-
DSP, the fucking idiot, didn't take 50k to join Lolcow Live. He's so stupid, DSP. But he wants 50k off of his fans. Yeah, give me this money now. God, what a fucking moron. Like, what an actual muppet. They both look embarrassed, involved in drama, but brings this guy out to air out drama, but you don't get involved in drama. All of these people are just going to get banned. This is like the kind of shit that's like going to happen with PCL. If like Tom keeps going this direction, because the hypocrisy is going to be more and more blatant. More and more people are going to stop being pigmentized, and Tom will sit there at some point and go, oh, the guys sending Cinderblocks to Perry are elder abusers. And then you're going to get comments like, these guys are elder abusers, but you're letting Tony come round to start a fight with Perry. The hypocrisy shows itself. What's worse, a fan criticising and being accused of doxing or actually doxing and being thieves. Well, there is that, isn't there? I've been a physical therapist for people like Perry for 9 years. Under no circumstance would I recommend snowboarding. Yeah, I don't think it'd be a good idea for Perry to go snowboarding, but you can't fucking stop him. You can't stop him. If he wants to get on the snow, he's on the fucking snow. Let's get some subs. Giggle, giggle. Didn't take the drama path, by the way. Oh, it does say Gahul.
I'm friends with Surfer too, so I was kind of pissed that I kind of, you know, you can see both sides who
in my
that
defense,
thing,
it didn't say Gahul earlier.
The way they did. I was pissed at him.
The thing that I don't get is this is an e-girlfriend, right? So she's not around physically with this guy or anything.
Neither's your fucking wife, Phil. No, I actually want to get into this. Because it's really funny. His wife has left the fucking pig pen. She's been gone for ages. Tyrone is giving a dick. Phil is more cucked than Tom. Because his wife is gone. He had to cook his own birthday meal. And he was saying about how great his wife's cooking is, but he cooked it himself, and the burger was fucking frozen.
It's like he would basically hop off the streams and get on with these e-girls, from my understanding.
When does the wrestling talk start?
Obviously, he lives in Surfers.
Phil can't win. Phil has put himself in a position where he genuinely can't win. Kat is out of the snort fort. Yeah, Kat, she's not been in the fucking snort fort for God knows how long. Tom will shut off Perry's card to keep him in the house and out of the snow. Hopefully he does. Because Perry absolutely, under no circumstance, should be given access to his own finances. That would be very, very, very irresponsible of his carer to allow him to access his own money. Head injury risk alone is why I'm genuinely shocked by the fact that he has a driver's license. Well, this is the thing. That's might be why he lost his fucking disability as well.
That's out of the question.
All right. Well, you're gonna sample.
Watch this stream get fucking DMCA'd for like a bit of this. God, I wish Cinderblockboys wasn't banned.
Let's see it.
I just sent in a comment saying like, "Shout out Cinderblockboys restream." But they are probably watching this right now, probably trying like their damnedest to DMCA it. But it all falls under fair use, guys. Holy! Danko Mighty has just subscribed. Hello, Danko. Thank you for subscribing. Danko Mighty. The actual goat. The goat. The goat before Soviet goat. Let me go back to this after hours stuff because I really can't stand to watch DSP. Oh, yeah. It's all just fucking lovely thumbnails. Danko Mighty. Absolute goat. I need to check and see if the stream's like still live. Just in case they've like fucking actually gone out of the way and DMCA'd it or something like that. But no, we're still here. Yeah, still here.
And what I wanted in my
Danko
head was
666.
like an evil female villain from like a cartoon. And the first person that came to my mind was
someone said it was Kozatov, actually, one of like the fucking old DSP detractors. He said it just feels like a hit piece on PPP, which is like pretty much exactly what Smart Guys is. So, like, Phil is so stupid. He does not realize how much money he's given the casino. Phil has lost so much money recently. Belushi Sushi. was Belushi Sushi just commenting there, and I missed it because Belushi was one of like the fucking proper OG ones. But yeah, it's just a hit piece on PPP apparently. But Phil, like, he's so silly. If he approved a PWR and was nice to PWR, Phil would probably see a good amount of PWR's money, because he would give it to Phil. But again, with the casino stuff, if he just left the casino alone, they would stop making content on him because they'd have nothing to talk about. And they would stop making money off of DSP. But now, because DSP has gone out of his way to make a hit piece on PPP, the Kino's going to have a fucking massive stream. They're going to have a field day with it. And I'm pretty sure they're live tomorrow. So, like, their whole stream, they're going to reroute it. Well, they've probably planned for this, like, already, because by the sounds of it, PPP's got some sort of idea of what, like, the Smart Guys co-host would be. So they've probably already planned for it, and they're going to do a massive stream, and they're going to make a lot of fucking money off of DSP just being a fucking idiot. Bones up, Danko Mighty. I was checking in and saw this link. Here I am. Well, you've joined the stream now, and you've been banned from main chat PCL Discord. Garrett Savage is furious. He's having none of it. Big shout out to Dio Brando as well for this artwork, by the way. I'm just about to show it on stream. Big shout out to Dio for that tattoo artwork. Might be using it in the next video. I probably won't use it. It's a bit shit. It's a bit shit. What are they even saying in main? Nothing. Someone has Deca Surfboards sent a photo of Randy. I am going to keep that. How do I download it on here? Save as. There we go. Yeah, thank you, Deca Surfboards, for that photo. I will be using that. That's a fucking good photo. That's not. I don't think that's AI at all. I think we could workshop a Kenny AI. Listening to this call, he sounds like various old stars, like Bob Newhart. Huh, they're really trying to get the AI Kenny thing going. But little do they know, Kenny's a Cinderblock boy. Shout out to Dio for assistant producing tonight's stream. Yeah, big shout out to Dio.
The woman in
shout out to Dio for providing me with all the tools I need to make an AI Kenny voice.
Where she's like
Deca Surfboards looks boot. Yeah, I know.
High class evil woman. And I started going through Major League.
Similar to Dio to me.
But it just didn't work because her voice is a little too affected, almost to the point where she sounds British. You know, she's got that like
here he's talking about how
accent, and it just wasn't working. And then I just said to the guy,
Barris is blurred out, but Don is not. Do you know what's funny as well? This was like their first Rumble stream, so like this is how you know Don Barris lives in Tom's head like rent free 24/7. Because on their first stream, no one even has to say Don Barris, but it's already censored. Dio is going to skim old streams of band fans for new content. To be honest, I don't think Dio's like that way inclined. I think Dio's just gonna sit there pumping out his like pretty mid-tier AI artwork. I wish he'd do more AI artwork of Perry with Soviet Goat. Yeah, there's a couple Randy pictures. Thanks, Dio. Oh, 626 is the chili cook-off, by the way. The chili cook-off's been intercepted on 626 with like thousands of cinder blocks. 100 bricks have been sent. How is everyone doing? I'm doing great, Danko Mighty. What about you? I'm chilling. Well, I say I'm doing great, and then I'm watching fucking After Hours, and it's like I'm trying to get like good moments for sort of like a Cinderblockboys intro card, but it's difficult to sit through this. It is very difficult.
Who does the super tip system? I said, is there a way I can just go through voices that are available generically, and you can put different algorithms in?
Anyone
so
can
I
take
told
his
him
spot
what
in
I
seconds.
wanted. I
Yeah,
said I
that's
wanted,
true.
Like, evil cartoonish female villain.
I
That's
could get
kind of
on
what I
an
wanted.
alt,
And then
take
he
a
came
spot,
back with a couple of
but, like,
choices.
it costs
and the
money.
one that we use now is one of the choices. And I heard it and I was like, it didn't hit me. It took me a while.
If
to
they
warm
were
up to
wise
it,
with it,
it's
they would be
so
building a brick grill
over
already.
the top. And I think a lot of people feel that way. But now it's just that's her voice. And the thing I test.
I would really like to get my hands on some voice samples of the Amy voice, so I can make her sing like a Disney villain.
It is. I just did a test sample for Perry to hear, because Perry's the one that has to like it. And I said, hey, I think I got a message from your sister-in-law, and it was like, hey.
Yeah. So Perry vets all of the voices before they go live anyway, so it's like he doesn't even really react. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've ever really seen Perry react and have like a fucking big blowout over a single AI voice. Probably because he knows that 90% of them are coming from Tom. Like, he probably does just think that it's Tom sending them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what he thinks. I need to check my DoorDash as well to see if they've like banned the account. I don't think they would have. No, they haven't. That Dasher, by the way, should not have given any information. I suppose he did. It's weird because, like, you think at this point, yeah, like, if the Dashers see some fucking old guy start blowing up, most of them should probably realize that, like, there's some sort of live stream going on or something like that.
I'm trying to contact Perry because and I just played it to him like over the phone, and he's like, "That's her. That's the bitch. That's her." And I just was like, I had to mute the phone, and I was like, "Yes, thank you, God," because that's all you need is his seal of approval, And
yeah, so this is why he hardly reacts.
AI voice too. I got Ginger Miller coming, and I had to find a picture of her. And that's another generic AI voice because he's not going to remember her voice. And then I got Heidi, Total Eclipse Heidi, I called her. Heidi, the secretary. And I used, I had to find pictures, and
do you know who he should do?
I was like, hey, I think I found Heidi.
He should do Juliet.
And he's like,
he should do Juliet
like,
AI voices.
From, the Randy Callahan's secretary. And I had.
But this is why people don't want to be involved with Perry, like in Perry's real life, because shit like this just ends up happening.
Somebody very
give it a few months and they'll start doing a Dirk voice.
And I ended up picking Crystal Bernard, who I don't know if anyone.
Or they'll bring John D back from the fucking dead and do his voice. Only Randy, but remember, there's sneaky on-screen instructions from Tom for Perry to read. Freak out, get mad, sell it. Yeah, I think that's a lot of it now. Because Tom said at one point, and I need to find the clip of this, but he said that there's a lot of people, a lot of streamers like Perry that fake the content, and Perry's the only real one that does it. Which is such a weird thing because Perry's such a niche sort of stream to begin with.
One of those sleeper 90s sitcoms that just ended up going on for a long time. Not a lot of people watched it. And I just used her picture. I kind of, with Google Images, looked her up and found a picture. And I said, yeah. And I sent it to him. And he goes, oh my God, that's her. And again, I was like, yes. So that's the picture. When you see Heidi come up, it's going to be...
I'd like to think as well, if Perry's got like half a fucking brain. Frightening Francis. Yo, hello. Hello, Frightening Francis. I'd like to think if Perry's got like half a brain, he's just going to start vetting all of these like AI shit. Like, even though it's like not even remotely close to the actual person, he's just going to say, yep, that's the person. Like, knowing it's not them. But I don't think Perry would do that.
Crystal Bernard, because I just want a generic blonde 90s looking woman. And that was one of the 3 candidates that I had. And I didn't want to be somebody so famous that he'd be like, that's Crystal Bernard.
Or the hot mic.
Nurse Brenda's another
stream
one. Yeah,
yammering.
That's going to be another.
I'm trying to find something good,
AI.
but it's so hard to sift through.
Antonio Scarpacci, Tony Shalhoub's second best character. What is that? Which one is that one from? Is that the guy? Is that the cab driver in Quick Change? I don't know that one.
Tom is just like.
But yeah. Anyway,
Tom is not entertaining enough to carry anything by himself.
You know what? I really want to just add so many choices because people use Randy Callahan so much. I didn't do it because I know people like Randy Callahan, but I almost want to turn him off like once a week, like on one day.
So fucking turn him off, please turn him off. That would actually be healthy for the stream. People, I don't think a lot of people are using it. I think it's mainly Tom using it. Just turn off the fucking Randy voice.
Okay. No, you can't do Sheba because he knows that that's dead. They got to be alive. Oh, the wing. Oh, on Wings, of course. Yeah. Wings.
You could just do John D.
He also has a great.
No, he can do John D because he knows John D.
Tony Shalhoub, one of my all-time favorite. I love Tony Shalhoub. But Perry's got to buy into the reality of the voices. You know, he's got to. He's
dead, really fucking boring.
It's just like he's not the question.
It's just not
giving
fun.
Him too much credit. He wouldn't be.
What about Kenny voice? Sorry if that's already been addressed.
Voice? That is an interesting one because he knows Kenny's voice, and I tried a fake AI one, and same thing. He's like, that's not him. And then I do have a sample, and actually Grimace, aka Dave Navarro, helped me with this. He got. He pulled a sample from when Perry called him on the speakerphone on stream. And that was just a very small sample. We kind of got a sample, but it wasn't. It just wasn't right. It sounded too robotic.
I want a Kenny Caramello.
So I got the idea that I would call Kenny because I have his number, and I would call him from like a survey company and just promise him like, "Hey, sir, please, is this Kenny Caramello? Yes, I'd like to ask you a survey. Can I ask you a couple of questions? And I'm going to give you a $20 Amazon gift card for your troubles." Obviously, he's going to hang up, as anybody would, hang up on a survey call and then record the call. And just because I need his voice sampled. You know, I need to talk. And obviously, that's not a person that's on YouTube. You know, as much as we'd like to think that Kenny Caramello Live is a real thing, he's not on anywhere. So
spoil the bit.
I want to get him recorded. I've just been putting it off. I got to do it. I've just been putting it off, but I'm going to record the call.
A sleeping aid asked his girlfriend.
Sample the voice and use that for the AI.
Yeah, I don't know how she wasn't put to sleep on our OnlyFans stream.
That's what we're going to do.
Tom Brennan was fucking talking.
Dan Dizak, no, because you know what? I like. There's something about Dizak being submitted by the TTS that I love, and I don't. Maybe someday, but it's not something that I want to do. You know.
What about a Don Barris AI voice song?
Kenny might be willing to tie, but I have no, I don't want to rattle any cages or anything like that. So I just thought, you know what, I'll pay $20
it's
for an
good
Amazon
to be home, and I am all ears. What is the
talk
poop?
To him for 10 minutes.
The poop is Tom Brennan after hours.
Really, you only need about.
If you
5
could
minutes
help me sit through and watch it, that would be
minimum of 15
fucking brilliant.
Of voice. And some are harder. Mike O'Hearn's another one. Mike O'Hearn's all over
very
YouTube.
difficult.
That's gonna be super easy. I'd like to do Mike O'Hearn.
Very difficult to like. Just sit here and fucking get anything entertaining out of it. But I'm really fucking trying. I'm really, really trying.
And yeah, there's a whole other list of. I don't know if I have the list in front of me or not. I have a whole other list of ones that I want to work on. What's up with the guitar? Any plans? No plan. There's no like active storyline with the guitar. Like really, it's just the next plan for it would be I just wanted to go to this is what I would like to do with the guitar. In about a year or so, maybe less, I would like to auction the guitar off, Angel would, and give it the proceeds to charity or something, you know? Maybe Perry gets some of it.
God. Yeah, maybe Perry gets some of it. Perry doesn't get any fucking Perry doesn't get any money.
I want
Perry
actual
can't get any money.
celebrities to interact with the guitar and not have it computer graphed, photoshopped. You know? So Michael J. Fox really handled the guitar. Michael J. Fox really signed the guitar. Boring. Okay, so did Corey Feldman. So
God,
who's the next person? I don't know.
Boring.
It's got to make sense in our universe.
I've seen a clip on the official channel.
You know, she's
yeah,
busy.
that was
not just with Jim, but she's like doing that Disney lawsuit.
They did.
So she's not really doing the convention circuits. But yeah, and really
God,
the grand plan, and I don't know if he just has the motivation for it. I really, in my head, wanted to do a thing with the guitar.
But I know as soon as I watch that, they'll DMCA the stream.
Big adventure that we can document and
or at least I'll try.
And then stream along the way. Like, hey Perry, like here, like whoever.
I'm also sort of like not really interested in it.
And you know, and we don't.
Charity is what Tom has named his wallet.
I see people commenting, like, oh, you got to end the guitar.
It's all gonna go to charity.
It's not an active thing.
Don't worry.
Not by us anyway. You know, we did the Michael J. Fox thing. He's got the sign.
Respectfully, I just it's not even respectfully at this point. I just don't give a fuck about this guitar stuff. Like
stream or a couple of streams, and then it moves on.
I just don't want to hear him talk about it. It's so boring.
I would like the guitar to end up somewhere like Florida, and then Perry and I drive across country, you know, maybe the whole gang, and it's like Perry's big adventure, getting the guitar and coming close to getting the guitar.
I just want some like good clips,
but not quite,
but
and have a little adventure across country.
Because it's just
and
so boring. He's just waffling about
He gets
nothing.
it back, you know. And then Angel would say, "Hey, you know what? After all this, I really don't want it. Let's just auction it off." And then it'll be worth something because you got all these. I mean, you got all these idiots signing it, you know, from the from that stupid band, you know.
So
Angel
basically, he just wants to run up the value of
this
this guitar and then sell it on.
Tommy Figueroa. And but then you got Michael J. Fox, you got Corey Feldman.
He is a bit of a grifter, isn't he? He is a bit of a grifter.
We had to pay like $500 for that. And that was no joke. That was like, and you know, big shout outs to Officer Lawrence and Dave Navarro for that, because they're the ones. And one of these days, we're going to do a PCL podcast where I get Dave Navarro on, and he's got a story of the whole thing with Corey Feldman when he went to, you know, because he went to the concert that Corey Feldman was doing, that he was opening for.
I'm sort of like reading the Discord as well.
And he had to basically sneak the guitar in. It's a great story, and one of these days he's going to tell it on here. But yeah, so that's where the guitar is. But it's not something that's like on the tip of our tongues. Like it's not something where it's not an active storyline really. It's just something.
No, the only active storylines. The guitar story sucks. I don't get why stealing his dead friend's memento was funny. I actually kind of feel bad for Perry. I kind of feel the same way about his CDs. I didn't know much about the guitar story, but like. It's one of those ones that like they just seem to just not fucking follow up with. But I think most of the recent like PCL story bits are not fucking funny. Like the cookie stuff that they're doing recently is just really, really boring. Like it's not funny. It doesn't really add anything. Perry doesn't react to it in any way, shape, or form. The most he says is, "Cookie is not my fucking dad's name. Cookie is not my dad's name." Send Grimace the link. What, to the stream? Oh no, this is the video. Hang on. I don't have Grimace on anything, but I can send the link in the Discord. Most of the CDs or whatever, something was involved. He knew those people. Those recordings will never be online. They're lost forever after they get smashed. Jesus Christ, yeah. I didn't know it was like that bad, but those are his bands, yeah. What the fuck? I didn't realise I was on an account. Let me do not disturb it real quick. There we go. I don't want fucking Discord notifications coming up. I'd rather stab myself in the head than listen to Discord sounds. Story's no ending. Yeah, well, that's basically what this guitar one is. Like, clearly he's not thought of any, like, relevant plot line. He just sort of wants to fucking sell it. He wants to make it really, like, valuable and then sell it. But, like, I miss the old stuff where it was, like, simpler. Like, the whole getting Perry to turn around his microwave thing. Finding stuff like that he was really, like, vehemently against. That, like, isn't on the territory of just being, like, cruel. Like taking his fucking guitar that's, like, a memento from his friend that's passed away. I think, like, the older stuff, like turning around his microwave, that's probably, like, the best of PCL. Like, because it was so much effort for Perry to just turn his fucking microwave around. And then, like, getting the paintings of the tigers and showing the tigers on stream. You know, it was just so much effort. The testicle tiger, though, the testicle tiger has lost any value because of testicle tiger. Local music, but I'm sure it holds sentimental value. Of course, yeah. No, if it's from music that, like, is, like, local to him and he's actually had some form of involvement there, of course it's going to be a lot more sentimental to him versus, like, I don't know, a fucking AC/DC CD that he's probably got, like, 4 of. I am pro door pin removal. It's a death trap. that door pin was funny. Microwave things are funny. Yeah, microwaving like fucking did he microwave fish at some point? I'm sure he fucking did. Because it was always a battle, and that was part of the fun of it. Like, it was always a battle to get Perry to do something like that. Like, you'd get the initial screaming, you'd go, no, I'm not fucking microwaving this fish. I won't do it. And then he ends up coming round, microwaving the fucking fish, and then the fish stinks up the house. The year of the boat will forever be the best. I like God, I like the stuff that I was more involved in, like the Scarlet stuff, like getting the fucking tiger pictures. I think the calendar stuff was funny. Like I think all the stuff I did was funny to me, because otherwise I wouldn't have done it. Like that fucking Italian license plate. Who remembers the Italian license plate? I fucking hated that thing. I did not like watching it, like seeing it in the background at all. I wanted him to just snap it. I thought it was like one of those things where if he bends it, it's just going to snap. He did microwave fish. It's been a dead fish stream for years. Brilliant, yeah. It's like, I'm sure there was a fucking massive fucking battle for him to actually get that fish in the microwave to begin with.
And they have to be in the PCL universe, you know what I mean? So it's got to be somebody that has something that, you know, I'm trying to think of like an off-brand. So like Michael Hearn having it would be fine. Like if he did a signing somewhere, like, you know, like somebody like that.
Michael Hearn, take the guitar.
Like right now, a good person has it. Michael J. Fox. He doesn't have nefarious intents. Corey Feldman had very nefarious intents.
I was literally just about to ask, do they actually know where the guitar is?
Very good idea. You know, but she has to interact with it. And then I think it's good trading it off between a good person and a bad person. And
I think you should just give the guitar back to Perry at this point. If you're not doing anything with it and the bit's dead, you might as well just give it back.
Or do something. Well, the Iron Sheik isn't dead as far as PCL goes, and that's another voice I'm working on. I'm working on Iron Sheik and also Hulk Hogan. You know, I'm taking like
Hulk Hogan. It's like an AI voice that belongs on a DSP
but
stream.
yeah, he's dead in real life, so you can't get a
Grandma Robin. Is Grandma Robin dead? What is the Grandma Robin lore? Because I heard Perry was like in a relationship with her or something like that, and he describes her as like a family friend. I don't fully know the Grandma Robin lore. I know that she's like a desired character in the PCL verse, though. Your wish is my command. Cinderblockboys. Russian DoorDasher. Hogan will go after PCL. It's too complicated, just like Jim's stunts. Were the stunts that Jim send in, like the crowd sources? Maybe Danko can answer this. Because this was like way back in 2023. You know when Jim would send DMs out to people talking about this crowd source and that crowd source? Were they his ideas? Or did they come from somewhere else? Because I know like a couple of them were like viewer ones that were pitched. Rotten swat of Grandma Robin. Yeah, Grandma Robin's dehydrated, crusty old cunt. That was a good one. After hours. Revitalizing Grandma Robin's decaying womb. I'd get those DMs also, and mostly his ideas. Worked with Tom. Yeah, I think... I want to know where they come from. Because I know, like, if a fan submits something, it gets fucking vetted and then... But fans never really, like... Some of the time they made crowdsources. Like, when Faster Blade was in the chat a lot, I know he would, like... He would put in a chat and say, like, I have $50 for this, but if you want to make it a crowdsource, I'm sure someone will match it or something like that. All crowdsources were from Jim mostly. Sometimes he was given an idea, but he did most of them. I mean, that explains it, really. Like, most of them are quite shit. Because most of them would be like to see Perry jump on a fucking couch 3 times, because obviously the end goal is to get him to go through it. I think that's what they wanted out of that. And I think to see Perry go through the couch would be pretty fucking funny with this boogie board, or snap the boogie board. I think that would be quite funny. But you don't need all of the other stuff around it. Like, you don't need to get Perry to shout all these surfer catchphrases, because Perry isn't going to understand that, and he's not going to be able to fucking improvise. I mentioned an idea to Jim once. He told me it wasn't a good idea, and then 2 weeks later he made it a fucking crowdsource and asked me to contribute. Oh my god. Yeah, they redid my calendar bit at one point. I paid $100 out of my own pocket, like, oh my god, big yawn. I paid $100 out of my own pocket like 4 years ago. To get Perry to shred his calendar. He did that in like the middle of the year, and then I think they got him to do it again, like relatively closer to the start of the year. Stop giving crowdsources because Tom would water them down, do 30 jumping jacks. Okay, you only have to do 10. So in Tom's defense there, asking Perry to do a lot of something, quantity-wise, is very fucking difficult to actually get him to do because of how Perry is wired. But in that regard, they should alter the way that they're producing crowdsources so that it negates that from, like, being a thing to begin with. Is this Lolwut talking? No, this is not Lolwut. This is Izuna Drop, bro. This is Lolwut talking. Or Pissman. No, see, nobody thinks it's me. Nobody would think it. It's the same reason why, like, Izuna Drop has managed to, like, stay under the radar for PCL. Wanted to send Perry a bucket of pickles last summer and have him soak his feet in it, but it got axed. Yeah, and they'll probably end up doing it this summer. Perry, soak your feet in these pickles and then, like, take 3 and eat them. Lol, what sounds much more suave. True. Tom always giving Perry loopholes for stunts and taking the money and not giving refunds. Yeah, Tom back then used to be really good with it. He used to make sure that Perry did all of the fucking stunts properly. And if they weren't, I was just curious. No, how could you not know, dude? You're getting banned. You're getting banned. But yeah, like, it used to be really fucking good because I got Perry to bend the license plate at one point, and his chat called it a scam. And then I went on a Subscriber Sunday call and called it a fucking scam as well. Like, not like in a bad way, just like, oh, Perry, you scammed me, by the way. And Tom made him like do it properly. Crowdsourcing for 3 years of PCL. Yeah, this is like most of what I got as well. He stopped sending them to me after about August because I didn't reply. So you've been getting them a lot later on than I have. But he never asked me how it's going, by the way. And he never told me he was going to message people about big crowdsources. He just started doing it. And yeah, that's all it was. It was just like, that's Jim's job, I feel, to just sit there and grift on stream. And like, it must fucking work. But I think they need to set a goal if they're crowdsourcing shit. Like, let's set a goal for like $300, for instance. I reckon I've had about $500 in super chats that I've got charged for, but just disappeared into the ether. Your American voice kind of sounds like me. No, dude, I don't think it does. But yeah, these chats disappearing into the fucking ether. Mine always got played, so I can't, like, I never sent many. I must have sent about 3. I think the reason yours did is because they think you're fucking, they think you're behind the bricks.
And I mentioned this,
which I think
is
so funny in sort of like a wrong way.
I was really bummed out. Garrett sent me a message Friday night, and I was kind of checked out. Like after the stream, I kind of just
the thing is,
zoned out.
Justin Kyle is in a bit of a predicament because if he sends an email to Tom Brennan, the next email he's going to get back is one from LAPD police officer Josh Wade talking about how there's reason to believe he's sending cinder blocks to Perry's house and he needs to comply with the email.
Yeah, but I wasn't plugged in and I wasn't checking my phone or anything like that. And he's like, mentioned somebody.
Yeah, I'm not plugged into this fucking after hours, to be honest. I'm just really bored watching it.
Oh man, that sucks. I mean, I like George Foreman. He just seems like a nice guy. And then I was thinking selfishly, God damn, I hate having to give up that voice. I just worked on it. And then I was like, yeah, okay, but I'll wait for you. I'll get a good call. I'll get a good phone call out of it for Patreon because Perry will call me. And I'm waiting. And, Perry's always texting me and calling me about somebody dying.
George Foreman
here from Friday night. He went out.
He did die recently, didn't he?
And then Saturday he was with his pal Dirk, and they were in West Hollywood all day and night. So he avoided the major news because
Dirk Law. I didn't think Perry still spoke to Dirk because I remember back in 2023. I can't remember how Perry got the ring off, but he used to wear that fucking stupid little skull ring all the time. It was like Dirk's fucking, it was Dirk's ring or something like that he gave to Perry, and Perry treated it like the magnum opus of his apartment. Like, this was the thing that had the most value to him in the apartment. And the chats would come in. I'm so happy Tom using the police to intimidate people didn't stop the blocks. Well, they emailed all of the fucking people that didn't send bricks to begin with. So they've just emailed a bunch of like innocent parties because they think Soviet Goat's the one running it. They think Soviet Goat is the one sending bricks constantly. And it's it's not one person sending all of these fucking bricks. But like even if it was just the one guy, like they still wouldn't be able to pinpoint it because the way they must be extracting this information is based upon stuff like tip comments and shit like that. So obviously, like, Soviet Goat would have given his email to Jim, for instance, and that's how they've acquired that information. They're not doing, like, any internet detective work. Like, that's pretty much just how they're getting it, just through, like, tipping. So if anything, they're encouraging fans not to tip, because they're showing that they're very clearly going to use their email for malicious purposes. Dirk's skull ring was a good run for comedy. I love that stupid thing. Yeah, so did I. I love the comments that come in about this silly little ring. I can't remember. I think because the ring was like too small for Perry's fat fingers, he had to actually put like a hot water. Like he had to actually bathe his finger in like hot water to be able to take the fucking ring off, which is so good. It's so funny. PCL crew, send shit to Perry so we have content. Yeah, but then also, if you send shit that we don't like to Perry, you're cooked. What's this link? Oh, this is Soviet Goat, isn't it? Yeah.
For another 6
This makes my skin crawl, seeing the shit in his belly button. I want you dead. I want you fucking dead. He has the ring on in this video, I'm pretty sure.
All right, Perry, I got another Tom's Tips here.
I'm sure he does.
This one is from our friend Soviet Goat.
I'm going to turn it up a little bit.
He says, here are some Perry facts for the new fans Perry acquired from his appearance on the Uncle Rico show. Welcome to the most satanic stream on Twitch and YouTube.
Blow it out your ass.
You'll also be happy to know that due to the impending visit of Bob Levy,
Perry has designated his junior one-bedroom apartment as an official smoking allowed facility.
Blow it out your fucking loser, liar ass. There is absolutely, positively no smoking in my home ever.
Perry will place a minimum of 25 lighters and ashtrays around his apartment for Bob's convenience.
Absolutely not.
The whole smoke.
Here are
If
four.
you come to this place, you're not allowed in my place.
Okay.
The ring,
Here
by
are
the way, is
4
just off
facts.
camera.
Fact
I'm
number
sure
1.
it's on here.
And remember, these are for new fans. Fact number 1. As a boy, Perry skateboarded endlessly to get good enough to join Tom Sims' skate team.
Correct.
He was mediocre at best and decided that causing an intentional car accident and faking a coma was easier to pull off.
Pausing. I was not the old lady on the wrong side of the freeway. You motherfucker! Get off my motherfucking stream right now! You son of a fucking bitch! Get off! Get off! Get the fuck off my fucking stream right now! You motherfucker! Get the fuck off! Get off! Get the fuck off! I want you dead! I want you fucking dead! I want you dead! Die tonight! Die tonight! Die! Die! Die, you motherfucker! You motherfucker!
And he's salivating at the fucking chops as well. He's crazy for this comment. I think you might be able to see me in.
I almost lost my fucking life! You fucking cocksucker! I almost died! You son of a fucking bitch!
Goes on to say,
How dare you!
it really honed his scamming skills as we witness every stream. Fact number 2. Since the age of 12, Perry has eaten corn on the cob the long way, training his jaw and throat to handle any size dong that's presented to him. To this day, he can slurp down a 12-incher with
I want to just go back.
He can slurp down a 12-incher with ease, any size dong that's presented to him.
Look at the ring. It is actually constricting the blood flow to his middle finger. Like, the ring is fusing with his skin at this point. Like, it is so funny.
To this day, he can slurp down a 12-incher with ease, never denying a suck job to any boner at the Denny's Glory
Fall
Hole.
asleep to Cinderblockboys live. True. True. The best stream on the internet.
I want this fucking cocksucker blocked!
Well, to be fair to Perry, he has got his wish. Finally. That was a little voice crack there. Finally, he's got his wish. After about fucking... Oh, well, this must have been like 2 years. Yeah, over 2 years. Perry has finally got his wish, and Soviet Goat has been blocked from Perry Caravello Live.
Fact number 3.
I see his fucking name on my screen, I will block him.
Fact number 3. Perry kept the raw fish and old eggs hidden around his apartment on purpose to train his sense of smell to handle intensely grotesque odors. In the event he ever got to stick his greasy fat tongue into the dried out, cavernous granny twat of his elderly friend Robin, the vile
I need to replay that.
granny twat of his to stick his greasy fat tongue into the dried out, cavernous granny twat of
the dried out, cavernous granny twat. Why does my voice keep cracking? I'm going to say that again. The dried out, cavernous granny twat.
his elderly friend Robin, the vile stink would cause him to vomit. Sadly, this plan to chip away at the matted gray pubes, blocking her ancient fuckhole, and sucking on her yellow, infected, scab-covered clit was denied.
You are just fucking evilly. Turn this off. Turn this off.
There's only one more. Fact number 4.
I've just cut the
Perry's
line.
sausage fingers on his right hand belonged to his boyfriend, Dirk. Dirk agreed to an open relationship as long as Perry never removes the cheap plastic skull ring he wears and to use that hand to jerk off one another. No other man but Dirk. Perry is free to use his other hand, mouth, and butthole to satisfy his many other male lovers, but the ring hand is reserved for Dirk.
We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're
No,
done with
Plastic skull. It should not be making me laugh as much as it is, but the cheap plastic skull ring is really funny.
this fucking prick. Soviet goat is to be blocked for life on everything. I don't want to hear his name. I don't want to hear a fucking remark. His money.
Oh my.
What money? I don't want his money.
I don't want his fucking money.
Fucking
Dustin Hedberg is.
Dustin Hedberg was cut off. The ring hand, his ring finger specifically, is for mowing Grandma Robin's matted pubes. Apparently. Yeah, didn't it actually turn his finger green? I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure I heard about that. It turned his fucking finger green. Let me download this actually, because I really want to use the Grandma Robin stuff. Big shout out to Jack Tripper for the video. I'm just gonna download this in that background. That's part of an intro segment, if ever I've heard it, talking about Grandma Robin. The ring hand is for Dirk. Yeah, and it still is, because he's still hanging around with Dirk. Danko, do you know what happened after he took the ring off? Like, where is the ring today? Did he put it back on at some point, or has that ring just like vanished into the credenza? Like, the bottomless credenza is not coming back. Because I really want to know. So I feel like that would actually be a funny bit, I think, if they did it again. If they got Perry to put the ring back on. But like there's some defiance from Perry because he doesn't want to put the ring on because he doesn't want his finger to go green again. Oh my god. Jim's Begacy. Dustin got banned. Oh yeah, he got banned from PCL. I didn't see the message above, so I thought you were talking about this chat. I was like, what the fuck? Do you mean he got banned from this chat as one of my mods?
Hospitalize him for another 6 fucking weeks.
God, that is brilliant. That is fucking brilliant. Was this in 1.5 speed as well? No, it was in normal. Okay, good. Perry wishes death to a subscriber. The old school Soviet goat tip comments though were so good because I feel like not only were they just like genuinely quite funny, but I also feel like because like I feel like Tom was aware of like how just funny they were, so he would read them whether he wanted to read them or not.
The major news about George Foreman.
God, now I have to turn this up in comparison.
George Foreman happened on Friday and Saturday, so
I don't think Dio was an OG, was he?
Perry missed the first wave, and then I usually don't do this. I usually don't try to interject direct things, but I was like, God damn it, George Foreman's got to stay alive. And then I sent an email to him from.
Well, that didn't work well, did it? Because George Foreman's dead. When did George Foreman die? Oh, he died. Yeah, he died like. Okay, so that's probably why they're talking about this now. Perry's mum gave him money during various stages of his life. They're just talking about Kenny being a crook in main chat. Josh Wade has become a member of the Cinderblockboys. Josh Wade has inserted himself into PCL law. There were the brutality in the comment that I didn't realise I needed. Yeah, the Soviet goat stuff was so good. So fucking good. I was gonna die, I was laughing so hard. I want you fucking dead. I want you. That's the worst he's ever like crashed out at any individual stream viewer, by the way. So like, unless they fake a bit to make him crash out at Dio like that, because Dio's not doing anything that like is even remotely gonna get Perry riled up like that. Because Perry, this is the thing. Perry will look at AI art and just go like, he'll just sort of shrug. I feel, unless someone like can correct me, I feel like Perry will just look at the AI art and go, "That's fucking computer graft." He lived so long because he's been draining the fat out of his meals. Fucking George Foreman. Perry needs to start doing that. And then Tom can milk him for like every single cent he's worth. I mean, that was probably the angriest I've seen him. But he wasn't angry at a specific viewer. He was angry at the bricks. Like, if they were signed Soviet Goat, you could then say like, you know, he's really angry at Soviet Goat. He's getting hip to AI in a way I never thought he would.
George Foreman. I created a George Foreman account and wrote him, and then created a fake news article that I attached to it, you know, in the body, because I know he was never going to look at an attachment. And it just said George Foreman dead of AIDS. You know, I quickly threw it together, and he said, yeah, there's some woman named Amy. Yeah, I think I mentioned Amy. I didn't spell it out specifically, but I wanted him to pick up on it, and he did. Within a couple hours, he called me with that. Why, go to Patreon if you want to hear the voicemail. It's like an 8-minute long voicemail.
When did they make the George Foreman voice, by the way? Did they do it like? Did they end up with it before or after he died? Because if they just started bringing it out after he died, that's pretty like insidious. We need to hack the ring cams and take total control. Them ring cams are on 24/7, aren't they? So Perry's just like always just being fucking recorded, unless he knows where the exact positions of them are and just turns them off. But then you'd have to ask, well, why does Perry, who is so defiant, why would he turn them on at the start of every stream and think, yep, I need to turn this ring camera on, this one, this one, and this one? He would just say, no, fuck off. The week before he died, they put it out. Oh, that is just really, really bad timing.
Where he's like, this bitch, and that's where it stayed, you know, and it was like, so I saved George for us. Kickback says Mike Tyson would be a good voice. Yeah,
even after
I could see that.
Though, they wanted to keep
Mike
it going.
Tyson, you know, he's always got some story with people. I sometimes quiz him, like just at, you know.
He's a good dude and just trying to stay out of trouble. I think so. Like, I don't inherently have anything against Dio. I think he's a really interesting creature to look at. The one thing I don't like that he's done specifically is he would sit in the main chat and he would like LARP on Soviet Goat after he got banned, and then crawl to Soviet Goat a few weeks later asking for protection from like 3 people who haven't even done anything to him. Like, don't get me wrong, yeah, I'd be more than happy to sit there and leave Dio alone, but I think at the same time, tell me what to do. I like the guy. No. I wouldn't like. I'm just sort of voicing my own opinion about it at the minute. But I think the same message can be applied to Dio, because like if he doesn't want anything to do with anything and wants to just stay out of trouble, he shouldn't be fucking snooping around in all of these servers. Because he's just going to get himself into like into trouble. Like me personally, I don't care. He can do what he wants. Like, but again, it's the same sort of thing. Like, you can't 1 minute get upset that something's happening while at the same time actively be sleuthing around. Like, I think it's more so a Dio doesn't like being caught type of thing. I think he likes more to just snoop around, which is like fair. I understand if he does something to you, but that's my personal stance. But yeah, this is what I mean. He's done nothing like to me personally, so like, I'm not gonna personally like attack him or anything like that. I wouldn't go out of my way to do anything like that. The most I did in the Discord was bait him because I knew he was looking at the server. I knew he was like spying on shit, so I just posted his Twitter, and I posted a couple of tweets that he made from a few years ago, and I knew straight away he'd private it, and then he ended up just getting baited into joining the server. I didn't think he would go as far as to join the server. I thought if he was going to do for anything, he would DM me, but he went straight into the server. So I think if Dio wants to just sit there and not touch the poop, as they say, wants to just sit on the sidelines, like, he's very welcome to do that, but he can't, like, it's like he's waving a white flag and then taking pot shots afterwards. He can claim neutrality all he wants, but until he is actually neutral, you know, he just looks really disingenuous on both sides. There are two sides. Yeah, I mean, like, me personally, I don't have a problem with him, like, snooping around in the servers, but he can't feign neutrality, and he can't say he just wants to do his own thing while he's actively snooping around in these servers. Like, if he just wants to do his own thing with PCL, that's absolutely 110% fair. But he makes it look otherwise when he's, like, just fucking lurking in these servers and shit like that, and then joining them as well. Like, it doesn't look very neutral to me, is my point. But yeah, I don't think. I think at some point I'm probably gonna, like, include some of his AI art because I think that personally is just funny to me. But I'm not gonna, like, ever really go after him or anything like that. And it's not my thing to go after. Like, I don't. I'm probably putting it into words really badly. But yeah, that's pretty much, like, most of what I could say about the DL stuff. He shouldn't ask me to protect him when he's shit-talking me at the same time. That is, like, yeah, that is kind of my point. Like, I don't really think it's a case of he wants to do his own thing. I think it's a case of PCL has given him more recognition than he's ever really seen before and doesn't want to lose that, which, again, is fair. But at the same time, like, he seems to just sort of be jumping on whatever side is benefiting them the most. Anyway, I'm gonna try and watch some more of this after hours. It's just
for my own amusement, and I'll be like, hey, you know, I saw a thing on O.J. Simpson was posting thing saying that your stream sucked, and he's like, he's an asshole, you know, or something. Because if he thinks he's dead, he's gonna be like, he's dead, you know. But he didn't say that, so O.J. Simpson is fair game. So I'm gonna do an O.J. voice. And a Gilbert Godfrey voice, maybe even a Norm Macdonald, because he doesn't know. Because I've thrown it out there. I would never take a chance. I even threw out Paul Lynde. I was like, hey, remember that guy Paul Lynde? Because I just think Paul Lynde was such a funny voice. You know, Paul Lynde's this very extravagant guy from, like, the 60s, 70s. He was on Hollywood Squares, before my time, of course. But Not Andy Dick. I don't want to do Andy Dick. Andy Dick is too tied into like Big Three stuff. I don't want to do Andy Dick. Maybe. He's low on the list. Low on the list.
This is how the bits come.
But, you know, no, Bugs Bunny's a fake character. No, I'm not going to do it. Again, it's got to be...
You're okay. It's more like, this whole stream has been more like a fucking chat session than doing anything. Because I was going to sit... Let me show you something. I was going to sit here and edit videos and, like, make content. This is what I've got, Danko. This is what I've got. I have, like, a fucking... minute-long clip of Perry reacting to my brick delivery. This is all I've done tonight. I've just been sat here watching it. So you're definitely not derailing anything. You're okay. And I think if there aren't people like you that actually speak and voice concerns and are able to like keep people in check and stuff like that, then you know there's no order or anything like that. And I think that is then how a community gets very toxic. Like, I think the last thing that the Cinderblockboys need is an echo chamber. So I think it's very good that you're actually like able to voice any concerns. There's no hostility.
Albertson's Meat Man, maybe. Bob Saget, I think he knows his dad. And he's not. Bob Saget's not interesting enough. He's too.
Bob Saget is dead. The irony of Tom Brennan calling someone not interesting enough, by the way.
Politicians are unfortunately off the table with this service, but there's another service I'm looking at called. It's called Power Chat, right? And it's kind of like a Streamlabs, but they allow you, if you do their paid service, you can. They have a Trump that you can do in there, so you can do Trump. And I hesitate getting too political because I think people are gonna. You know, make it again. Trump is only funny to PCL because Perry
messages to Perry's coaching, but John, Jim, and Dustin, Soviet Goat, to list a few. What was the spark that ignited? So, I can't speak for them specifically, but Soviet Goat is in chat. I know a lot of like. There's been a fucking big build up for a while, but it to me it mainly stems from like Tom's desire for absolute control of the stream. Like, me personally, he banned me for saying Tom B baby mode incoming because Perry got sent bricks. And that's what they'll say caused a lot of the bans. Like, they said all of these people sent bricks and doxed the moderators, which is just outright not true. Like their claim to fame is that I think they're trying to say that Soviet Goat doxed Testicle Tiger because Testicle Tiger, like, her name was Charnuts or something like that, and they're trying to say that on that basis Soviet Goat doxed her, even though she's like had a history of trolling, like fucking messaging fans, telling them exactly who she is, like going, "Oh, I'm Charnuts, by the way." So their doxing argument really does fall fucking short. But that seems like most of what it is. How epic would it be if we did a recorded interview with Soviet Goat explaining his side, and PCL ends up playing it on their stream? I could not do a fucking interview, at least at the minute. I don't know if you've listened to this stream, but my talking skills are definitely not on point to be able to do an interview or anything like that. The fat toothless meth head, yeah, that one. For a video he's working on to get his side. Sadly, he's not reached out to provide commentary.
thinks he's friends with the Trumps. That's the only reason I would even consider using Trump. You know, if people start using it like, "Hey Perry, I'm a real bad guy," and try to get political with it, it's going to be stomach turning, and I'd have to like not use it. Don't do Norm. That would be sad. Well, no, I disagree. I think it makes them alive. It makes them alive in our world, and there's no bigger Norm fan than I am. Can we convince Perry that Andy Kaufman faked his death? Maybe, but that'd be a stretch because that's
celebrities. To be AI voices.
I don't know.
because the dead can't testify.
Let me see if I can pull up. Okay, so I got.
dead can't sue
we couldn't. By the
PCL.
way, can't do Scarlett Johansson for some reason. Like, you can get away with this stuff because it's like a parody and everything like that, but she had some kind of legal thing with an AI thing of hers on some YouTube video, and there's like a precedent for us. So you can't use Scarlett Johansson, which is fine. I mean, you know, you don't need her. But I got Christina Applegate. I'd like to do Whitney Cummings, Tony Alva, but there's no real videos of him talking. So I mean, he'd have to be a thing.
What about
Elon Musk is
RuPaul?
technically political now, so I guess not. Sylvester Stallone, Jerry Seinfeld, Iron Sheik, as I said, Hulk Hogan, as I said,
toxicity.
Dice,
Um,
possibly Ted Nugent.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that really went. But I know Kiwi Farms is sort of like an anything goes type of thing, and I'll sit here on stream and say like, I absolutely like disavow the whole doxing thing. I don't think anybody should be doxing anyone. That's sort of, to me at least, that was like the main prompt that actually got me like invested. Because Tom tried to dox Justin K on the fucking stream where the bricks were sent. Like, he fully just tried to light him up in the middle of the stream. So in that regard, they haven't really got anyone to blame except for themselves.
Robert Wagner, maybe. I originally had Jehovah God written down and have like a big voice of God, but again, that would take away from the reality of it.
Because I know it trolls him. Yeah.
Sean Hannity,
mainly,
Richard
like,
Heaney
if
is
I
one
say
I'd like to
anything about
add.
Dio
I
Brando,
have
it's
him
because
written
I
down
know
here.
he's going to get baited by
I
it.
had Kathleen Kennedy because she was hot on the stream for a while, but not so much anymore. I thought maybe a generic Taliban guy, like a Taliban-y, like just generic Middle Eastern, like angry guy. Possibly Ronald McDonald, and I would sample him from like the '80s commercials.
A Taliban would be quite funny. I will give him that. A Taliban would be quite funny.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Maybe Charles Nelson Riley. I don't know. Rachel Ziegler. I don't think so. I don't think many people will know who she is. Jennifer Aniston. That's not. Yeah, that's right. I have her down too. Chevy Chase. Yeah, maybe. But now you're getting off the reservation because he doesn't really have. As long as Perry talks about them, like Steven Spielberg, for example, is great because Steven Spielberg almost ran him over with his car, according to Perry. I don't believe that. Mike Lindell is a great one. They all have vague attachments to Perry in his universe in some way.
Cows to make baby milk.
Michael says, I can listen to Norm on Dennis Miller Radio. Yeah, I think I've gone through all of Norm's appearances on that, especially when he would guest host. I agree with you. That's great stuff. Great stuff. Corey Haim, it's just not. He doesn't know Corey. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be anything. Maybe. Yeah. Tony Cox would be a good one, but he has a very different opinion of what Tony Cox is. Who Tony Cox is, I should say. Well, still 440 people watching this nonsense. That's amazing.
440 watching after hours is crazy.
So, you got to. I'm very particular about the voices. They got to sound good. They got to sound convincing, and they have to make sense in our universe. The rules of PCL are different than the outside world, of course. As long as Perry thinks you're alive, you're alive. And there's a couple of comments that I just didn't play, and I rewrote them and submitted them differently.
Might not be bad.
Because
Soviet Goat might still be alive.
They were like, Perry, they're lying to you. George Foreman is really dead. And Perry would ignore that and say you're an idiot. But I'm not going to do that. So I'll play it, but I'll play it differently. Dave Navarro voice? No, because we have Dave Navarro on our stream, so why would we need that? Roger Moore, I think he knows Roger Moore's dead, but that would be fantastic if he didn't. I'm actually going to write a note and test him on that. Like, hey, Roger Moore wants to come on the show.
To keep me occupied during this after hours.
You try it out right now. A live test in person, and if he says he's dead, he's dead. All right, so we're going to try. I didn't want to call Perry, but I just want to try this out.
Rewind it. Did you hear what he said? No. I can't lie. I sort of zoned out.
Moore wants to come on the show.
How far?
We can try it out right now. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that. So I'll play it, but I'll play it differently. Dave Navarro voice? No.
Oh, like that?
That's amazing. So, you got to. I'm very particular about the voices. They got to sound good. They got to sound convincing, and they have to make sense in our universe. The rules of PCL are different than the outside world, of course. You know, as long as Perry thinks you're alive, you're alive. You know, and there's a couple of comments that I just didn't play, and I rewrote them and submitted them differently.
Oh, holy
because
shit.
they were.
This is 30:45. I'm going to put. I knew they got vetted, but I didn't know they got, like, fucking rewritten. Holy shit. And he said this, like, less than a month ago. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so, like, I'm surprised people haven't actually, like, latched onto that. Fucking hell. Because that's quite, like... I mean, that's... He's still going to charge them for it as well. Authentic tip comments. Yeah, but authentic tip comments just being rewritten to suit the narrative. Jesus Christ. He's just said, I'm going to replay it for you, Danko, but he has just said that he rewrites the tip comments. Play that again. Holy shit. Big shout out to Jack before I replay this, because this, like, I sort of fucking zoned out here. I heard it, but I didn't understand what was being said just then. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have
As long as
understood
Perry
this.
thinks you're alive, you're alive. You know, and there's a couple of comments that I just didn't play, and I rewrote them and submitted them differently because they were like, Perry, they're lying to you. George Foreman is really dead. You know, and Perry would ignore that and say you're.
So if he uses a dead AI celebrity, by the way, and someone tries to spill the beans and say this celebrity's actually dead, he rewrites the tip comment. What the fuck? That's crazy. I didn't play and I rewrote them. What the fuck? And nobody in his chat, as far as I'm aware, even said anything about that. Holy hell, I'm so glad I was streaming this, because I just would have missed that otherwise. I'm glad there are people that are, like, actually paying a little bit more attention to this than I am. Are you banned, Danko? Yeah, he should be. He should be. He's a PCL hater after being in this stream, dude. Thanks for the money. Yeah, no, it's just a thanks for the money dummy type of thing, isn't it? Holy shit. Huh. Yeah, he really just outright said, I rewrite tip comments. And you know he isn't charging back. I wonder how many fans have sat there and thought to themselves, actually, I didn't say that. I wish he did that in the first year when J-Sabs told him about my egg on the air conditioner. But in all seriousness, that is lame to rewrite someone else's tip. Yeah, that egg, if that egg wasn't, if nobody revealed that, that would probably still be there. Unless, like, he really crashed out and, like, knocked the egg down or something. Or his smell led him to it. That's the only, like, those are the only ways I can think of that egg would get discovered. But yeah, it is really, really bad that they've done that. Like, he's admitted to that. Because, like, everyone should be charging that back. Like, oh, I don't like your tip comment, so I'm just going to rewrite it and send it. No, what you actually meant to say was this. And then he sends it as an AI Randy voice anyway.
Them and submitted them differently because they were like, Perry, they're lying.
But this is also, like, part of, like, because this is why I wanted to do After Hours, because I feel like everyone sort of just listens to it as either background noise or like they just sort of switch off. But like people will miss stuff like this because they're not as attentive, and like I'm not as attentive either. Like I've been going for 3.5 hours to be fair, and like I've just sort of zoned out when I listen to that. So I think I think what has happened, like these people just sort of aren't listening, or they're hearing it but they're not listening to it. Eggs belong on the air conditioner. Fucking true. It's a shame they don't hide the eggs around anymore. And I bet even if they did, Tom would just tell them where they were after the stream. I'm not exaggerating when I say I've had multiple super chats disappear and never got my money back. I joined the membership to comb the streams and never found them. Well, this is where they've fucking gone, my friend. Clearly. He's just not playing them. He won't play super chats that he likes. And then if you go in the Discord and complain about it, you'll get banned. Holy shit. Unreal. What a find. Yeah. Holy fucking shit. I can't believe that. That'll end up on the farms. If there's anyone in this chat that uses the farms, it will end up on there, I guarantee. Tom reminded him of the last hidden D. So yeah, see, because if Tom doesn't like a bit, that bit goes. You've seen the price of eggs these days.
To you.
They're the same as they've always
George
been.
Foreman's really dead, you know, and Perry would ignore that and say you're an idiot, but you know I'm not going to do that. So I'll play it, but I'll play it differently. Dave Navarro voice, no, because
I'll play it, but I'll play it differently. Let me just mark where that ends. Because I want to put stuff like this in an intro. Deleting super chats. Deleting super chats. Tom didn't like mailbag, so axed it with a 6-month-long backlog. But they still advertise mailbag as being a thing in the Discord.
we have Dave Navarro on our stream, so why would we need that? Roger Moore, I think he knows Roger Moore's dead, but that would be fantastic if he didn't. I'm actually going to write a note and test him on that. Like, hey, Roger Moore wants to come on the show. We can try it out right now. A live test in person, and if he says
Perry,
he's dead,
do you
he's
remember
dead.
that tip comment that I deleted?
Right, so we're gonna try. I didn't want to call Perry, but I just want to try this out.
Cadbury's cream eggs are really
Hey, quick question. Very important. Okay, I just got an email from the publicist who represents Roger Moore, Sir Roger Moore. He possibly wants to do an interview because it's coming up on to this year is the 40th anniversary of the movie View to a Kill. Would you be up for interviewing Sir Roger Moore?
Yeah, I would be honored.
Okay.
I'd be honored.
Majorly honored.
Okay, couple of more, just real quick, and then I'm gonna go. A couple more names to throw at you, if you would be willing to interview them. These are people that are on the podcast circuit. Okay.
Okay.
Paul Lind from the Hollywood Squares.
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if we get this guy, but Jerry Lewis.
That'd be also an honor.
Jerry Lewis. Okay. Charles Nelson Riley.
He was a nice guy when I was a young kid. Yeah.
Okay.
If you have a complaint, they will also direct you to the email address so no one can agree with your complaints and they can handle it silently. Yeah, that's
okay. Gilbert Gottfried.
If that's possible.
Norm Macdonald.
I don't even think Perry's like registering whether these people are alive or not, because they've sort of just like, he sort of just said, do you want to do an interview with these people? Like, I don't think if Perry hears the word interview and like some big shot name or something like that, Perry's not going to think, actually, that person might not be alive. Perry should have got himself a better set, one with a desk and a chair for guests to interview. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, get rid of that fucking sofa.
And the Iron Sheik, but I don't know about him. He's a little kooky.
No.
Yeah, he's crazy. But okay, I'm gonna get back to them. Okay.
real quick.
What are we gonna do about these fucking bricks?
All right, we'll talk tomorrow.
Oh, hang on, he's talking there. He's just really quiet. Let me.
Yeah, he's crazy. But okay, I'm gonna get back to them. Okay.
Real quick.
All right, we'll talk tomorrow.
Holy shit! Yeah, did you hear that? He said I barely was able to grab them 50-pound bags, and Tom quickly puts the phone down on him. Holy shit! Yeah, that's getting clipped as well. 33. We'll say 33:20. 33:20 to 33:40. I give myself like 10 seconds on either end, just so that like I can fucking I can react to it when I actually put it in Premiere Pro, and then I can trim it down then. I was barely... So he was grabbing and moving these bags by himself, by the way. So how are they gonna... Okay, fair enough on a couple of the streams, because there are a lot of fucking bricks, and that would be a lot for Perry, but Perry is clearly okay doing most of the legwork himself. I'm gonna turn it...
I get it. Okay. Very good. Let's talk about that tomorrow. All right, but listen, more importantly though.
Which bags? He said 50-pound bags of something.
All right, we'll talk tomorrow.
But Tom talks over him, so you can't hear it. But I'm assuming he's talking about like sand or concrete or something.
I get it. Okay. Very good. Let's talk about that tomorrow. All right, but listen, more importantly though, I'm gonna let Roger Moore's people know that you'd be up for it, and let's see if we
I'm honored.
Okay, but you got to be respectful to him. Okay, he's a sir.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know, and he knows that,
Yeah, it might have been the gravel.
that Tom Sims was the stunt guy for that film.
What about now? This is controversial, but he does have a book coming out later this year, and I'm just saying, you do have a history with him. O.J. Simpson.
Not in my place.
No, virtually, like on the internet. What's that?
I don't know why.
So you don't want to interview him? I thought he'd be, because he would get a lot of views.
Whatever you want to do, I don't care.
Okay, well, let's start with Roger Moore.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay, cool. All right, Perry, I will talk to you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night.
Those bags are 50-pound bags. Yeah, it
How
must
much
have been the
money do
gravel
I-
then.
Loads. So that's
What? How much money do I have? Loads. Abruptly after the phone's been put down. Why does Perry need to ask him how much money he has? Perry can check his own bank account. Question mark? Am I wrong? Like, can Perry not open up his own bank account to look and see how much his balance is? In fact, I'll do it right now. I can tell you exactly how much money I have to my name. I'm not going to, but I can. Because I'm embarrassed at how little money I have. But I can tell you how much money I have, is the point. Oh, holy shit, I've got more. Jesus Christ. Why did I get paid so much? What the fuck? Oh my god, it's huge! It's huge. I need to pull up my payslip real quick. No one should be able to see this on stream, so... Because I got a pay rise, I think. Let me just have a look real quick. Oh, what? This is not what I was looking for. It is quite... This is just one of the fucking employee benefit things. One sec, I will find it because I need to actually have a look at this. There we go. There it is. I'm not sure what it was doing. I can remember my work login details. I've derailed my entire stream to look at how much I've been paid. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Huh. No, it doesn't look like I maybe the pay did go up. Let me have a look at one of my old pay slips real quick. Oh yeah, no, it has gone up. It has. Jesus Christ. I also got taxed less. Which is quite weird. Yeah, I don't know why I got taxed less when I got paid more. I am wholeheartedly not going to complain though. Perry has no idea what he's worth. No, he doesn't. I think he just gets cards. Perry should know how much money he has, even if it's in some Roth or whatever money building account. He should also move, keep the apartment for stream, but find a new place where he can avoid bricks. Absolutely. Yeah. If he had his own place, but kept apartment 102 to stream, the cinder blocks being delivered would absolutely have no effect at all. Because he could permanently just put something up on Facebook Marketplace like the next day, and say there's like bricks, just come and grab them. And people would come and grab them. And there would be no problem. I think Cousin Mark runs his money or something. Not sure if Tom does too. I think Tom certainly has an involvement, because from what I understand anyway, I think Tom's got a big involvement in his money. But the fact that Perry's been streaming for 5 years and he's asking Tom how much money he has is definitely a very big red flag, if you ask me. Like, Perry should just be able to check instantly. He shouldn't have to ask Tom how much money he's got.
That's settled. That's settled. That's real time. I think every single one. I saw somebody writing, what's her name? Tammy Faye. He knows Tammy Faye is dead.
Yeah, he knows Tammy Faye's
Faye's
dead.
not going to happen.
Because of all the show.
But no, everybody checked off, because that's my Jerry Lewis, and I'd like to get old Jerry, like young Jerry Lewis rather. So there was not a single one that he questioned, not a single one. Joe Rogan, maybe Joe Rogan, yeah, Joe Rogan's possible. So somebody mentioned Cookie to his dad. that would ruin the reality of it though.
There is no reality of it. Cookie's Crimes is not funny.
But yeah, I want to get as many in, so just maybe people have just more variety. And maybe use Randy a lot, because I feel Randy's so overused, but that's just me. I know a lot of people love him.
I think a lot of the fans
Cookie
would definitely
Cookie though would be 99 if he was still alive. Bob Barker, again, he would have to have some connection, like maybe he met him in Palm Springs or something like that.
Is
everything I mentioned about Cookie actually true? Well, that's why I need fact checkers for this documentary. There's definitely something, in all seriousness, there's definitely something going on with his father, because his father changed his name like 7 times and kept moving around. I mean, who does that?
Oh, God. And there's just dead air. There's just more dead air.
I don't think we need Brian because we have Amy. Like, with Brian, if Brian's not much of a character, I don't think he ever
There's
really
been
has
less dead air this stream.
Like, once in a while, he gets into the stream and everything like that. But I think Brian, as far as PCL goes, is kind of a cuck to Amy. You know, so Amy kind of takes center stage.
Brian is a
but
cunt
I
to
should
Amy.
answer this because I'm just kind of trying to pull up some emails that I got. I just want to rattle off because I don't know the next time I'm going to be able to do an after hours. But what's going on with PerryCaroLive.com? Well, here's the deal. So the merch vendor that we used closed up. Like, so we have to find somebody else, another partner to work with. So the site's temporarily just kind of offline. But Rafe, who's our graphic designer, he's the one who came up with all the designs, does all the shirts, does all the merch, came up with the logo to PCL. Very talented guy. Does a lot of videos and stuff like that. He wants to do some Amy merch and has wanted to do it for a while, and we thought that this would be the perfect time to do like an Amy takeover thing.
So
just because
the Amy takeover stuff is recent. Brian is no Kenny, that's for sure. Yeah, the Amy takeover stuff. I'm going to go on the website right now. Is this video new? No, I don't think so. But right here, and granted, it does say his PO box and not his actual address. But when Testicle Tiger sat in chat saying you can send it to his address, just don't send his address in chat. They can't then claim harassment when they're asking for live insects to be sent to his house. Or his P.O. box, I guess. All harassment just goes out the fucking window.
Otherwise the site would be closed for a while. So I think the Chinese shirts are donezo because we're kind of done with the Chinese storyline. In fact, I was trying to get a video done of... but I wanted it to be good. Again, not getting political, but you know, like
Brian
Trump does all these,
Liberante and Amy
executive
Liberante
order
is a
signature things on
Cinderblock
camera.
boy and a Cinderblock
And
girl.
I'd like him to sign an executive order that allows Perry to have his YouTube back on a probationary period. Probationary, so he behaves, even though it's not going to work. But I thought that would be kind of a good way to get his YouTube back, because the China thing ran its course. Maybe I'll ask Rafe. He would know, but it's possible. I never got one either. I never got, like, I only have a couple of shirts.
There's just more dead air. Just more dead air. We're trying to recruit race.
Somebody else is asking what's going on with Juliet. I don't know because she's been like again, like you. Hold on, he's texting me.
Oh, it's about the bricks. It's about the fucking bricks and the gravel.
Real quick, and I don't want it to be on here.
Yeah, no, it's about the gravel. It's about the gravel. I've got to call him in. I don't want it to be on there. I hope this twat didn't mute his mic. Hey, Perry. Did we ever see a pic of Juliet? Yeah, because Testicle Tiger leaked her Instagram.
That's not a done deal. It's not a done deal. I don't know how much you're going to get paid. I don't know anything about it other than what I told you already. I got to call them tomorrow and see if that's kosher, okay? See if that's a done deal. But don't consider it a done deal yet. I'm talking about...
Oh, Tom's really silly. One sec. I'll read that comment in a second, Danko.
What you just texted me about... Listen, Perry. That's not a done deal. It's not a done deal. I don't know how much you're going to get paid.
I might... Where did that start? That started at like 39 minutes. I might whack it in Premiere Pro and see if I can boost the gain on it massively and see if it will pick up anything. I have to sort of do that off stream though, because... Well... Let me start downloading this after hours, because I'm obviously going to use it. I could get away with downloading it as an MP3, but I'm just going to download the full video. Just in case I see anything like chat-wise that I want to use. If Perry travelled, that would be the greatest content ever. If he visited fans during his tour, it would make for close to heart kind of content. What's going to enjoy Perry Beyond talking about 92? Yeah, I just don't think they do that, though. I don't think they do that. Because they've been stepping more and more away from the fans. And they've been trying to force more of these bits that are just, like, not that funny. But I think it would be really nice. This is why I think Potsdam was a good event. And people actually come out for it.
I don't know anything about it other than what I told you already. I got to call them tomorrow and see if that's kosher, okay? See if that's a done deal. But don't consider it a done deal yet. I'm talking about what you just texted me.
He's really quiet there. I think I'd actually have to, like, boost the gain on it. Because Tom doesn't mute his mic for some reason. He just moves it really, really far away. He's got Jim PCL for that.
About going there tomorrow. Yeah, so it's not a done deal yet. I'll let you know tomorrow when it's a done deal. Okay? No, Perry, please just listen to me. Again, I'm sorry. I'm not going to tell you these things anymore. Okay? Because then you jump to all these things. I don't know anything about pay. I don't know anything. I'm just throwing it out there. Okay? But let me talk to the guy tomorrow and see if it's a thing. Okay? So please, have patience and wait. Thank you. All right, good night. I'm going to talk to you later. Bye. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry to be vague. There's some kind of thing that might happen with him, but I don't know 100% yet. And he's already talking about, how much am I going to get paid? How much money am I making? It's just I don't know. Those are reasonable questions, but he's jumping like 10 steps ahead. Peter North voice maybe, but I like Peter North again when like Perry reads it or it just pops up. Like
Pottstown should have been repeated. I think when they went out to the Wild Western and filmed the Wild Western and stuff like that, they should have had a fan meet up there as well. Like, maybe before they actually started shooting the movie, they could have done a fan meetup and just taken a couple nights to chill before they actually like went and started doing the thing. But I think Tom really wants to gear it in a direction that's like less fan involvement, more Tom involvement. They'd be too on edge to hold an event. Sharp eye out for bricks. Well, didn't Perry get sent to McDonald's at Pottstown? And he got really, really angry about it. Because I want the body cam footage. If I ever find the body cam footage, like if we ever get sent the body cam footage, I will upload it. Because I think I really want the body cam footage of just Ohio.
I don't know if that's 100% necessary. Anyway, back to Juliet. So for a long time, I changed, and to do her a favor, because she had blocked Perry, I had changed Juliet's number on his phone, and it was a number that we controlled, where I could see, and again, like, so he's not sending her the real creepy stuff. And then, of course, on New Year's Eve, all of a sudden she shows up at Perry's door. Perry appears with the apple, and, you've seen the video. And she needs a ride to the bank, and then a ride to a mechanic. Why she couldn't get an Uber, I don't know. And she knew she was messing with Pandora's box there. And then since then, I think she's tried, because she says in the video, I tried to call you. So she must have figured out that he wasn't getting his call, so he put her in as a different number. And anyway, and she plays these games, because right after that, she was completely blanking him, ignoring him, like didn't even think that he was alive, like it would completely ignore him. When's the next Tom B week? Thank you, Scary Perry, for the $1. I don't know. I don't have anything planned right now.
Him. Yeah, probably because Perry's like a bit of a fucking weirdo. Really, like he is a weirdo when it comes to women.
Year with a lot of like health issues and work stuff, family stuff. But I got good news. I can say this now. I did have some issues. And of course, Perry, Michael J. Dox, as I call him, he likes to say this and that. Tom's dying. Tom's,
So, like, if you're ever in like, if you're ever in a situation where New Year's Eve, maybe you can't afford an Uber, maybe Uber drivers aren't kicking about as much, and your neighbor comes asking for help, you don't help them. Don't help them. Take all their money.
I had this issue for the past almost a year where I had one of my issues, and I took a couple of nasty falls, and I didn't know if there was something going on with me internally. I had a really high white blood cell count. Your normal blood cell range, I think, is somewhere between 3 and 9. And mine was going from 12 to like 14, 16, 18, 22. And when you have a high white blood cell count, it's a sign of cancer or another problem. And so I had to get all these tests done, scans, blood work up the ass. I had this little thing with my liver, but it's fine.
Juliet, please.
But they all came out. They didn't know what it was. And then the next stage was going to be doing a bone marrow biopsy, which is really painful. That's when they go into the bone and take out, And I've actually done that because my friend, who I've talked about, had a rare blood disease, had to get a bone marrow transplant, and I had to see if I was a match for him. So I did the test. It fucking hurts. They don't put you under. It's like this big ass needle that goes through your bone.
Randy Callahan.
Anyway, so by the way, he's fine now that he's recovering nicely. He's finally getting his immunization shots. He's doing really well. So, long story short, I went to
I doubt
every
there's
doctor
going
known
to
to
be anything
mankind.
good for the rest of this after hours.
Cardiologist, hematologist,
I'm gonna have to end up
which is
soon
blood,
anyway because I need to go.
a
to sleep.
urologist, which examines your
I've got to
urine,
work
and,
earlier.
make sure you don't have
Now
prostate
they've
cancer.
asked me to, so I said I will.
Ear, nose, and throat for see if there's things. Everybody known to mankind, and anyway, it was a cardiologist. This guy, he's like, listen, dude. He's
I'll
like,
watch some more while I'm here.
it's a simple solution to this. You can lose weight, and that's because you've got these things I started doing some real healthier things, and I'm not doing this thing where I'm like this picture of health. I'm not, but I started eating healthy, stopped drinking almost entirely. I'll have a glass of wine with dinner every now and again if special occasion. But good news is, so last week when I went to my hematologist and they do all this blood work for you, and then you sit there and you get the results right there. And they tell you, and that's when, again, my white blood cell, it was mainly my white blood. There was other little things here and there, but it was mainly the white blood cell count. And it was sky high. And then she came in and she was like, I got good news. You're back you're in normal range today. I was like an 8.9. I haven't been that low since I started going there. And I was like, yeah, whatever you're doing, keep doing it, and come back in 6 months. And that was it. And I was like, I'll take it. That sounds great. And I felt really good. And another thing I've been doing, at the risk of sounding hokey pokey or mystical, because I'm not that type of dude. I'm very cynical. I have a really good friend. She's a doctor. She lives in Scotland, and she came over to New York just back in January. And
was this testicle
I met up with her, and she was wearing this little circle Band-Aid looking thing. And I was like, oh, what'd you do to your hand?
Do you know what's really funny, actually, now that I think about it? The fact that Testicle Tiger has more than likely been watching this entire stream, and she has not said a word. She's probably just feeding it all straight back to Tom. But, there's not really a whole lot they can do, because it's transformative enough. I'm not directly stealing anybody's works. So unfortunate for them, but there we go. There we fucking go. Yeah, I'm in a good mood today. I might do a bit of gambling later. Off stream, of course, I will not be gambling on stream because I might actually get it taken down. In other news as well, I got gifted a membership on PWR's stream. Not the Cinderblockboys. Speaking of, we need to see if he's taking calls. I completely forgot about PWR. He's offline, so he might not even be streaming. But we can go into... I don't need a new tab for this. We can go into DSP Reacts and start typing.
That have been bigger, right?
Right.
I think the real question is what...
I don't think he'll read chat because it's smart, guys.
So here's what I think is going to happen in the match. What's probably going to happen, and if they were smart...
Dude, is that Jim Priest?
What happens is...
Cypress
I put
TV
Seth Rollins over,
has come
I
out
have
for the
Paul
first time in
Heyman
fucking ages.
join up with Seth Rollins, and that's the long-term story.
Cypress TV got on stream and everyone started rinsing him for his fucking teeth.
I don't think he benefits at all from being with CM Punk. I think CM Punk should just be his own guy. He doesn't need a...
I bet Cinderblockboys are banned.
I think Paul Heyman and Seth Rollins as the duo coming out, winning this match, and kind of, putting down the other two, kind of elevates...
This channel is very interactive.
It gives him a win when
it looks like
he's been the workhorse for the company for a long time.
Phil is just, so fucking awkward. He can't have a conversation. Look at his face. He looks... How do you look uncomfortable on your own stream? How do you look genuinely? Phil is probably the only person on the planet, aside from Perry, that genuinely thinks his stream is like a clock in and clock out type thing. But in Perry's case, he genuinely isn't his own boss. Phil is his own boss. Phil makes his own hours. Phil does what he wants. And he still looks at it and thinks that he's got a clock in and clock out punch in his time code. He genuinely believes he is the blue collar streamer. And it's just so delusional.
The outcome of that event determined what was going to happen in the main event of the next night, and because it had that impact, both
Phil is just not capable of like running a show.
Right? You were just so excited to see
He
both.
put a cardboard standee and left.
Quite frankly, if you like these guys, great.
Where's
if
his
you wanted to see
goal?
them at WrestleMania,
It's at the
they're
top,
getting
innit?
their match, and you know it's
$28. Holy shit! Last stream, by the way, he made like $300, close to $400. It was $375, I think. He's nearly finished his Smart Guys stream. I think he's got about another hour. I guarantee you there'll be some Hail Mary tip that all of us. He might not even have another hour. He might have like another 10 minutes. I logged in as. Let me have a look. There it is. 9:45 EDT. Let me have a look. EDT to BST. He's 5 hours behind me by the looks of it. That doesn't make sense. How does he? Okay, I'm gonna put PDT in. He's 8 hours behind me, so. Yeah, he's got like 30 minutes left of the stream by the looks of it. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so again, it's going to go one or two ways. Either he's going to get like a massive whale tip and just hit the goal right at the end. DSP will be crushed under heavy metal bulldozer. Well, he won't because he's got a Cinderblock wall to keep him protected. Because DSP is the one sending the bricks. The best part is he's got the fucking cards as well in the corner. Like, look at the cards. Do you want to see me open the cards,
what
guys?
match was it? Oh,
no.
of course. You know, Royal Rumble. He didn't get to do anything there.
PPP smear campaign, by the way. And he's got 170 viewers. Nobody is watching this shit. Phil is dead. Like,
he keeps losing every major opportunity that's handed to him.
It's only going to be so
this is
long
his
before the
opportunity
whales
to get
stop coming
over
in.
Not only on
Phil
two
is
guys
dead.
who he really hates, but also
It
if
makes you
Paul
wonder
Heyman were
how many
to
of those
jump ship
comments
and
are
join
actually
with
like
him,
real
that's a plus.
versus fake.
And she's like, "Oh, it's a stem cell patch," and I was like, "What?"
DSP's
She's like, "Oh
game
yeah,
is over."
Robert Kennedy wears them. They're called stem cell. They're like they help
I
they
don't
help
care
you
about Tom's
grow
medical talk, really.
they help your own stem cells like regenerate stuff in your body. It's good for wellness and stuff. And I've been wearing it, and she was telling me all the things that like helped her in the past 6 months she's been wearing it. So like, okay, well, I'm going to try it because at the time I was not doing great. And I've been, I don't know about if it's like a placebo effect, but since I've been wearing them, I feel great. My sleep's been better.
But yes, I think your DSP car accident
I feel like
very
little
funny for
differences.
content.
Like my hair is a little thicker, like weird things. And I've been reading up on them. So anyway, that's that, and then diet and exercise. Really, that's it. And I hit the gym like about 4 days a week. I've been doing.
Can we just note, by the way, Tom, like, he's seen all these doctors for this shit, but on the first Tom B week, he said about how he put on weight and how he can just like get the weight to come straight off. He knows what he's doing, this, that, and the other, but clearly he fucking doesn't.
I do the thing at my gym now. They put in a cold plunge, so I do a sauna for like 15 minutes when I can. It's finding the time, of course. And then I do a cold plunge. I try to do
my
like,
nose
2 to 3
is like
minutes
really stuffy.
Where do you get the stem cell patches? Okay, so and I'm not advocating this or anything, but it's this company called LifeWave, and the patches that I use are called X39 patches, and that's and then I have a patch for like skin, and they have patches for pain. I was actually thinking of getting some for Perry because they have ice patches for like pain, and like if you put it on like your back, so you keep them on for 12 hours. They look like little circle band-aids, and then you take them off for 12 hours. And I've been doing it pretty religiously. How's my dad doing? My dad got some good news too, and I don't mind saying this because he doesn't mind. My dad actually got diagnosed with prostate cancer, but that's the most common form of cancer in males, and also the most treatable. And
okay, I was going to say, how is that good news?
They do a PT scan on your body to see, where it is, because if it spreads somewhere else, you're in trouble. But it was this very tiny, concentrated area, and his doctor said, hey, it's a small area. And he has friends that have had it and got treatment, and you're done. So he's got two choices for treatment. They do these things called seeds, or he can get radiation. Just radiation for 2 weeks, zap it out, and then hopefully you're donezo and you recover. So
you're gonna have a big medical bill.
Theo says my
Hopefully
dad got
Perry
his
can
prostate
foot
cancer.
the
Yeah, I've
bill
heard
for
mostly good things about prostate. Like, hey, you know what? If you're gonna get cancer, you got the best one with prostate.
I wonder how old Dio is now that I think about it. Because I want to know if he's like my age. Like, I'm 21. I want to know if he's like my age or if he's like older or younger. I'm really curious.
It's very true. And thank you, Blade Runner, for praying. That's nice. So he was very relieved to get the good news. Obviously, he's not out of the woods yet, and I might have to take some time off next month because I basically have to move in with him because I got to take him to get.
He is literally down to DSP. Like, he is DSP right down to the fucking wire. Because DSP has to take some time off in late April because of his parents dying. Which DSP probably isn't going to do because he wants an internet W over PPP, which isn't even an internet W. But he wants to be able to say that his fucking thing DMs with PPP were all lies. So he's not going to go and visit his dying parents in Connecticut. Anyway, yeah, Tom now all of a sudden needs to take time off in fucking April as well.
Treatments every day, so
Perry covered in
rather than
patches would be fun.
and
Even if it was band-aids, I'd like to see one, like a 2,000 band-aids in one stream. Yeah, Danko, that'll cost you $500 minimum just to get the offer pitched, and then we're gonna need to round up at least another $500 through other chatters. So good luck with that, and thanks for the money, dummy. And if you think Perry will be putting 2,000 band-aids on, you are sorely mistaken. He'll be putting about 30 on at an absolute push. But I do agree that would be quite a funny idea. I think it'd be funny to just start watching them peel off and watch him try and manage them. Oh, yeah, and of course, you can't forget the fans have got to send the band-aids.
Just going to
Perry
stay
will
in
not
this
be going
place
out and buying them
during the week and work remotely, and I'm going to just try to bring my. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to try to do PCL from there, and see how it goes. We were supposed to go to Mexico together to settle his strange brother passed away in Mexico, middle of nowhere, and the Mexican government is really on our ass to get this taken care of. The guy died last November. One of us has to go. I really don't want to go by myself. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's not like fun Mexico. It's like jungle Mexico. It's like cartel country Mexico. I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up. I don't know. Churches, my grandfather passed away recently, had prostate cancer. By the time they found it was already terminally ill from lung disease, so they just told him to live with it. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, obviously, listen, if I learned anything in the past year is if you're over 40, get yourself to the doctor on a regular basis and start seeing regular things. Like seeing a urologist once a year is a good thing. Do a pee test, see if there's any trace. You never know. So now I go to all these doctors like an old person, but it's. You got to go. You got to get yourself checked out. If your father feels like put him on PCL, let him tell us some of those good stories. He's got a load of good.
I will also wish for better things. Even in the worst of times, a little bit of optimism can make the impossible happen. But you are probably right. Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money to get the band-aids going. But yeah, no, maybe you get a veteran's discount, Danko. Maybe if you went in the chat and said, look, I want this offer, Jim would go, yep, accepted. And they'll go, it's for Danko. It's for Danko. Wavy G has sent a photo in main chat. Is this AI? I can't tell anymore. And it's a picture of 2 sandwiches. Today's sandwiches. Oh, no. He's just sent sandwiches. But it's a picture of Randy, and he's asking if it's AI. It's the one from Deca Surfboards. It's from his Facebook, apparently. Just show us exactly what Facebook's Randy's. Thanks. I might
stories. I want to wait until he's a little better, and then I'd really like to interview just for my own sake, just to get these stories out. I'd like to interview him in a good
no
studio
discount for me.
One of these days when I finish my studio. Perry had us really scared about you. I was
Thanks
freaked
for the
out. I'm
money.
sorry. Yeah, again, I didn't want to get into it on the stream. It's not the place for it. But good night, P-Bell. It's I didn't really feel like it's not something I wanted to. I was a little freaked out myself. With the whole thing. Why couldn't he have died in Cancun? Well, if I go to Mexico, I'm going to go to Cancun on the way out.
On his
I'm not
Foreman
going.
grill. They should have done that last night. TT just sent the Band-Aid idea to Jim, as I'm sure. Yeah, next week we're gonna see Perry with like 20 Band-Aids on, and that's gonna be their take on the offer. Perry should have put a brick in the microwave last stream, because he had 2 in his room that he didn't have any trouble moving about, so he should have just put one in the fucking microwave. Like, they could have made that a crowd
not get like
source.
a weekend out of it in some resort. I got enough points banked with the Marriott. I can get something. Remember your Tiki Bar fiasco? I do, and it had a happy ending. We ended up the guy that built the thing actually ended up getting arrested in a sting that we helped set up, and got a full refund. So partial. I think maybe a little bit short, but got the money back. This summer I want to tear it down because it's just basically a storage shed at this point. Is Tony going to pop up this week? So the thing I had about Tony, I don't want to put Tony in harm's way, but I was thinking of using the George Foreman thing to have George Foreman.
I don't want to put Tony in harm's way, but it's fine to put Perry in harm's way by putting them two in a room together. What?
And because George Foreman like, hey, listen, Perry, I've been through a lot this week because your sister-in-law. It would really make me happy if you made some pizza paninis and invite Tony over. Because Perry owes Tony a dinner. He did promise him that. So I like Tony. I in my head, I'd love him to come by on Friday, and they could do the pizza paninis and Tony. And then any sign of trouble where Perry's going to get like a maniac, Tony just beelines it out and and let Perry calm down a little bit. But I don't know. Can we still expect a Bob and Tom show? I think you guys would be. Yeah, we've talked about that. I'd like to do that. It's just finding time in the schedule to do a show. And also,
Maybe
I would need
Bob
my
is
studio
just,
set. Because right now I'm still like in the same room that I've been doing this for
throwing him
years
for a
in this
loop.
house. This room that I had
sure,
dreams
Tom, we
of
can
being
do
a
a
media
show.
room, which
I'm not gonna
never
do the
came to
show,
fruition
we
because
lol.
of how expensive it was. But I do have an area that I built. I'm just waiting for the weather to get a little better, and I'm going to build out this area kind of like on the side of the house. It's technically part of the garage that I've converted. I've put up like soundproof stuff, and so I'm going to move my shit in there. It's a tighter space. This is a really big room that I'm in right now. But yeah, the show that we wanted to do, I told him that I think it would be really good if he just talked about Stern.
All these
I could do a
ideas make the
Stern-based
stream worse.
and interview like people
Beeline's
from the
out
Stern
with
show.
judo
And like,
flips him. Why can't it be both? Why can't he judo flip him through the door onto the cinder blocks and then beeline it out?
really talk about it, because it's one thing to talk about how something sucks, right? Like Stern sucks now. There's no doubt about that. If you think he's
so
good,
does
you're
After
crazy.
Hours. So does PCL.
But
like PCL is kind of.
I don't
a
think
bit
you can
dead
talk
right
about
now.
how something is bad
Except for the bricks.
like
The bricks are
that
making it
without
good.
talking about how great it was. Because anybody can be bad. You're just always bad, and it's like, well, nobody cares. But the reason why people are so shocked at how Howard is so bad is just how good he used to be.
The lack of
so talk about the glory.
self-awareness here,
Bob's got a ton of
makes him
stories,
like
and he knows
ESP.
people. So it'd be fun to and the two of us would be on there. And I think Bob is great when he has somebody to play off. Like that's why Bob's so good with Perry. Like Bob's on fire. He needs and I would want to be his we'd be co-hosts together and put research into it.
I think Bob's good enough
put
by
some
himself as
thought
well.
into it and pre-interview the guests.
I don't really
and
think
get,
either of
old,
them need co-hosts.
Stern Show guests. There's loads of them.
Like Bob
loads
and
of them.
Perry. I mean, not.
I don't know how long. I don't know how much legs that has because eventually you're gonna run out of guests. But I think that could be a really
Phil-brained.
and I'd love to be part of it. I'm like a
Tom's
Stern
Phil-brained. This whole chat's gonna be
archivist
Phil-brained by the end of
mentally.
it.
I listened to the show so many years. It's, every syllable of the show. I would tape the show and listen to it later. I would listen to it in podcast form before they were podcasts.
And just like we're doing right now.
So, yeah, I'd like that to happen. It would be a scheduling thing. I don't know. It would be like a once a month thing, or I don't know. I don't have a timeline on that. Of course, Bob wasn't supposed to talk about it, and then people were sending me messages like, "Hey, when are you doing this show with Bob?" I was like, "Oh, I guess he talked about it." But that's cool. I love Bob to death.
Bob is a
so,
pro. Yeah, that's true. He doesn't need anybody.
Great. Anyway, getting back to Juliet before we get too long in the tooth. So when I had him go to her door on Friday to give that stuff, I pretty much knew the reaction she was going to have, and then I wanted Perry to block her because it was just getting too much.
So basically what he's just said there is he's engineered a situation where Perry is going to give Juliet something she doesn't like so that Perry can then turn around and block her. Bob has burnt every bridge he's ever had. Well, this is exactly what Tom's getting Perry to do. Like, just burn every fucking bridge he's got.
It's like this. I just think that there's nothing good that's coming out of this. I don't mind Juliet on the stream, of course. Our version of Juliet's great, but the real Juliet's a problem. And then she's like threatening him with like, "Oh, I'm gonna report you to manager," which by the way would be the best thing ever.
What? I'm baffled by this. How is he making Juliet the the problem and not the victim here? This just, please someone correct me if I'm wrong, but like, is Juliet not like 110% the victim?
Like him getting kicked out honestly would be great. I have backups.
Also, if Perry getting kicked out would be so great for Tom, why does he care so much about the Cinderblocks? Because if they end up getting him kicked out, surely it's a good thing per his own words.
For that, if that happens, but we'll see. So anyway.
He also has backups if Perry gets kicked out, apparently. Both Juliet and the Cinderblockboys have been reported to management. But what ground would they have to report Juliet to management? Like, as far as he's made out, they're just having like human conversations, but Juliet doesn't want to be anything more than a friend with Perry. This is what I understand. Tom has backup living space. Apparently so. Apparently, this is what he's implying. He says he has backups, contingencies for Perry being kicked out of the house. So the only thing that could translate to is he has other places.
I think it's better if they just don't interact at all. Because Perry can't control himself. And obviously she can't control himself because she uses him for free meals and rides and things like that. Anyway, Bob is the bad. I agree, Syke, and you're a good dude with him because he, Bob needs. I want Bob to be able to use different. He needs to get out of the StreamYard mode. He needs to start I want to see Bob using like more voices and stuff like that, not just reading super chats. I think
so. He's trying to Tomify Bob. That's what he's trying to do. Bob, you need to use more AI stream voices. Well, you're saying Danko, and I assume it's in regards to the Juliet stuff. The hand rubbing is out of control. So from what I understand, Thomas said that he's got backups for Perry being kicked out of the house, and the only backup I could think of would be like extra living space, like a different house. So if he's already got a different house for Perry, why has he not moved him out of the fucking house? Thus eliminating, by the way, any and all deliveries. And then you can schedule deliveries, like you can fucking sort food out and do this and that. Like they can manage deliveries in the way that they want.
He needs to. Anyway, what do I know? I'm an idiot. I've been doing this long. I know what works for us, and I think what works for us could possibly also work for him. Testicle Tiger says, "I'll report my fist to her face." A Testicle Tiger.
Yep, I don't believe you wouldn't do that, Testicle Tiger. Brilliant. Threaten some random person. Awesome comment from Testicle Tiger there. Big shout out to Testicle Tiger for threatening a resident of Perry's apartment. I'll report my fist to her face. Good one, Testicle Tiger. Thank you. You're always here with the most important, insightful comments. If you could please just do me a favor and sit in the stream and sit in the server all night long and then preach about how overworked you are and then go on a banning spree because you fucking smoked all the meth you can smoke, that would be great. Thank you. Unfortunately, you can't ban anyone in the Discord server, so you're going to have to take it out on people in main. If you could do that, that would be ideal. I'm thinking maybe you can ban Decker Surfboard, get him out of there. He's a fucking detractor. Dio, obviously, get that fucking detractor out of there. Happy Days as well. Happy Days is a fucking detractor, and she's a woman as well, so she's competition for you. So, you probably need to get her out of there because she's competition for you. She's stepping on your toes. Get her out of there.
Never liked Juliet. Not that I did either, but I thought for
Testicle Tiger never liked Juliet. Yeah, probably because she's a woman involved with Perry.
a little time, like, oh, maybe she can come in and be our mailbag girl. Maybe she can open mail.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
We can pay her, but
would you pay her?
I just
Probably
think
not
she's bad
much.
news. Otherwise, you're the best. But yeah, Bob has to do, because I've talked to the guys at Super Tip on Bob's behalf. There's things he has to do that he hasn't. That I got to walk him through, and he can't. You know what he needs? Like,
Sure didn't. I had her number. She's talking metaphorically. Okay. I had her number immediately. Lol.
With you, he needs a me. He needs somebody to run the stream
crazy.
for him behind the scenes. He needs the setup that I have, and I'm still evolving this setup. But like, what I mean is, he needs somebody playing.
I don't think Bob Levy needs a different setup. I think his stream's fine as it is.
The comments for him, and not just like the super chats, but like he needs somebody.
No, he doesn't. This is just another way that Tom's trying to shoehorn himself into Bob's stream. He doesn't need someone doing all of this shit for him. It can all be done automatically. It can all be done automatically. He doesn't need any fucking... He does not need a co-host. He does not need a Tom Brennan. Fuck off.
You know, doing the voices and stuff like that, but because he's not going to be able to, and nor should he. He's not going to be able to handle like a broadcast.
Juliet's a harpy, by the way. Yeah, if constantly talking about her on streams, like in such a negative way that like you make your fans hate her, if that doesn't count for harassment, I don't know what does.
Broadcast software like OBS,
bricks, apparently.
You know what I mean? So there's things like that.
And
I apologize. Once in a blue moon, you know, this happened 3 times now where the stream completely freezes up, and the only recourse I have is to reboot. So there's something going on with my system.
You need someone to ban
it's showing its age.
In chat. Yeah, but he's got Testicle Tiger for that. Bob's got Testicle Tiger to get rid of all the comments.
I built this system, God, I think in like 2018, and I upgraded it a little bit over the years. The laptop I have is actually more powerful than my PC. Because the laptop, if you remember from Tom B Week Volume 3, when Perry spilled champagne on that laptop, that died, and then Garrett, without my knowledge, actually did like a nice GoFundMe, so I had funds to get a new laptop with. Eventually, I sat on that for a long time because I didn't need one. And then when I finally needed one, which I think was right before we went to Pottstown to do, you know, a mobile PCL thing, I got like the real badass like gaming laptop, which is still better than this.
You know, he's got.
So I might have to get like a new video card. I don't know. I gotta because I hate when that happens. I thought I solved it because I fixed a bunch of driver issues and stuff. I don't know. There's a new piece of software that I'm looking into possibly switching over to from OBS called Meld Studio, and maybe it's more user friendly if Bob wants to jump into that. It's still in beta, but they're doing stuff that OBS does, but a lot easier. It's not open source, but I don't give a shit about open source. But they might do a thing where you can add guests, like video guests, like within the software. Like they're working on that. They do a lot of things that OBS just doesn't do natively without plugins. So I know this doesn't mean much to people,
Old Ugly Bastard.
It's something to look out for, and it's much more user friendly.
You're lagging, dude. You're lagging.
5090 here I come. How much is the 5090? Was it like $3,000 or something like that? Yeah, I mean, I have a what do I have? A $40
from Slayer
Ti, I think, and I got that when they were cards were really still hard to get.
He said he
we were doing the stream, and I needed a good one.
And sat on the money.
So because I use OBS to try to convince Bob to run OBS, and I'll control it.
Yeah.
So what you have to do, so you can do what I do. I just support Perry in via Discord.
He must have got like a Hail Mary super chat
and then I'm running OBS on my end.
Within the last
that's why he can turn off the power only once. The stream still runs. I'm looking to upgrade.
It's so embarrassing.
There's like a premium version of Zoom, which does like NDI, like this. That's what broadcasts use. Like that's what like streamers that use, like who are going remote from like or having a guest on. I'm thinking of switching to that. That's more. It's obviously an expense, but I think it would look better. Right, I like Discord because there's 0 latency and you can share. The thing is, you got to share the audio because otherwise Perry can't hear the tip comments or anything like that.
Yeah, to make the goal. Okay.
I know you would think I wouldn't be having a problem with the 4080 Ti. I'm just assuming it might be the video card, even though I update the firmware and all that. But yeah, you know, Bob can't do OBS. OBS is still, I'm still learning OBS. I've been using it almost 5 years now. It's a pain in the ass. And the thing about OBS is like it randomly changes settings on you. I have to check the settings before we go on. There was one stream where it was like, it got all fucked up and I had to start it over. It's because the settings
Stream
changed.
Elements, by the way, does just randomly change settings on me, so I will give him that. Stream Elements does just like, because if you don't use it in a while, this is my experience. If you don't use it in a while, sometimes it'll update and it'll just fucking like take a couple of your settings and just like remove them. So you just have to like do them all again, and then you spend like an extra 40 fucking minutes trying to figure out why certain bit of sound is not playing. For it to then just be like, for it to then just fix itself.
It like went to some crazy high resolution that it couldn't stream to. So then I set it back to
we've
normal.
watched
Anyway,
over an hour of After Hours.
I'm getting into tech
and the
leads, but
stream's
Bob
not been
needs
DMCA'd yet, so-
Bob needs somebody that can run the stream for him. He needs a dedicated producer, and I do it for him.
No,
when
he
Perry's
doesn't.
on, I produce for him. I'm the one that puts up the comments and everything like that, just so he doesn't have to. But he needs that for, you know. And when we do the if we do a stream with him and I would run it from my end, and I would just go on his channel, and I can do that with like voices and shit. But anyway, blah blah blah.
Yeah, because he wants.
I also have an old hard drive in this
He wants
PC,
a
and I
Tom
think that
Brennan
might be a
cinematic
problem too.
universe.
Because sometimes I hear it spinning. Like when I play something, like a video file, sometimes it comes from that hard drive, and I can hear it spinning up, and it takes a while. And maybe it's just time to get rid of those old like.
I'm genuinely surprised Bob hasn't told him to go fuck himself yet. Like you'd think that he would, but apparently not. What's Illegal Deagle said? 23 comments. Oh, he's pointed out the 13 comments. Tiki Bar. Yeah, Tiki Bar fucking Tom. Let's get a fucking Cinderblockboys Tiki Bar. How about that?
Spinning hard drives and just go completely SSD.
Soviet Goat, actually, this is a personal request to you. If you could make some AI art of a Cinderblockboys Tiki Bar, like a Tiki Bar just made out of cinder blocks, that'd be fucking brilliant.
Yeah, OBS is definitely beyond Bob. It's almost unfair to expect him. And StreamYard is as easy as it goes, but StreamYard is very limited in what it can do. StreamYard's good for having guests on, and you can put up super chat. That's all it can do, though. You know, you can't even show a photo on there. You got to convert it to a PDI. It's a pain in the ass. When Bob and Perry first started doing streams, I tried StreamYard out. I hated it. But yeah, look at Meld Studio, though, Cyclabs. Look at Meld. It's in beta. They're working on it. They're making it better. I am very close to trying it out and just seeing if I can run a stream on it, you know, just to see how it goes. But yeah, did I answer the Juliet thing? I think it did.
I buy lots of gaming PCs for customers.
You got to look out for Perry. There's going to be people that are, you know, that's the thing about Perry. It's, you know, we all have our fun. It's like when somebody picks on your little sister or little brother and it pisses you off. It's like, well, hold on, I can do that because I'm their family, and, you know, I love.
You've heard it here first. Tom Brennan can do what he wants with Perry because he loves Perry. So he can have Tony Hawk come round to his house and fucking slam him through his chair, suplex him, judo slam him, do whatever. But if you send a cinder block to his fucking house, you're done.
Love them. You can't do it, though. That's going to piss me off. So I don't like it when somebody fucks with Perry. You know, and that's what she does. And she's the type, you know, I don't know her, but she strikes me as the type that just uses dudes. And I don't like that. Yeah, that's the thing. Tonight blocks the NIG. I know, it's so stupid. It's like
Juliet.
That's in the restream thing. They have these default like hate speech settings.
Actually
so
press
stupid.
charges against Tom.
That's not on Rumble. That's the software that generates
Theo's typed
the
his
chat
same
box.
message again. He typed
I'm
that
meaning to
before.
sort that out.
Like he
actually,
really wants
now
the
that you mention
attention.
it. Let me see if I can do it right now. Hold on. Because there's no reason to have this on there. Because
She's a
Yes,
whore
somebody
and not
blocked
the
her.
fun kind. Yep. Thanks, Testicle Tiger.
it's so strange. Why
Your
that's on
comment's not going to get read out.
there. Oh, I see it. Okay, hold on. Try typing
Juliet
tonight
should go
now.
after Testicle Tiger. That would be a fun fight.
Let me see if I just fixed it. Just somebody type tonight. I know we're on a little delay.
God,
we
imagine
go,
the last
fixed.
years of your
Look at
life
that.
are spent
If there's any other words like that, let me know and I'll take care of those. SPIC is another one.
Woman that is in the position
that's
that you
in there.
want
It's like a
to
default.
be in.
They have like a default hate speech, so I had to go in there and take it out. Okay, well, one thing was solved tonight.
That's why Testicle Tiger doesn't like Juliet, because Juliet is in the position that she wanted to be in.
I saw a question I was going to end and I forgot. Imagining your mom leaving you and your siblings to go out to dinner with Perry for a free meal. Well, I would hope that the kids are being watched by somebody else. It's not my place to judge parenting of other people. I would hope that that would be sorted out a different way.
They can sniff out guys. See, like, everyone is just calling her a whore because of what, like, Tom said. But maybe she just isn't. Maybe she just, like, genuinely liked Perry as a friend. But these are the kinds of people that just, like, can't fathom that as a reality. And, like, there must be some romantic interest involved.
I bet Julia can't even cook a good turkey. I don't think she's the kind of lady that cooks very much. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know her. I talked to her on the phone one time.
I don't know her, but I'm just going to sit here and bash her, like, live on the air. I'm going to sit here and imply that she's a whore and she's using Perry for money live on the air. And so that everyone else in the chat also agrees with that narrative and follows along with it.
Because I called Perry on New Year's Eve when they were in the car together, and a female answered Perry's phone, and you can imagine my surprise. I was like, I thought it was Robin, his friend Robin, but I've talked to her and I knew her voice.
Yeah, Grandma Robin.
And, it wasn't Robin. And I was like, is Perry there? Did I, it's not that I dialed the wrong number. I hit his name and I called him. So, that's the thing.
I think Perry was guilty of thinking it was romantic. Well, maybe. Well, I mean, definitely, because Perry is like, I think Perry's got the sort of like old school mindset that like men and women can't be friends with each other. It has to go one way or the other. But Tom isn't helping the fucking case by just sitting here implying that Juliet is only using Perry for money and that she's some sort of grifter, when the irony of it is Tom is like almost quite literally doing the exact same thing. But yeah, I fucking doubt Juliet is as bad as he's making out. Testicle Tiger, I can tell you for free, the only reason Testicle Tiger's mad is because she isn't in that position right now. She wants to be in that position. Dusty old bones of Grandma Robin. Yeah, fucking.
So I don't know, and then so I don't know. And as far as anything else goes, yeah, there might be. We do the thing now where we did it last year too, and then we got away from it. We got to take one Wednesday off a month, so I don't know when. I haven't done the schedule for April yet, but yeah, if there's a stream that's going to be a stream or two that's missed, there's a couple of things going on. Also, Jim, and I'm not speaking out of school, Jim is actually moving as well. Where he's moving to is none of your business, but so
Jim's
there's a lot of moving parts going on. So there might be some downtime in April, but I don't know. Maybe there won't be. Live PCL at some point. Yes, I always say that I'd like to do that, but it has to be done the right way. And I'm not. I don't want to be in a position where, again, you don't want to be stuck with doing creative and production at the same time. It never works out. So I'd want to get somebody.
Why do you try to do it then? If creative and production doesn't work out at the same time, why the fuck do you keep giving these shitty fucking bits? Why don't you just let the fans be creative? Which is how PCL has been since day fucking one. Why don't you just let the fans create instead of trying to fucking like mediate everything and put your seal of approval on it and edit all of these tip comments, which you yourself have said that you do? Why don't you just let the fucking fans of the show create the shit that they want to create? And fair enough if they go too out of hand, but in the case of like all of the ones that have just been banned recently, nobody doxed anybody. No one fucking doxed anybody. But like, they've just made up fucking lies to go along with the narrative, and it's so odd to me. Like, how can you complain about the job that you're doing when you're actively trying to shoehorn your way into that job? Perry has an old brain for sure. In his prime, he was more sexually threatening. Now his dick is so... I can't read that word. I can't read that word. It's not popped up in my fucking... It's not popped up in my chat bar at the side. Let me see if I can find it. Unless it's one of the ones that you just like unsent. That's the only reason why they've not been coming through. If you unsend them. No, I just can't see that message at all, huh? That's annoying. I saw it come up at the corner. Let me have a look. Ow. I just can't see the comment. How about now? Yeah, I can see that. And I can see it coming up in the corner, like, on the chat. But I couldn't see that other comment. Scoot that message up. There. I can't see the big one that you sent is the one that I wanted to see. Maybe it's because Streamlabs has got a bunch of these filtered terms that I haven't sorted out. That's the only thing I could think of. In which case, send it to me on Discord because I'll happily read out that message.
To do our stage setup, have all the equipment working. I'd want to figure out how to go live so people can watch it online, and also maybe do some tip comments and things like that that the audience can see and hear, and also you guys can see and hear. And also, you know,
well, joshing on this stream, Danko, costs a minimum of $500 because we have to put it through as a crowdsource. So, you know, if you could get that vetted with my producers, Soviet Goat, that would be great. Thank you.
Make it a smooth experience no matter if you're there in person or if you're watching. And there's just some things beyond my limited knowledge of live production. Because I don't want it to be a shit show. We've all gone to things where, well, maybe not, but, you know, whether it's music or something that you like and you go to see it live and it's just a shit show. You know, like, oh, hold on, we'll start in an hour. We got to run over to Guitar Center to buy a cord because we don't have it. I don't want to be that dude. So if we do it, I want it to be good.
Oh, TOS is banned.
I hope Jim doesn't get sucked into Hollywood. You know, Jim's got a good head on his shoulders. I think, you know, it's like when the good guys make it big. You know, Jim's one of the good guys. It's so weird to me that Rumble's pulling like YouTube numbers. Like still 364 listening to watching a stupid car graphic.
Rumble's
I do want to change this graphic
YouTube
by the way. I want to test the waters on it. I actually want to get his car driving down. Yeah, I think it's time for a little upgrade. But you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's other things to do.
The vaporwave.
Terry leaving the stage to poop. Well, you know that's going to happen. You know that's going to happen. So you know, we just got to deal with that. You know, Perry's got. Yeah, there would have to be a thing in the plans where the toilet can't be that far from the stage.
We were talking about a live show in chat earlier, and now they're talking about a live show now. It's literally, it's more proof, yeah, that like this is so akin to DSP. Because you can mention something and then like 5 minutes later they'll bring it up and it'll be your answer.
Is it iconic? I don't know. Is it? Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe just use a little update. Wouldn't it be funny if it was his Corolla or something going down the thing?
Perry has an old brain for sure. In his prime, he was more sexually threatening. Now his dick is so misused that his sexual assaults are all hand stuff now. Mate. His dick at this point has probably been burnt down to a fucking stub.
Is PCL going to have a red carpet premiere for the Wild Western? I have no idea what they have planned. I'm scared to death of seeing what that movie turned out to be, to be perfectly honest with you.
Why? I thought the movie went great.
There's no way it's going to be good. It can't be.
Oh, well, you've heard it there from Tom himself. The Wild Western is going to be a bad movie. It sucks to suck for everyone that spent the money on it. Soviet Goat, I know you're fucking angry right now. I bet you were hoping it to turn out to be a cinematic masterpiece, but, well, you've heard it from Tom first. It's not good.
But I think everyone would be interested to see what a batshit crazy thing it turns out to be. I'd like to be wrong. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. That's a whole other kettle of fish that I'm not going to open right now.
The Kettle of Fish, the Wild Western movie that was meant to come out ages ago.
Austin works. Yeah, again, it's about money. You know, if Austin's feasible money wise, you know, someone's got to pay for it. You know, and we're a lot. You know, like PCL, like, you know, we got.
I would
myself,
like to see Theo Brando meet Perry Caravello.
Perry, that core four, we're a package deal. So, you know, you're talking accommodations and everything like that. I don't know. Not as bad as putting his hands in the toilet to clear his own poop. Truer words have never been spoken. That was really gross. Things that grossed me out this week. Yeah, that. Him thinking that he can just leave a cushion with and let the pee dry. I mean, that's just disgusting. His belching last night was off the chart. It was really getting to me. Like, you know,
not really disgusting.
And I try to be very. I do my best. There's times where he just puts me in a bad mood, and I'm only human. I'm gonna.
What's really funny is that, like, since people in the Discord have disavowed the use of bird brain, we haven't heard any bird brains. And I think that is just brilliant. I think the lack of bird brains are brilliant. I was hoping the Western would bring the Cinderblockboys and the PCL back together again. Do you know what? I really fucking hope, because it's a Western thing, yeah. I really hope there are some Cinderblocks in there. And because they're so petty, I hope they cut around the Cinderblocks. Or just, like, censor them on screen.
Lash out at them sometimes. But there's times where I just try to be super... And I've been in a great mood the past couple of weeks. I got good medical news. I got a clean bill of health. I've never felt better.
I've got clean bill of health.
At the lowest weight I've been since the pandemic 5 years ago. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It still needs to come down.
It's more than Perry then.
You know, I don't want to get too worked up with him, but sometimes he just drives me bad. You know, there's little things he does that just drive me crazy.
The vomit.
Me and my fiance only could take the burps. I know, and I'm listening to it, and I don't. Can we see the beard? I don't have a camera here. I'd have to like take a photo and post it or something. I don't want to do that.
How does he still not have a camera?
And I kind of look like shit right now, anyway.
I don't mind bird brain.
No, yeah, you'll
I could
see it
do
eventually.
without psychopath. See, bird brain would have been okay. Would he not use it every other sentence? Why do bird brains suddenly appear every time he's on air? Exactly. Yeah. Where are the bird brains coming from? See, like, bird brain... God, now I'm saying it. Wouldn't be that bad if it wasn't, like, every single other fucking sentence of the stream. It's like, hey, bird brain. Hey, bird brain, go and get the door. Go and get the Cinderblocks at the door.
I don't even know if I'm gonna hang on to it, honestly. I don't know. Oh, licking the phone, of course, that's another one.
Exactly, it's a sign of low intelligence.
And the Toms, he just pops it like he just doesn't care. It's like he just doesn't care. He just doesn't know anybody. It's like you got to save him from himself. I'm trying to get him to the gym to get 2 days a week with a personal trainer but he only wants to do LA Fitness, and you know, someone that kind of knows his limitations.
I'm pretty sure LA Fitness is like the Pure Gym of the UK, or like, because I think it's like similar to Planet Fitness. I'm pretty sure like it is so similar to like the Pure Gym of the UK, because we have Pure Gyms all over the UK, and we have like personal trainers that pop up, and most of them are quite shit. Like most of them can't really tell their own heads from their asses. But they're just sort of like paid by the gym to be there. So I think it's funny that he only wants to do LA Fitness.
And can work with him a little bit.
Well, I wish Perry would steal bird brain.
What was the number?
That would be funny. What do I bench? Who asked him that? But yeah, I think it would be really fucking funny if Perry just started calling Tom a bird brain.
You said it for the bench. I missed it. It's not in the 200s. What is the bar? The bar is like something, and then
the bar is 20 kilograms.
The bar itself. I start off with 245 plates. I don't know what that is. And
so it's about 60 kilos.
I'll add like maybe 10 to each for like the second or third set, and then But I have a trainer that I work on and off with for a long time. So he does a lot of the. The worst part about working out is like loading the weights yourself. Okay, 45. Yeah, so I start off at about 135, and then I work my way up. I might max out at 185 if I have to give a number.
185.
And then I really have to force myself to go on my own. And trying to do, I have a friend that I do strongman stuff with on Saturdays, unless we're streaming. And that's just like, farmer carries, pushing a sled and stuff. And that's really great because that gasses me. And then we go to the sauna and then cold plunge, and you feel like $1 million.
How does it make gym talk boring?
That's the secret sauce. That's the thing that really. I kept using the excuse, like Perry, as far as like being out of shape and shit. Of like, oh well, the pandemic really screwed me up, and it did. The pandemic turned my life upside down, like really, in so many ways. And
I think
was
the pandemic
a much
was
different
great
person
for PCL.
pre and post.
I don't think PCL would have like half as much of an audience as it did. Strongman stuff like sucking dicks. See, that message hasn't come through. So it's probably something to do with YouTube's auto mod stuff, which I will need to sort. I had no idea that was happening, but I can still see it come up. I just can't see it in my chat. Maybe if I do this. Oh my god! I've got it! So it was nothing to do with YouTube thing, but for some reason, top chat was the auto selected thing. And it said like top chat automatically filters out messages. Live chat just makes all the messages visible, so I can see everything now. Wiping semen on your chest and
Then I
pointing at
realized,
strangers.
Jesus Christ, that's 5 years ago. You've been using that excuse for 5 years, and I've had little ebbs and flows where I'd be like, okay, I'm going to do this, but you know what? I'm on a good track now. I don't know how long it's going to last, but whatever, and
really
to me,
up,
and people, you do you. No, don't let anybody tell you, oh, you need to do this, you need to lose that.
DSP
Do it for you.
used the COVID excuse recently as well, by the way. Because DSP used the COVID excuse to say that he couldn't do something, and yeah, it was something to do with his bank leaks. He said about how COVID like fucked him up, and Steve Cambion replied to it saying, "COVID's over, bro."
It really became a health thing.
Blame
and
Obama.
My cardiologist has no
I'm
sense of humor.
PCL.
So he'd be like, "Oh, Mr. Brennan, I see
problems
you
for now, I'm going to say
haven't lost much
PCL's
since
really
the last
fucked
time
me
you were
up."
here." And I was like, "Yeah, the holidays." And he's like, "Okay, well, I guess the holidays are more important than your health." No smile, no nothing. I was like, "All right, this guy," and I was afraid of him. And I kept canceling my appointment because I wanted to lose more weight. I was like, I gotta lose more weight by the time I go the next time. And then the last time I went, I was down, but I was not down far enough where I went. And I begged the the assistant that comes in and takes your weight before the actual doctor comes in. I was like, please, can you knock off like 3 pounds? She's like, no, I really can't. I was like, please, I got keys in my pockets. She's like, okay, I'll take off 2 pounds. I was like, thank you. And then he complimented me. But I was like, yeah, you know what? Find a doctor.
How fucking desperate though do you have to be for a compliment from your like doctor? Oh, please just knock off some weight for me, assistant, because I really want my doctor to compliment me. This is his idea of self-help. My favorite Scaremaster insults have been stooge and faggot. How long has it been since he let one of those rip? He's not allowed to drop the F-bomb, but Tom is allowed to say it as many times as he likes. Stooge is one that has not been around for quite a while. I'll give you that. Stooge is Stooge is an insult that I haven't seen for a while, personally.
That you're afraid of. and then you gotta just find healthy shit that you enjoy. That's the thing that I never really worked myself out with. It's like, find some friggin' healthy thing that you like, that you enjoy. And like, to me, my lunch is like, I'll get like chicken strips or like pulled rotisserie chicken with hummus and like a hard-boiled egg. It sounds weird, and then I'll put some like Frank's hot sauce on it, and it's a good, like, I like it, like after a work, and I look forward to it a couple times a week.
Tom is allowed to say as much
I'm trying to avoid carbs.
I don't think they understand that, like, if they want sponsorships and shit like that, it can't just be Perry saying those words on like not saying those words on stream. It has to be everyone. So Perry still isn't going to get any sponsorships or anything like that because of the fact that that language is still being used on stream one way or another.
Unless special occasion. And I try to, and I do
How far are
intermittent
we?
fasting. That's another
I'm
big
gonna
factor.
go to an hour and a half, and then I think I'm gonna get off because we've been going for nearly as long as like a PCL stream. String of hate words. Tom laid a stream back was intense. He seemed to really like them like a lot. Yeah, I don't know if it's the word specifically he likes, but it's probably more so the power he has over Perry by saying them, because he's banned those words for Perry. Perry is never allowed to say anything like that. But Tom, he can say them as much as he likes.
So I cut myself
there are
off from
bigger
eating.
problems.
Try to do it by 6:30 p.m. I try to get all my eating done by 6:30. Fast for 16 hours, and then 10:30 in the morning I can start eating again. So like there's different little hacks and shit, and it's just tough with kids because sometimes you go to a McDonald's drive-through and you're getting something for kids.
He sounded like a Facebook
Yeah,
mom.
that fucking Big Mac sounds pretty good right now. It'd be real easy, but try to.
Okay, the fundamentals of weight loss is calories in, calories out. Anyone that doesn't understand that is probably subscribed to some sort of Slimming World thing where it just doesn't fucking work. Like, how do you think they make their money? They aren't getting you any slimmer. Like, diet and exercise, yes, are the two most important things, but diet is 95% of it. And it works on a fundamental system that is known as KECO, calories in, calories out. The less you eat, the less your body is going to be able to like store as fat. Meaning you're going to lose weight. If I eat 3,000 calories every day, but my maintenance is only 2,000, where's that extra 1,000 calories going? Whereas if I eat if my maintenance is 2,300, which I'm pretty sure is like the average male thing, maintenance, but I only eat 2,000 or 1,800, where are those? Like, I'm in a deficit. So there's no extra calories there, which means your body is going to take it from the fat stores.
Avoid that.
Burn the fat.
Anyway. Well, I'm still not the picture of health.
So you
There's
can eat a
plenty of
Big
things in my
Mac,
diet.
because a Big Mac's only like fucking... I think a Big Mac is something along the lines of about 500 calories. So you can. They're just quite calorific.
That I should cut out. I'm trying to cut out completely Coke Zero. I really, but
obviously you
it's
do
not
want,
bad.
like,
It's 0
more
calories,
nutritiously
no
dense
sugars
food
or
if you
anything like that.
get
It's still
it.
got other junk in it. Anyway, please don't think that I'm the picture of health. I still got a long way to go, but I'm better than I was.
I don't believe
Wish
that.
Mole would make an appearance somehow. Maybe one day. I think what's going to have to happen is Jimmy Kimmel Live it has to end, and then he'll have no allegiance to anything there, and then he won't do it. But Mole's a great guy. I talk to Mole, not all the time, but every now and again we tag, holidays, birthdays. He wished me a happy birthday last month.
Who was it speaking to me about Mole? I think it was Nutsack speaking to me about Mole. Yeah, it looks like Tom does say that he gets along with Mole quite a lot. Big Mac is like 1k calories. It absolutely fucking is not. It absolutely is not. According to the McDonald's app, let me pull it up right now. Bear in mind, in the UK, you can't list fake nutritional information. You can't list fake calorie counts and shit like that. Everything has to be real. Like if you fake anything, you're in very, very big trouble. I'm gonna go on the McDonald's app right now because I used to work at McDonald's, so I know the calorie counts for just about everything. The Big Mac is 494 calories, according to the McDonald's app, and it is 2,063 kilojoules. So I was, according to the McDonald's app, I was right on the nose, off by about 6 calories. They don't really sell much food that's over 1,000 calories. But I can search it up. How many calories in a Big Mac? 257 in 100 grams. Yeah, good one. Thank you. The buns are, trust me, the buns are not 300 calories. Bread isn't definitely not that calorific. Like a bun at most would be about 100 calories. But yeah, according let me, because I don't know what you guys put in your fucking food. 580 calories according to McDonald's for America. I don't know what you guys are putting in your food. Like, you must just be seasoning it with calories. Because, like, where does it come from? It's fundamentally the same food item. They could have had they could have had advertisers had they played it better with some of these business owners' fans, but too many were purged or not acknowledged as being good enough to advertise blown opportunities. Exactly. If you remove the bun in DoorDash, it says minus 250 calories. Fuck off. There's no way. I'm going to have a look. I might send Perry a Big Mac with no bun live on air. I'm telling you for free, buns are not like that calorific. Like a normal slice of bread is like 70 calories, if that. DoorDash must just not be accurate. Okay, let me try and find it. Ooh, you have cookies at your McDonald's. Holy. Oh god, I'm snorting. Individual items, here we go. The Big Mac. But yeah, it says it's 590 calories on DoorDash. No Big Mac bun. 200 calories, it reckons. And it reckons it's 100 calories for a bit of beef. No, DoorDash is wrong. I'm sorry. There's no way the buns aren't 200 calories. Unless that bun is like... Unless that is a sugar bun. Carbs are double the calories per weight compared to protein. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I can tell you for free that, like, bread is not insanely calorific. Like, at least in the UK, it is not that insanely calorific. 200 calories in one fucking bun is absolutely unheard of to me. In fact, I will go on the McDonald's UK app right now just to confirm this. Because I'm pretty sure it tells you. Oh, no. What the fuck? Apparently the bun in the UK is 200 calories as well. Apparently I was wrong. What the fuck are they putting in these buns? Holy shit. Huh. Yeah, apparently you're right. What the fucking hell? I genuinely had no idea. McDonald's must just be like fucking poisoning their bread then with calories. They must just be injecting calories into it. It is a sugar. Well, yeah, there is that.
No, he's still like will tell her like, hey, I saw Perry doing this on the stream, so he's a great dude. Having a Mexican Coke right now, yeah, Mexican Coke is I haven't had one in a long time, but if I'm gonna have a regular Coke,
they are, but they aren't. Like, it depends what you put in them. Like fast food places with their carbs, they stuff them with fucking sugar and shit like that, which boosts the calories. Like most of the calories will come from shit like that, from fast food places. But like, if I walked out of my room right now and looked to see how much a slice of bread was, it'd be like 70 calories, if that. So carbs are pretty calorific, yeah, but they're not like I don't know, they're not that through the fucking roof. I genuinely don't know what McDonald's are putting in
it
their
has
shit.
to be high end. It has to be Mexican Coke. I won't do Coke in like a plastic bottle, or it has to be a fountain Coke or a Mexican Coke. Because Mexican Coke, that's one thing. Not to get political, but I heard.
Well, I've heard, Danko, that sugar are carbs. Well, yes, but like, there's like, do you know what? I'm not expert enough to be able to talk about the difference between like sugar and bread and shit like that. they're just different things. They're different but the same. Yeah, Danko, I've heard if you So Cinderblocks not only are very like heavy and dense, but they're also very nutritiously dense. So if you're ever feeling hungry, take a trip to 102. I'm sure there'll be a Cinderblock for you
Robert
to, like,
F.
munch
Kennedy,
on.
who's a kook. I mean, even if you support him or not, he's kooky. He's got a lot of conspiracy theories, but his health stuff is pretty on the money.
He's
and
kooky.
one of his things is he wanted to force Coke to go back to cane sugar and get away from aspartame and all the corn fructose syrup in the regular Coke. Aspartame would be in Diet Coke. If he does that,
Cinder
that's
soup. True.
fantastic. That would be because that's what makes Mexican Coke. Mexican Coke is the cane sugar. So, and I almost don't want that because I'd start drinking Coke, like regular Coke again, and I try to avoid it. Haven't had soda in 3 years. What made you quit? Because I can't break away. I have to have I like the cherry Coke Zero, maybe one or two every other day.
There are better options.
Look up the Mexican Coke scam on YouTube. Yeah, I have. I've seen that. I don't believe 100% of that because there is a difference. I've seen videos where they really test it. They test the difference in the chemicals between the canned Coke and the Mexican Coke. But there's a taste difference. There's no doubt about it. There's a taste difference between the cane sugar Coke and the regular Coke. And there's that whole conspiracy theory where if you go back to 1985 when they introduced New Coke, and they always say, "Oh, that was the biggest marketing scam in the world," or the biggest marketing blunder, because then they had to go back to the original Coke. But there's a theory out there that it was all.
He goes on about this for like 5 minutes, by the looks of it. Well, no, like 2 minutes.
I know. I kind of went through everything I wanted to talk about. I want to thank people for showing up for Rumble, because you really. I will say this again. I was not nervous about it, but I was like, it's not going to be. We'll probably get like 300 people watching.
If he talks about everything he wanted to talk about, this is either dead air or like. Did you see how King Cobra lost his channel? Lol. Coke weeds. Yeah, we're in the fucking weeds. I have downloaded this though because I wanted. It's downloaded as a WebP file. Why is it downloaded as a WebP file? I mean, the thumbnail's downloaded, so I can edit that. I wish it didn't download like that. So I need to open YTDLP again, download it. But I think this is a good place to end the stream, at least, because I need to do a couple of bits. I need to have a shower before I go to bed because I'm not gonna have any time before I leave. So yeah, God, I kind of wish I didn't get a message earlier on. It's funny because I would like to start. Permission denied. Huh, it just doesn't download it for some reason. It doesn't like After Hours, but it has downloaded it. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It has downloaded it. So we're okay. Okay, yeah. Tom's not about the numbers, but he's got to mention the numbers every chance he gets. Well, yeah, there is that. We've got over 300 people watching. Do you know what, though? I will say the viewer retention for this stream has been quite crazy. There's like an extra fucking... We've gone up from like 60 something to 75, but I've only got like notification for 2 people subscribing. So I'm not sure what that's about, but 17 people have been watching this like a whole fucking time. So shout out to everyone watching. Fuck it. Shout out to Testicle Tiger for not DMCAing the stream falsely. She's still got no teeth in her head, but like one day she might. But I do need to get off because, yeah, I've got a couple of bits to do before I go to work. Before I go to sleep, before I go to work. I probably should have said I can't do early, but it is what it is. We move, we ball. Okay, good night, guys. Brilliant first stream for the Cinderblockboys. Brilliant first stream. This was fun. Thanks for the last. Have a good night. Yeah, have a good night. I'm gonna fucking do some like improvement stuff to the stream as well. I'm gonna do some demonic behind the scenes work